he trusted the most, was also stolen by him. Exchanging moves very intensely. The general of the state of Chu, Zhuguangliang, alone, was enough to handle the entire enemy team. Trapped in a snake formation, he swung his sword just once. Conversely, any enemy that merely touched his flames would immediately turn into ash. He thought this game was easy, but unexpectedly, due to negligence while gloating at the enemy team, the young man, Zhuguangliang, was struck by a sword from the Qin expert, lightly taking his head. The corpse then fell near where Jiangwang was dying. The others immediately left, unaware that, hidden within Zhuguangliang's body, he truly got something for nothing. It was so unreal. Jiangwang immediately swallowed the pill. The Tao Meridian manifested from a crippled man. With only a dying breath left, he successfully reborn through fire and broke through his cultivation. To repay the debt of Zhuguangliang's pill, Jiangwang helped bury him. Unexpectedly, this act of kindness accidentally helped Jiangwang awaken an extremely overpowered system. Jiangwang could enter the space of the void illusionary realm, cultivating as fast as if he were hacking. Everything here was realistic, except for the fact that it caused no harm to the host's body. As long as he paid the points fee to the system, he could deduce all cultivation methods and Taoist techniques. The young man was rejoicing, thinking it was easy to earn points from the system, but there was a catch. 30 days later, he would have to accept a challenge. If he failed, he would be demoted. Soon enough, the void illusionary realm disappeared, returning Jiangwang to reality. Recalling how he was betrayed by the brother he trusted, he was extremely bitter. The next day, Jiangwang immediately returned to the Tao Academy to find that younger brother for revenge. A tall, big, dark, and smelly young man hugged Jiangwang extremely intimately. This person was Du Yehu, Jiangwang's sworn second brother. After a period of missing, made him very happy. Then, the eldest brother Ling He and old 5. Rucheng also ran out to welcome Jiangwang. However, his eyes had been full of killing intent from the start. Looking in one direction, there, a young man was separating from the crowd, slowly striding closer, who had stolen Jiangwang's meridian opening pill. He called out with a face full of solicitude, "Third brother, why did you leave without saying a word? We were all very worried about you." Jiangwang kept his head lowered, his voice sounding deep and cold. "It was 57 days. As for you, younger brother, did you really hope to see me return?" Fang Pingju paused for a moment, but kept his calm demeanor and replied, "Third brother, is there some misunderstanding? After your incident, my heart was burning with anxiety, always sending people everywhere to search for your traces." Yehu, seeing he was ignored, interrupted whiningly, "TSK, you brat, you only remember Pingju? Don't you even think about me, your second brother?" However, Jiangwang turned a deaf ear, as if forcing a confession. "Of course, not finding my corpse. How could you be at peace?" Rucheng was smart and sharp, and quietly reminded the other martial brothers not to intervene in this matter. "Let's step aside for now." The crowd in the martial arts hall, hearing the strange dialogue, began to buzz with gossip. Does brother Jiang have a hidden meaning? Don't talk nonsense. Senior brother Feng has always been very righteous." Ling He had a gentle personality, so he hurriedly stepped forward to calm the tense atmosphere. "Third brother, during this time, you must have gone through a lot. If you have any grievances or hatred, brother, we will definitely help you. Even if we have to go up to the County Tao Academy, we won't hesitate. But we must clarify everything. Don't be impulsive. What if some bad person is inciting discord?" Jiangwang silently walked towards a wooden chest, lying motionless on the brick floor. No matter how Ling He persuaded, he could not shake his determination. He spoke slowly, "Eldest brother, I know what you are worried about. Regarding this sworn brotherhood, I cherish it too, but regrettably, someone harmed a brother for their own benefit." Fang Pingju's eyes did not waver. He even retorted sharply, "Without evidence. Jiangwang, don't you dare spit blood on people." Jiangwang knew beforehand the opponent would deny it to the end, so he said no more words. Swinging his leg to kick the wooden chest hard, the chest shattered, wooden shards flying everywhere. Jiangwang pointed at the thing revealed inside and shouted, "This is the evidence." The 3 other brothers watching could not hide the extreme horror on their faces. Yehu spoke up hesitatingly, "This is?" Fang Pingju's brow slightly furrowed, but he quickly regained his usual calm demeanor. On the cold ground was an old man tied up, his mouth stuffed tight with a rag, only able to emit sounds, weak and full of despair. This person was no stranger. It was Fang Detsai, a trusted servant of the Fang family. His whole body trembling. Jiang Wang coldly recounted the whole story. That day, it was this servant who, to drink celebration wine, for eliminating the bandits of Western Mountain and being rewarded with a meridian opening pill. He lured me to drink a few cups first. Unexpectedly, the wine had poison. Before the words were finished, a ray of cold light flashed blindingly fast as lightning. Fang Pingju had drawn his sword with one move. Pingju roared with fury, "Beast! My Fang family treated you well. How dare you collude with bandits? Faking letters to harm my third brother?" Third brother, this lowly servant, to find a way to live. Surely fabricated many wild lies to sow discord. The two stood facing each other. Jiang Wang maintained his stance. "I knew you would kill him to silence him. But it doesn't matter. Before dying, he wrote down all your crimes on paper and fingerprinted it. Do you want to see it?" Pingju put on a face of extreme injustice. "Third brother, that is all fake. What exactly must I do for you to believe me?" Jiang Wang firmly affirmed the unquenchable hatred. "Only death can resolve this. Third brother, we brothers." His hands trembled. In front of Jiang Wang. "Although the one who harmed you was that lowly servant Fang Detsai. Responsibility. If third brother's hatred has not subsided." Seeing Pingju humble himself and kneel to beg for death, the bystanders immediately became indignant. A moment later, Jiang Wang coldly uttered, "No need." The three brothers Yehu, Ru Cheng, and Ling He sighed in relief upon hearing this. Yehu quickly agreed. "That's right, old three, old four, this matter just." However, Jiang Wang's meaning was not forgiveness. The long sword at Jiang Wang's waist was drawn. He enunciated every word. "Your sword is too dirty. To kill you, I must use my own sword." Pingju's golden pupils contracted. Maximally, unable to believe his ears. Yehu, Ru Cheng, and Ling He also widened their eyes in horror. Even in their dreams, they never expected Jiang Wang to be this heartless. A judgment strike ruthlessly descended. Out of survival instinct, Pingju immediately dodged to the side. Reflexes as fast as a cut. The sword in his hand fell to the brick floor, making a dry clanging sound. Gasp. Pingju fell sitting on the ground. Turning his head to question Jiang Wang, "Brother, are you really not respecting our past brotherhood even a little?" Jiang Wang's face darkened, his voice hoarse and full of killing intent. "Shut up. The word brotherhood coming from your mouth. Just now you said you'd bow your head and accept death. Why not continue acting?" He pointed his sword at his face. "I'm telling you. If I had died that day. But now that I am still alive. This debt, Fang Pingju, you must pay." Pingju staggered up, dusting off his clothes, trying to act like Jiang Wang was delusional. "I say, are you excessively obsessed with being persecuted? I humbled myself to be a punching bag for you to vent your anger. I don't owe you anything, brother Jiang Wang. What do you say I should pay?" Feeling that words had now become superfluous, Jiang Wang shook his head wearily. "Fine, you won't admit it until death. It's just a waste of time." Jiang Wang stomped his foot and moved forward. He clasped his hands solemnly, sword tip pointed down at the ground. "Ancestral master above. Disciple Jiang Wang was harmed by Fang Pingju, almost losing my life. This hatred cannot be erased, this grudge cannot be forgiven." The prayer uttered from the bottom of his heart. Standing before the gigantic magnificent statue, for this life and death battle. The surrounding space was silent as a sheet, the witnesses seemed to hold their breath. Watching the moment of extreme tension, Jiang Wang did not forget to emphasize the rules of the Fenglin Academy, affirming that this conflict was unavoidable. But Fang Pingju, at this moment, didn't even bother keeping up his humble facade anymore. He directly cursed, "Brother, you are truly a madman." The wind blew fiercely, sweeping up the leaves, flying amidst the blue sky background. The killing intent between the two became increasingly intense, making everyone, by reflex, raise their hands to shield their vision. What is happening? Blocking out the sun, then landed gently on top of a stone pillar. Ceaseless admiration. Shouts rang out, Dean of the Fenglin City Dao Academy." His majestic voice echoed throughout the martial arts hall. As soon as he finished declaring the establishment of the Dao Witness death match, streams of green aura radiated from his hands. His hands moved slightly, issuing an absolute command, "Rise." The entire arena cracked in an instant. They intertwined tightly, forming a sealed cage, called the Green Jade Cage, preventing anyone outside from intervening, turning this place into an inviolable arena. Jiang Wang stood firm on a stone slab, separated, sword in hand, ready to engage. At the other end, Fang Pingju was standing still, immobile, sweat pouring profusely down his face, dotted with freckles. Inside, he was in extreme panic. The dean personally recognized the Dao witness death match. Run, I must run. Otherwise, even if I kill Jiang Wang, I will be investigated by the Fenglin Academy. Thinking it, he acted. He turned his back intending to flee. But suddenly, a sharp tree root shot towards him. His nature of greed for life and fear of death made him instinctively back off. Dong-A did not accept his disciple being cowardly. Under his control, the tree roots quickly wrapped around the sword that Pingju had dropped, returning it to the owner's hand. Pingju's face darkened. He had to grip the weapon tightly. Dong-A shouted the opening slogan, "Begin." The audience outside started buzzing with excitement. Wow! Jiang Wang stands first in the ranks of the Outer Academy Dao soldiers, and Fang Pingju stands second. They are really going to fight to the death. Yehu was so frustrated he couldn't stand it. This matter. Ling He understood their helplessness at this moment, only able to shake his head. The dean has personally stepped forward, we can't say anything more. Inside the green jade cage, Fang Pingju maintained his sword-raising posture, not budging even an inch. He continuously questioned, his voice full of hypocrisy, "You returned safely. Isn't that enough? Why must you force us to this dead end?" But immediately, a sinister smile flashed on the corner of his lips. He swung his sword and rushed forward without hesitation. "I just wanted to get stronger." Two swords clashed against each other, creating ear-piercing metallic sounds. Ignoring the opponent's rambling, Jiang Wang basically paid no mind, his eyes sharp and cold. "Don't waste words." "No." Fang Pingju flipped in the air several times, confident. The aura surrounding his body flared up, like a raging storm. The three brothers, Yehu, Ling He, and Ru Chang, widened their eyes in astonishment. Yehu looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Ru Chang at this moment, gritting his teeth in indignation, really shameless. Fang Pingju? No. Fang Pingju, at this moment, no longer cared about honor or anything else. The more he gained the upper hand, the more smug he became. A sneering laugh rang out, full of arrogance. "Jiang Wang, although your swordsmanship is higher than mine, I have now swallowed the meridian opening pill. The Dao meridian has appeared. What do you have to fight me with?" Ha ha ha. Responding to that arrogance were steady footsteps stepping on the messy pile of roots. Jiang Wang at this moment also activated his aura. His whole body exuded the majesty of a true swordsman. His voice was low but contained sky-high anger. "I charged into Western Mountain alone. Went through a bloody battle to destroy the bandits' den. In that battle, I took 13 sword strikes, including 2 fatal wounds, and almost lost my life on the way back." As soon as he finished speaking, golden lines. His eyes burned with fire, looking steadfastly straight at the traitor. "This meridian opening pill is soaked in my blood, sweat, and tears. Do you feel good using it?" Fang Pingju involuntarily trembled before the terrifying pressure from his opponent. He stammered, "Brother, you have also opened your meridian?" His heart was now a mess of panic. How is it possible? His meridian opening pill, wasn't it already stolen by me? Jiang Wang stomped his foot, using the momentum to rush forward. The two sides rushed into each other, moves unleashed continuously. Speed so fast that one could only see afterimages and flashing sword lights. Jiang Wang unleashed a powerful downward slash, but Pingju managed to dodge in time. He slid far away, secretly cursing, "Damn it. How on earth did he open his meridian?" Although he dodged the fatal blow on his body, oozing blood, I must remain calm. Although he has opened his meridian, for the past 57 days, I have been resting and recuperating, the medicinal power completely absorbed. As for him, his heavy injuries just healed. He definitely cannot hold on for long. Just need to stall for time to drain his stamina. And I will still hold the victory. Calculations done. He decided to rush up and attack again. Take this move. The two sides rushed into a melee again, neither yielding to the other. Pingju was convinced that as long as he held the initiative, Jiang Wang's openings would sooner or later be revealed. Amidst the wind sweeping up fallen leaves, rustling, Dong-A still stood motionless on the high pillar. Yehu watched until he lost patience, gritting his teeth and mumbling. Conversely, Ru Chang appeared calmer, rubbing his chin in thought, but immediately, his legs exerted force, stomping hard on the ground, his whole body jumping high up. His figure stood tall, obscuring the bright sun. The sword light reflected the sneering smile full of sarcasm of Pingju. He thought to himself, humph. Indeed, as expected. His Tao meridian was just activated. It cannot be maintained for long. In such a critical moment, he will surely reveal an opening. Thinking it, he acted, his sword tip shot forward, aiming straight at the opponent's abdomen. Mouthing words to provoke. His wrist turned, dancing a sword light flashed, making Pingju scream miserably. He completely lost his defensive ability. Jiang Wang stomped hard on the ground, causing the surrounding tree roots to sink deep. He accelerated to close in, while Pingju was still in panic. But directly unleashed a thunderous crack. The sound of bones shattering rang out drilly. The blow made Pingju spurts a mouthful of fresh blood, his chest ribcage crushed. His whole body flew far away like a kite with a cut string. The tree roots that had been dormant all this time suddenly shot out, wrapping tightly around Pingju's legs, keeping him alive, then roughly threw him back into the green jade cage. The battlefield returned to silence. Jiang Wang paused, his hand tightly gripping the handle of the broken sword piercing deep into his waist. The wound left by the fierce clash just now, during the 57 days and nights of living between life and death. I never stopped imagining this scene. He decisively pulled the sword out of his body. But this physical pain basically meant nothing compared to what he had to go through. Only at this moment did he realize the opponent's deep intention. Unable to hold back, he secretly cursed in his heart, bastard. He intentionally revealed an opening to lure me in. Jiang Wang threw the dirty sword aside. Finally, vengeance can be taken. Fang Pingju's voice was now extremely weak, almost having no strength left to resist. He stammered. He slowly backed away unconsciously, until his heels touched the partition of the green jade cage. Looking down from this height, plus his current heavy injuries, if he fell, it would be hard to keep his life. The fear of death surged to the extreme. He immediately screamed, pulling out his noble family status as the final life-saving straw. Save me. Dean, save me. The Fang family is one of the 3 largest families in this Fenglan city. Yes. But responding to him was only an indifferent gaze, full of disdain from Dong A looking down from above. Rules are rules. It does not stop. The only person who has the right to decide your life and death can only be your opponent. That sentence was like a death sentence slamming shut all hope. Fang Pingju's expression became even more fearful when he saw Jiang Wang step by step, pressing closer. But his mouth still tried to salvage the situation. Third brother, listen to my explanation. Jiang Wang stopped, his icy eyes uttering a single word. Speak. Given a chance, Fang Pingju immediately poured out a torrent of words. Our Fang family has been over 200 years without a single cultivator appearing who could open the heaven and earth gate. Just being one step late means being late. I am carrying the expectations of my late father on my shoulders. Tell me, how much longer can I wait? Accumulated merits the fastest to exchange for the meridian opening pill. I really had no other choice. Red veins popped up densely in his white eyes. His mind now was completely chaotic with fear and belated regret. Right, I apologize. After stealing your pill, not a single night did I sleep peacefully. I regret it very much, I feel very guilty, but why can't you forgive me just this once? But in the moment he begged most miserably, his eyes opened to their widest. It was Jiang Wang raising his sword high, preparing to deliver the final judgment. The traitor brother has to pay the price with his life. At that moment, Jiang Wang spoke gloomily, as if speaking to a corpse. If I forgave you just because of a few sentences, then I would no longer. Someone who has suffered and despaired for 57 days and nights. I doing it myself can be considered seeing you off for a segment. You can rest in peace now. Suddenly, Jiang Wang widened his eyes in surprise. Thoughts raced through his head as fast as lightning. His mind sank into a state of introspection. He saw himself floating in a pitch-black space. Before his eyes were rays of golden light, moving ceaselessly. Is this my true spirit Tao Meridian? An image resembling a giant earthworm, the heaven-linking earth dragon, appeared in the void. Its body swelled up, continuously emitting enchanting golden light. Jiang Wang stared blankly at the worm writhing. The swelling on its body began to move, seeming uncomfortable as if wanting to spit something out. 2 brilliant balls of golden light were spat out, falling into his hands. In his mental landscape, Jiang Wang suddenly realized, oh, I understand. It's my Tao Meridian that activated the Tao essence. Right during the battle, a cold call rang out, jerking him back to reality. Jiang Wang. Dong A at this moment stood against the light, his sharp eyes glancing at him. His voice revealed no emotion. Follow me to quiet room 7. The rest of you are dismissed. Hearing the order, Jiang Wang did not hesitate, sheathing his sword behind his back and quickly walking after him. Yes. Not long after, in the extremely quiet room 7, Dong A was seated on the chaise longue, his face maintaining the emotionless look usually seen, asking Jiang Wang. Except for Fang Pingju's confession at death's door, you actually didn't have any concrete evidence to make public before everyone, correct? That is correct. But with my understanding of him, when cornered before death, and speak the ironclad evidence himself for everyone to know. Hearing the answer, Dong A's expression did not change, but his tone was slightly displeased. You should have proceeded step by step, waiting for the Tao Academy to investigate and judge. Now that you acted on your own like this, Jiang Wang still bowed low, but his face looked up slightly, his eyes answering steadfastly but respectfully. Jiang Wang understands that clearly. But 2 days later is the time for inner academy enrollment. If he passed and became the dean's disciple, but absolutely dares not kill the dean's disciple. Hearing this, the harshness in Dong A's voice softened a few degrees. He looked at the young man in front of him, slowly asking the key question, alright. If the meridian opening pill that Fang Pingju used was seized from you, then where did the meridian opening pill that helped you open your Tao meridian today come from? Yes. It all happened at Huanjin Temple. Memories returned one by one through his narration. Disciple found the meridian opening pill on the body of a senior named Zhuo Guanglia. Recounting this, knowing he was rude, Jiang Wang's eyes showed a hint of sadness, then looked away. The new graves on the mountain can testify for disciples' words. Actually, in Jiang Wang's heart, there were also his own calculations. Battles of all levels had already investigated the whole story clearly. Therefore, he decided not to hide any details, except for the biggest secret about the void illusionary realm. After listening, suddenly clenched tight in fury. The fine wooden chair could not withstand the force and shattered. Force overflowed, causing a section of the floor beneath his feet to crack. Dong A's face darkened. The territory of the state of Zhuang was arrogantly violated. Fighting without any restraint. This is a humiliation, an extreme humiliation. Knowing the superior's anger was not directed at him, but still feeling the pressure, Jiang Wang could only remain silent, sweat rolling down his cheeks. His voice softening a bit. Your meridian opening pill has a clear origin. From now on, you may call yourself a disciple comfortably and legitimately. Before this dean, you may withdraw. Jiang Wang said nothing more, respectfully clasping his hands before his chest. Thank you for your grace. Just stepping out the door, a figure rushed over from somewhere, mouth constantly calling loudly. Third brother. Third brother. It was Ru Cheng. Jiang Wang, whose face was still grimy at this moment, asked in surprise. Ru Cheng waved the fan in his hand, his eyes looking elsewhere. Eldest brother said he wanted to take the corpse of that villain Fang Pingju back to the Fang family. As for second brother, I don't know where he ran off to. Hearing the familiar name, second brother must have hidden somewhere to drink away his sorrow. Although I did nothing wrong, I understand his mood. Not letting Jiang Wang be depressed for too long, Ru Cheng pushed his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry. That kind of cruel brother, harming his own like him, deserves to die. Eldest brother and second brother will realize it soon. Third brother, you've worked hard these past few days. Listen to singing to relieve some stress. No. Jiang Wang waved his hand in panic. Hey, don't fuss. Don't fuss. Then his face returned to its inherent fatigue. I am truly tired. Now I just want to go back to my room and have a good sleep. Alright, then I'll have to go meet Miss Miaoyu alone. Third brother, rest well. Jiang Wang's footsteps stopped in front of a wooden door. In his mind, a stream of bitter thoughts emerged. In just a blink of an eye, the scenery remains but the people are gone. He pushed the door lightly, opening it to let sunlight flood into the room, casting his long shadow on the floor. But in Jiang Wang's eyes right now, the happy memories of the past seemed to still be alive. Right before his eyes, it was the image of Fang Pingju holding a rag high in his hand, laughing playfully. Look clearly. Hey, taking the silk handkerchief of a pretty boy like you to wipe the sword is most suitable. Beside them was Yehu hugging Ru Cheng tight and teasing him. Ru Cheng screamed miserably. Don't. That handkerchief is made of premium silk. Old tiger, you smell to high heaven. Yi. Yehu laughed loudly. Stop what stop? You're good. Later, your old father here will even use it to wipe his butt. Ling He stood to the side smiling bitterly, constantly mediating. It's okay, it's okay. Later, eldest brother will wash it clean for you. Old tiger, go easy, don't hurt Ru Chang. The crisp laughter of Pingju while wiping his sword, the oinking screams of Ru Chang, now seemed to be swallowed by an invisible fire. Those days will never return again. Memories drifted back to a small riverbank years ago. The immortal looked down from above, smiling at the boy and asking, your root bone is very good. Do you want to come cultivate with me? Jiang Wang hadn't had time to answer, when shouting rang out beside him, fighting to be heard. Take me. It was his best friend. Jiang Wang innocently and happily suggested, Uncle Immortal, please accept him. We are good friends. We can cultivate together, right? But the immortal calmly shook his head, while Jiang Wang was scratching his head, thinking of a way to satisfy both sides. That close friend suddenly made a move. He shoved Jiang Wang hard, making him stumble forward. Screaming venomously, Jiang Wang remembered clearly. And that sudden loss of balance, how terrifying it was. Though he tried to struggle, in the end, the boy could not resist, falling with a splash into the cold river. Very quickly, his whole body became heavy, his chest tight and breathless. Darkness was everywhere, he didn't know where the way out was. In those final moments of life and death, the cold tone and expression, distant and aloof of that person, still echoed in his young mind. Although his nature is not as good as yours, his heart is much more ruthless than yours. Remember, the path of cultivation is one of struggle. The last words were cold as ice, causing Jiang Wang to wake up in panic from the nightmare. Wait until fully awake did he gloomily hold his forehead and sigh. It's this dream again. Unknown when, the moon hung high above his head. I slept for so long, yet eldest brother and second brother aren't back. Jiang Wang politely. Brother, have you seen senior brother Ling He anywhere? The other person just shook his head slightly, mumbling, Ling He? Who could predict that he wouldn't stop there? The voice becoming increasingly trembling, gloomy to the point of being creepy, didn't see him. Didn't see him, didn't see him, didn't see him. Suddenly, with a rip, he shook so hard that his neck tore and snapped off, falling to the ground with a thud, bouncing like a ball. The horrific image before his eyes made Jiang Wang freeze. He felt as if a stream of cold air rushed straight from his soles to the top of his head. But even more horrifying, that corpse hadn't stopped for long before it continued to move. Under the control of the bone puppetry art, that headless body immediately stirred. Fortunately, before they could pounce, monster invasion still chased closely behind. Jiang Wang intended to run back to his room, but suddenly had to brake hard and change direction. It turned out he wasn't clumsy, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier covering the surroundings, blocking his retreat. Though hitting the wall, the head and body of the monster still disregarded everything, rushing to catch him at all costs. He turned around, playing mysterious tricks. Thanks to channeling Tao essence to transmit more power to his legs, the precise kick sent the head flying, smashing hard into the rushing body. Having finished the perfect shot, Jiang Wang startledly looked down. Doctor had taken the chance to tear it. The wound even glowed with an eerie green color, making him hiss and worry. However, the urgent situation did not allow for negligence. He had to quickly get into a defensive stance, warily observing the opponent. Unexpectedly, after catching the head that was just kicked away, the monster immediately tore open the back of his shirt, revealing a dry skull laughing mockingly. TSK, your leg strength is really powerful, kid. Since when did an Outer Academy disciple also open their meridian? Not waiting for Jiang Wang to answer or speculate, the bone doctor hurriedly reattached the head to the neck, smacking his lips in praise. Delicious, truly delicious. The flesh of a cultivator who has opened their meridian is very tasty. While the guy was still busy twisting the two body parts, this evil cultivator is proficient in corpse control techniques. His strength far exceeds ordinary people. I am not his match. Thinking it, he did it. He ran towards another direction without hesitation. Otherwise, more people will die here. He thought heading to the inner academy area would be an escape, but that thin barrier was extremely sturdy, blocking Jiang Wang. He stared tensely at it, his brain working at full capacity. Damn it. This entire dormitory area has been sealed by his Taoist magic. And I only have one Dao essence left. How should I fight him? Finally, desperation led to risk-taking. He urgently activated the remaining Dao essence in his Dao meridian. Fortunately, Jiang Wang bet correctly. Thanks to the explosive power, he successfully smashed the seal. Except he used a bit too much force, causing him to roll several times and take a few bumps before stopping. Unexpectedly, just as he stood firm, the next incident arrived. Oh, not bad, junior brother Jiang. It turned out to be a third-year inner academy student, Jian Qiu, who was leisurely looking at Jiang Wang scrambling on the ground. I didn't expect you to know how to borrow the power of Dao essence to break the seal. Jian Qiu also detected the problem on his leg. Go quickly to the infirmary to find a healer to treat the wound. Abruptly interrupted. No need. I, the dean, will handle this personally. Seeing the leader appear, Jiang Wang immediately reported briefly, Dean, that evil cultivator is proficient in corpse control techniques. Already one outer academy disciple has been harmed. Suddenly, the wound from the monster's bite throbbed violently, making him blurt out, ouch. After all, the other party was a disciple under his management. Dong A spoke slowly, teacher knows. The feeling of being poked in a burning place, the leaf poison-sucking thorn, quickly turned a dull gray. By the time it completely removed the toxins and withdrew from his leg, made Jiang Wang hurt so much he gasped in fits, but his heart was relieved of a burden of 1,000 pounds. Phew, phew. Seeming to notice that the Dao Academy people were still gathering there, hurriedly speeding away to escape. How could he escape Dong A's sight? Dong A's shout rang out like thunder. Right here and you still dream of running? You take this Dong A too lightly. Dong A channeled spiritual power and stomped hard on the ground. Thousands upon thousands of vines immediately burst from the ground, intertwining to form a giant green jade cage. They proliferated at a terrifying speed, rushing straight up into the high sky to catch the bone doctor. Facing the perilous situation, the skull on the bone doctor's back suddenly detached. Laughing eerily, Kikik unexpectedly alerted High Master Dong A. Calculated the move wrong. The head panically turned to ask the body, so what do we do now? The body instantly swung its arm, throwing the head hard, shouting, split up and run. The skull rode the throwing force. Looking back from afar, it saw that the body had been tightly constricted by vines. Facing Dong A, there is no chance of victory at all. Running is the best policy. He thought to himself while feeling smug about his quick wit. Anyway, I have probed the news. The enemy is just a little Taoist who just opened his meridian. Now returning to report to the Saintess will finish the job. The laughter hadn't ceased when suddenly, the vines in front of his face braided tightly into the shape of a giant fist, slamming straight into the face of the flying skull. Within his range of coverage, every escape route was blocked. The sky-shaking punch was so strong that the bone doctor's head was knocked back like a ball. Far, knocked back, to realize the thing waiting for him was a giant man-eating flower, with jagged sharp teeth. Dong A still stood there majestically, controlling the vines to send the prey to its death. Just a small fry yet dares to come to my, Dong A's, territory to cause trouble. In the quiet moonlit night, the dean and the evil cultivator faced each other in mid-air. He greeted with a deep voice, who sent you here? Though death was imminent, started to blister from the vine's poison. Hi, want to know? Come here, kill me, then go to hell and I'll tell you. Responding to that arrogance was a gentle, decisive wave of Dong A's hand. The flower demon, nourished by his spiritual power, opened its mouth to swallow the prey in the blink of an eye. Dong A coldly said. He turned to instruct the disciples. I must go to the city lord's manor to get to the bottom of this. I leave the rest here for Jian Qiu to handle. Jian Qiu bowed respectfully to obey. Jiang Wang looked at Dong A's back with eyes full of admiration, completely forgetting the pain in his back. Will I be able to reach this realm in the future? While immersed in thought, made Jiang Wang jump. Third brother. Jiang Wang turned around, voice both blaming and surprised. You scared me. Why are you back here? Zhao Ruqing tilted his head. Don't mention it. And still didn't get to meet Miss Miao Yu. The young lad leaned on Jiang Wang, throwing a tantrum. And rich and romantic too. Why? Third brother, tell me why. Jiang Wang didn't bother comforting, changing the subject. Hey, stop acting, kid. Eldest brother and second brother haven't returned to the dorms yet. Did you meet them? Met them? No, but I can guess where they are. Saying so, he led the way. Let's go. Along the way, disciples in the courtyard gathered, buzzing with gossip. Heard an evil cultivator sneaked in and killed an outer academy disciple standing guard. That's right. Just now the dean personally acted to suppress it. Pity you guys arrived late. And didn't witness it with your own eyes. The two chatted while crossing a small bridge. Ruching lowered his voice. Heard the Fong family refused to accept the body. So the only place to take him. As predicted, before their eyes appeared the image of the two senior brothers standing silently. Grave. Indeed, look there. Linghe heard footsteps, turning his head. His eyes were still red. Tear streaks not fully dry on his cheeks. Ruching, Jiangwang, you two are here. Linghe held a wooden tablet in his hand. His voice emotional and sighing. Is that nothing stays the same forever? When we first met, us brothers often came here to practice swordsmanship. Who could have expected it would become a scene like this now? Jiangwang stepped closer, looking up at the stone stele carved with the words, Grave of Fangpingju, erected by eldest brother Linghe. Linghe expressed his feelings, looking apologetically at Jiangwang. After all, Pingju once helped us when we were in trouble. Jiangwang, you won't blame me, right? Of course not. They held a simple funeral, burning some paper money for the deceased. We are not children anymore. I won't let this matter affect our brotherhood. Feelings. Don't worry about it either, because the grudge between him and me has ended. Linghe sighed softly. He spoke slowly. Like Ruching said, the future will have countless variables. But change. The quiet atmosphere. Ruching. The lad waved his fan, uttering words to tease Duyehu. Don't know if they are weak tears or good wine. Here. The teenager covered his mouth giggling. Duyehu, are you crying? Ha ha ha. Zhao Ruching. Saying that, he swung his leg to kick hard at the butt of the one mocking him. Zhao Ruching ran away as fast as a cut, laughing and screaming for mercy. Wrong. Brother Tiger, spare my life. Leaving behind the noisy joking sounds, Linghe took light steps. He walked out to the middle of the river, turning back to say words from the bottom of his heart. If he wants to change, let him change. As long as we are firm in heart, we'll stand together to shoulder it, right, third brother? Jiangwang's eyes showed a hint of sadness. He looked down at the water flowing gently, then looked up. In the depths of his eyes showing clear iron determination. Just need to be firm in heart. Under the bright moonlight, the four brothers played again like in the old days. Jiangwang also joined Duyehu to bully Ruching. Second brother, let me hold him tight. You strip his pants off and flick him for me. Zhao Ruching held his head complaining to Jiangwang. Why do you treat me like this? Eldest brother, save me. In a fleeting moment, it seemed even the shadow of Fangpingju of the old days was also standing there laughing. Linghe smiled and spoke up to intervene. All right, you guys joke all you want. But preserve fifth brother's handsome face a bit. Deep in the deserted night, cold wind blowing gently, also that gentle moon, but wind shining down. This Taoist temple had not been visited for a long time. A slender white hand lightly placed next to the incense burner. It was Miaoyu, she was sitting there waiting. From outside the door, a figure hiding itself called out. I say. The bone doctor walked in. With a look of disgust, holding a handkerchief over his bony nose. Cough cough cough, it really is dirty. Do we absolutely have to talk in a place as dilapidated as this? Miaoyu's rosy lips moved slightly. Her voice coldly explaining. Dirty? The people of the state of Zhuang have turned this place upside down no less than 10 times. The most dangerous place is the safest place, I think, around here. Miaoyu suddenly remembered the hero of the past, the world-renowned general Zhuo Guanglia. It seems I can still smell his majestic aura lingering around here. The bone doctor didn't like flowery talk. He went straight to the point. Get to the main point. Fenglin City Lord Wei Qiji was already hard to touch. We must quickly find the Dao Sun. But in this emissary's opinion, compared to gathering 10 mortals to make up the numbers, it's better to capture cultivators for sacrifice. Quality over quantity. Before he finished, a sharp hairpin was suddenly placed against his throat, silencing him. Her sweet voice was both worried and sarcastic. Capture cultivators for sacrifice? Are you tired of living? So according to you, should we capture Dong A's disciple? Or Wei Qiji's general? Has already caused a stir in public opinion. If you want to rush to your death, don't drag me along. If you want to die, wouldn't slitting your throat with a sword be better? Or attract lightning to shatter your body? Anyway, it's much quicker. Then she withdrew it. Before the Dao Sun appears, you'd best learn the word humility. Is something neither you nor I can bear. Then what about the sacrifice? The sacrificial offerings, the beggars here, have all been used up. Miaoyu lazily stood up and walked down the steps. Originally. If they're gone, so be it. As for the true plan, The elder has already made arrangements. That is what I want to report to you tonight. Walking a bit, her graceful figure suddenly paused. That the beggars in this ruined temple haven't all died? I smell a familiar scent. Currently inside the Fenglin City Dao Academy. The life or death of a petty beggar. I have no interest in. Finished speaking, his figure gradually turned black and dissolved into the barrier, leaving behind harsh words sowing unease. I also advise you one thing. Don't think that just because nominally you are the Dao Sun's woman, you can be insolent. Wait until the Dao Sun appears. Whether he accepts you or not remains to be seen. Finished speaking, he turned into a drop of black ink and disappeared. After the bone doctor left, Miao Yu shed her tough exterior, revealing a sorrowful appearance, her voice full of bitterness. Why doesn't he love me? Why wouldn't he need me? I have guarded this place for so many years, waited here, for all these years. A new day began in the state of Zhuang, blending with the steady lecturing voice of the teacher. The Tao is empty, like a vessel, yet when used, it is never filled. Its function is never exhausted. At a glance, the students all sat upright at their desks, looking pensive, but one had to get close to see the truth. Only a few like Ling He and Jiang Wang were truly attentive, their souls pure, persistently seeking the Tao. The rest, like Ru Chang and Yihu, were either dozing off or finding ways to tease others. His eyes, his mind bright as a mirror. You have just entered the inner academy. Before the Tao meridian manifests, you can only practice the breathing method to improve blood and qi. Only after the Tao meridian appears, pulse rushing occurs, and Tao essence is condensed, are you considered to have officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. You must know. The spine is likened to the great dragon of the human body, the heaven-linking palace. When the Tao meridian glows orange gold and penetrates the spine, opening the heaven and earth gate. That is the transformation from elementary to intermediate stage. Is there any disciple here who can tell this Vice Dean how the realms of cultivators are divided? Student Ling He raised his hand. Tong Qifeng nodded to signal him. Ling He stood up, his demeanor calm, answering clearly. Teacher, cultivators have 9 ranks. From low to high, they are 9th rank Wandering Meridian Realm, 8th rank Heavenly Cycle Realm, 4th rank Outer Tower Realm, 2nd rank True Cavern Realm, and 1st rank Tao Manifestation Realm. Made him involuntarily exclaim in praise. Very good. After entering the 9th rank, one begins to be transcendent. The criterion to achieve 9th rank. Inside the heaven-linking palace. To do this, one cannot fail to mention the formation map. The foundation that the Tao Academy is about to transmit to you. The returning origin formation. He slowly explained deeper about the future cultivation method. In the future, after accumulating enough Tao essence, you can control them in the heaven-linking formation. When the formation is complete, the Tao whirlpool is born. The teacher lectured with dedication above, but below was a completely different scene. Yihu, making Jiang Wang sitting next to them frown in annoyance. Only Ling He, sitting further away, still maintained high concentration. Although Tong Qifeng's eyes were half closed, every movement below was captured in his vision. He lectured on the initial stage of meridian opening. Every day, an ordinary person can at most collecting 2 Tao essences. He secretly waved his sleeve, an invisible force hitting those 2 lazy students, making them tumble to the ground. Yihu and Rucheng tremblingly crawled up, adjusting their posture. In their ears echoed the teacher's implied words about diligence. At the fastest, it takes 41 days to complete 1 Tao whirlpool. One needs to use 3 Tao whirlpools. Continue using 3 small heavenly cycles to form a great heavenly cycle. Seeing the heaven and earth gate. That is the 7th rank heaven-linking realm. Jiang Wang murmured to memorize. To reach 9th rank Wandering Meridian needs 1 Tao whirlpool. To 8th rank Heavenly Cycle needs 3 Tao whirlpools. To 7th rank Heaven Linking needs 9 Tao whirlpools. He started counting on his fingers. Only 2 Tao essences per day. So to reach 7th rank, wouldn't it need? Seeing Jiang Wang struggling with the multiplication, Ling He smiled and rescued him. It is 365 days. But in reality, you can't calculate it simply like that. Moreover, after the Tao whirlpool is formed, so the cultivation speed will be much faster. Haha, I understand. Thank you, eldest brother. However, Jiang Wang's heart was still a mess of thoughts. Master Dong entered 5th rank before age 60, and was considered a genius by the state of Zhuang. Then people like Swaguanglia, Li Yini. Exactly how terrifying was their talent? In this life of mine, Jiang Wang. Can I ever catch up to their backs? Incense smoke from the burner in Tong. Qifeng's hand billowed out. He instructed, hand in homework at the end of the session. Go home and preview the basic knowledge about Taoist techniques. Jiang Wang rested his chin and thought again. Humph. Taoist techniques are divided into 3 grades, Jia, Yi, Bing. Within each grade, they are divided into upper, middle, and lower quality. Ru Cheng, though lazy, had broad knowledge. He couldn't help but interject. Third brother, poverty limits your awareness. Above Jia grade, there are super grade and immortal arts. Jiang Wang frowned and scolded affectionately. You brat, you only know how to talk in a way that asks for a beating. Tong Qifeng heard and, slowly, has the ability to single-handedly destroy a small country. If our state of Zhuang produced such a person, as for immortal arts, he suddenly hesitated, can easily comprehend. Hope you all strive hard. Who knows, maybe one day you will cultivate immortal arts, achieve fruition, and bring glory to the state of Zhuang. Chatting animatedly. Suddenly, from behind, a call rang out, Senior Brother Jiang, please stop. I've been waiting for you for a long time. That call made the 3 in Jiang Wang's group stop. The speaker was Fang He, a first-year inner academy student. He clasped his hands, bowing respectfully. I am Fang Heling, one of the 3 great families of Fenglin City. On behalf of Fang Pingju's mad ambition. Sorry. Fang Pingju has been expelled from the Fang family genealogy. Our Fang family absolutely does not harbor such heartless. Jiang Wang and his 2 friends just listened, then turned to walk away. It's all in the past. No need to worry about it. This indifferent reaction startled Heling. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, he nimbly squeezed in front of Jiang Wang, spreading his arms to block the way. Wait a moment, Senior Brother Jiang. I haven't finished speaking. Jiang Wang started losing patience. What exactly do you want? Heling started rambling again. What I want to say is that my father spent a fortune to buy. Currently, my Tao Meridian has manifested. As he spoke, he tried to put on a very friendly face. Among this term's inner academy disciples, there is only you and me. We should be closer to each other. Right? Not letting him finish, Jiang Wang walked straight ahead. He didn't even look back. Dropping a faint sentence full of boredom, then walked straight away. Ignored, Fang Heling shook with anger, his clenched fist popping veins. Gritting his teeth, you're good. Jiang Wang. Night fell. In the room of the 3 brothers, Ling He was meditating, his face flushed, eyes closed, sweating profusely. Next to him, Yi Hu was no better. Brows furrowed in struggle. Sweat pouring like rain. Even steam was rising from both their heads. Method. I can't slack off, or I'll be caught up too soon. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide at the space in front of him, leaning forward a bit. The scheduled time for the challenge. In the void illusionary realm. He opened his left hand. A crescent moon shape appeared in his palm, glowing faintly. Jiang Wang closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Must go in there to perform the mission first. Immediately, floating between heaven and earth, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Welcome, Master of the true cavern-blessed land. The mechanical voice continued, counting down the challenge time. Jiang Wang looked up at the Tao deduction platform above, drawing his sword into a fighting stance. The countdown rang steadily in the space. 10, 9, 8. Anxiety flashed in his heart. Will be. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, calculating quickly in his head. In the past 30 days, I have fully absorbed the meridian opening pill. Moreover, when starting to rush the pulse, Jiang Wang reassured himself, at least I should be able to exchange a few moves with the opponent. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time up. No movement occurred. A line of text appeared in midair. Challenger forfeited. Looking at that text, Jiang Wang's face relaxed, sighing in relief. Cold sweat on his forehead was only wiped away now. Immediately after, his face became radiant, unable to hide his joy. Opponent forfeited? So I preserved this blessed land. Hee hee. The system sound rang out again. Calculating merits for blessed land number 23, True Monarch. Jiang Wang started calculating. This month produced 1,850 merit points. In total I have 3,700 points. His voice was clearly joyful. So many merits. As he spoke, he lowered his body. Formation, rise. The Tao deduction platform obeyed the call. A glowing stone table appeared. Based on the information transmitted into his head earlier, he knew he just had to place his hand on the table to operate it. Jiang Wang placed his hand on the glowing tabletop. An ancient scroll slowly appeared. Thoughts raced quickly in his head. He mentally recited the known cultivation method. Deduction process. Deducing returning origin formation consumes 1,850 merit points. A notification sound rang out. Start deduction, dismantling, combining. Golden lines flew up from the scroll, drawing in the air. Mysterious characters flashed brilliantly one by one. Merit points remaining, 1,850. Finally, a congratulatory sound echoed. Congratulations on receiving the heavenly cycle star formation. A very long scroll was unrolled on the table, two ends still touching the ground because of its excessive length, making Jiangwang surprised. So long? Is this the heavenly cycle star formation? He waved his hand to collect the scroll, his other hand rubbing his chin in thought. Still have 1,850 merit points remaining. Should I keep them? To use? But immediately, he dismissed that thought. Cultivation path, 1 step slow is 10,000 steps slow. No one knows if tomorrow comes first. Better to try my best to become stronger right now. That is the truth. His hand to the table again, an old sword manual appeared. Self-defense swordsmanship, 1,850 points. Looking at the book emitting a faint golden light, a hint of doubt flashed in his heart. I wonder if this sword manual bought at a street stall can yield any decent moves after deduction. The emotionless voice of the system rang out. Start deduction, dismantling, combining. Following each word, brilliant golden characters flew into the air, transforming into figures performing sword dances. With extremely exquisite movements. The golden light shone on his handsome face. Jiangwang couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, a super top-tier technique. Soon, the stream of light completely enveloped him. The sword in Ru Cheng's hand was knocked flying far away. In the air, only the afterimage remained. Of a perfectly straight black sword path. The lad clutched his hand tightly. Still trembling from the shock, his face filled with unwillingness, questioning, damn it. Usually I can at least win 3 out of 10 matches. Like this, third brother. What exactly is this new swordsmanship of yours? Quang Vong calmly sheathed his sword, smiling gently. It has a total of 9 training forms and 5 killing forms. So far, I have only mastered half of it. But my understanding of swordsmanship has far surpassed before. Quang Vong crossed his arms, watching his junior brother approaching, and said modestly, Newton, you have a talent for literature, name it for third brother. Newton shook his wrist to relieve the numbness. While thinking seriously, with unparalleled power like that. He excitedly raised his index finger. How about naming it the ultimate peak divine sword? Swinging his hand to give him a fiery smack on the head, lowering his voice to warn, be serious. Ouch, then hurriedly bowed down to apologize. Immediately, he stroked his chin again, mimicking the transcendent, saintly demeanor of the vice dean, analyzing. There are 9 training forms and 5 killing forms. 9. And 5 are the numbers of the supreme ruler. Finally, with the red bump just swelling on his head, he concluded, according to, why not name it, purple chi comes from the east? Quang Vong's eyes shone like stars, he laughed in satisfaction. Purple chi comes from the east. A very good name. So, from now on, this sword art will be named. He swung his sword, cutting a path through the wind. Purple chi comes from the east sword art. Suddenly, Newton jumped up, clinging tightly to him like a koala hugging a tree. Quang Vong, panicked, raised both hands to the sky, freezing in a stiff posture. What are you doing? Looking up at his senior brother. Then suddenly changed his face, acting shamelessly, wailing loudly, Newton wants to learn it too. Brother, teach it to me, please. Quang Vong, afraid of this whining behavior, reached out to push that noisy face a bit further away. Steward Dang Tuk stood at a distance, witnessing this scene, and was a bit speechless. He cleared his throat to remind them, ahem. Dang Tuk bowed slightly, holding a sword horizontally with both hands. Young master. The man behind also clasped his hands, holding his fists before his chest. In greeting. The sky today is blue without a single cloud. The two of them walked through the arched gate together. Quang Vong walked behind. Kim Thursday spoke in a polite tone. Troubling senior brother Lo to personally come here to notify me. Junior brother truly feels apologetic. I wonder what instructions Master Dong has for calling me. Lo Kim Thursday kept his face expressionless, looking straight ahead as he replied. It is just a notification. I am not a descendant of any prestigious family. Junior brother Quang does not need to be polite. As for why Master Dong called you, I am not clear. But I guess it is related to the evil cultivator case that attacked the outer court last time. Waves rose in Kwang Bong's heart. He speculated worriedly. Could it be that Master Dong has investigated? Upon arrival, Kim Thursday looked towards two other figures waiting by the doorstep, speaking without turning his head. Kwang Bong's mind swirled with questions. There are others? Phuong Hak Lin, realizing the appearance of the two, immediately lifted his chin, glancing sideways and speaking in a sarcastic tone. Oh, the person senior brother Lu personally went to find. Turns out it was Kwang Bong. Hak Lin stood on the steps. I say, Kwang Bong, you really are something. Not only troubling senior brother Lu to find you, but also making senior brother Truong wait for so long. Kwang Bong and Lu Kim Thursday didn't bother paying attention to the idiot babbling in their ears, respectfully greeting the remaining person. Greetings, senior brother Truong. Truong Lam Shuyan, famous for being elegant in his graceful long robe, calmly turned around. He smiled, speaking in a gentle voice. Greetings, junior brothers. Master Dong is meditating inside. The four people scattered to four corners, staying out of each other's way, waiting together under the silent eaves. A moment later, the heavy ironwood door finally opened. Footsteps echoed from inside, getting closer, then stopped at the threshold. Bowing deeply and shouting in unison. Greetings, Master Dong. Dong-e stepped out with a stern face. He didn't waste words, going straight to the point. The matter of the evil cultivator attack. Slaughtering an outer sect disciple before. Surely you all already know. Although the city lord's side promised this institute that they would investigate to the end. Up until now. He clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping over the four disciples, assigning the mission in a steely voice. We do not need to wait for outsiders to handle. Now, this institute appoints you to investigate this case. Merit will be calculated based on the standards of an 8th rank mission. Dong-e turned to Lu Kim Thursday and instructed. Kwang Bong and Phuong Hak Lin are the only two disciples whose Dao veins are revealed externally. In this batch, you must enthusiastically instruct and help them hone their skills. Once Phuong Hak Lin was named, his expression clearly showing smugness. Dong-e continued, turning to Truong Lam Shuyan to order. Lam Shuyan and Kim Thursday, you two shall split up. The mission reward will be split in a 1-to-9 ratio. Truong Lam Shuyan and Lu Kim Thursday bowed to receive the order, their expressions unchanging. Finally, Dong-e concluded. Whichever side finds the clues first will receive 9 parts of the merit. Let my arrangement be decided as such. The group of brothers immediately clasped hands to accept the command. We obey. Master Dong-e waved his sleeve, turned around and walked away, leaving the disciples with an arrogant and cold back view. He waved his hand to signal dismissal. In the lotus pond, a school of colorful koi fish was swimming leisurely among the green leaves. Truong Lam Shuyan, as the eldest senior brother, spoke first to break the silence. Regarding the evil cultivator attack. This time there are a few useful clues. He looked at the other three, still keeping a gentle smile on his lips, courteously consulting them. First, before launching the attack, that evil cultivator stayed at Phuc Lion for 3 days. He definitely left traces. Second, at Chan Duong Xe town, there is a family that was brutally massacred. The scene is heavy, with death energy and the stench of corpses. Do you junior brothers have any suggestions on the investigation direction? And how to split the teams? Phuong Hak Lin quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Although I really want to follow senior brother Lu, the Phuong family and the Truong family have been close for generations, so it is truly a pity. I asked to go with senior brother Truong. His face emotionless as he said coldly. This is intelligence obtained by senior brother Truong. Naturally, everything will follow senior brother Truong's coordination. Not wanting to appear different from the group, I also follow senior brother Truong's arrangement. Intending to say something when Phuong Hak Lin jumped in again, he crossed his arms over his chest, haughtily questioning Kwang Bong. Hey, senior brother Truong asked if we had any suggestions. But you only know how to copy what senior brother Lu said. You have no opinion of your own at all. Treated this brainless guy like air. Leaving a final order. Then we depart tomorrow. Junior brother Kim Thursday. Please take junior brother Phuong to Phuc Lion to investigate. I will lead junior brother Kwang to Chan Duong Xe. Kwang Bong seized the opportunity to quickly bow. Order received, senior brother Truong. The horse's hooves galloped, kicking up clouds of dust, panicking the flock of crows pecking at a corpse by the roadside, making them fly up, cawing dismally. An old woman wearing patched Han clothing, carrying a bamboo basket, bowed her head and stepped aside to yield the road. Kwang Bong and Truong Lam Shuyan, one in front and one behind, began to rein in, slowing down, to let the horses walk leisurely on the trail. Kwang Bong looked around observing, commenting. The people of Chan Duong Xa mainly live by hunting, usually only on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month. Do they return to town to gather and trade? Currently, it is not a market day, so the streets are very deserted, with few people passing by. Truong Lam Shuyan nodded, showing he understood, so that's how it is. He sat straight on the saddle. It can be seen that junior brother Kwang has put effort into researching very thoroughly before starting the mission. Kwang Bong felt a bit overwhelmed by the favor, but silently determined in his heart. Senior brother Truong is an elite 5th-year student. His reputation resounds on the institute's rankings. Even if this time the dean intentionally arranged for him to mentor me, I absolutely cannot be negligent or reliant. Outwardly, he still kept a humble appearance, politely replying, "It is just my duty. Senior brother Truong praises me too much." Both quickly dismounted in front of a simple, but somewhat gloomy house. A constable was already waiting, hurriedly running over to take the reins, leading the horses away to be cared for. The constable widened his eyes, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. "This lowly one is Duong Don, the constable of this town. The two young heroes have extraordinary bearing. Surely you will become great officials in the future. Please, you must seek justice for the people here." He spoke, while sneaking glances at Kwang Bong, who was returning the greeting, and Lam Shuyan, who had already walked coldly straight ahead. Duong Don hurriedly ran after them, continuing to vent his frustrations. The couple Duong Daingu were both gentle, honest people. Those bastard evil cultivators are truly too hateful, deserving to die 10,000 times. In front of the three was an old wooden door, locked tight. On the lock, pasted loosely, was a faded yellow talisman. Lam Shuyan didn't want to waste time listening to the rambling complaints, coldly ordering, "Open it." Duong Don trembled, obeying immediately. Yes. The door was pushed hard, swinging open to both sides. A strong stench of rot rushed straight out, causing Lam Shuyan reflexively to raise his handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, his brows furrowed in disgust. Inside, death energy hovered thickly like fog. On the ground, Kwang Bong walked in front, hand gripping the hilt of the sword on his back, full of vigilance. The cowardly Duong Don only dared to peek from outside the door, calling in encouragement. "Two young heroes, be careful, the evil energy in there is very heavy." Stepping into the main hall, a dry white skeleton still wearing clothes slumped over the dining table. In front of it was a half-eaten meal with full bowls and chopsticks. The chair behind was knocked over. Kwang Bong observed the bowl of food closely. Suspicion rose in his heart. The food hasn't spoiled, yet the body has turned to white bone. Could it be the stealing the day, changing the sun, evil art? Or corpse refining by the evil cultivator? Maintaining a defensive posture, he asked for Lam Shuyan's opinion without turning back. "Senior brother Truong, do you want to check inside?" Lam Shuyan, covering his nose with the handkerchief, decisively refused and assigned. "No need. We'll split up to inspect. If there's any problem, notify immediately." Saying so, Lam Shuyan ignored the corpse in the main hall, turning into the room on the right. Kwang Bong pushed aside the tattered curtain, stepping into the room opposite. This seemed to be the family's bedroom. The bedding on top of the cabinet was still stacked neatly, but the rest of the room was devastated, as if it had just gone through a hurricane. The corner of the wardrobe was smashed with a large hole. A rocking horse lay blocking the aisle, tables and chairs askew. Papers scattered everywhere. On the tattered mat, two children's toys, a drum and a spinning top, still quite new, lay neglected. Sitting with its back against the wall, opposite those toys, was a tiny skeleton. The father was working in the yard, the mother preparing the meal, the daughter playing in the room. All were slaughtered in a flash. He bent down, picking up a scribbled piece of paper on the floor. The drawing depicted a scene of a family of 3 and a small dog playing happily under the sun. Kwang Bong's hand clenched the paper tight, resentment welling up in his heart. It was a simple, happy family, yet they were cruelly killed by an evil cultivator like this. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room sank, cold as an ice cellar. From the eye sockets and mouth of that tiny skull, strands of eerie green smoke spewed out. Just as Kwang Bong was still immersed in his anger, cursing inwardly, "Damn evil heretics! Heaven and earth will destroy you," the dry skeleton suddenly flared up with a A ghastly green light, lunging straight from the bed towards him. It reached out its bony arms. Mouth hissing, "Big brother." But the sole of Kwangbong's foot rapped in force. The kick, with absolutely precise contact angle, caused every tooth, nasal bone, crack. The powerful inertia knocked the monster backwards, sticking it flat against the opposite wall. Items in the room were swept aside by the wind force. To both sides, the skull fell to the ground, rolling a few times before stopping, but it still stubbornly emitted a creepy laugh and began to preach. Morals, cuckoo, keke, little Taoist. Just now you were feeling pity for this little girl's death. Yet as soon as you turned your face, you personally destroyed her last remains. Truly hypocritical. Replying coldly, the one who killed her was you. The one who turned her body into a monster was also you. Don't hope to use cunning words to shake my Tao heart. In his head, he quickly analyzed the situation. This room has certainly been soundproofed by his magic. Otherwise, with the loud commotion just now, the skull continued to provoke. But no matter, right now, nothing enters or leaves. You just slowly wait for death. Kek must still be hiding right inside this room. Deciding to strike first to gain the upper hand, Kwangbong spun his sword hilt. The Tao essence in his body exploded. You said no one gets out? Then that's for the best. He shouted loudly, the sword in his hand swinging up, penetrating through every crack of the house, illuminating from the window up to the roof. Purple chi comes from the East sword art, unique killing form, distant scheme. Kwangbong's sword slash struck the wall hard, leaving a deep gouge, proving his judgment was completely accurate. Green blood stained the sword blade. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings. My sword can still injure him. Kwangbong was completely unaware that a pair of cold eyes had been constantly following. It turned out the opponent was casting a high-level Taoist art, yin-yang separation, aiming to seal the space, completely isolating Kwangbong, although temporarily gaining the upper hand. Facing Kwangbong's desperate struggle, the bone-clad man was also momentarily stunned. He did not expect someone who hadn't built a cultivation foundation, using only a mortal sword, could shake the confinement art of the white bone Tao. This little Taoist swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. His strength cannot be underestimated. Seeing the enemy determined to hide his face, Kwangbong thought to himself, you want to hide, right? Then taste this move too. The next sword strike Kwangbong unleashed, thought to be just for probing, unexpectedly struck powerfully, blowing away the covering curtain, helping him completely escape the confinement space. Kwangbong gritted his teeth in regret. Seeing his junior brother looking frustrated, Lam Shuyan confusedly asked about the situation. In the urgent situation, Kwangbong only summarized briefly. Just now, an evil cultivator used Taoist arts to trap me inside. Senior brother Truong, did you see his figure outside? Before Lam Shuyan could answer, Kwangbong was astonished to discover an anomaly. The skull on the bed and the head near the windowsill suddenly turned into gloomy gray smoke and vanished into the void. Looking at his junior brother's expression, Lam Shuyan seemed to guess part of it. The two walking corpses outside just now were all incinerated by me. Did you fight that evil cultivator? And still let him escape? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately reached out to catch a drop of green liquid, saying seriously, the Vice Dean is proficient in the art of 6 divinations. Just give this drop of blood to him. After clearing the scene, Lam Shuyan urged, there are no more problems. Let's go back. This trip. His eyes half smiling as he glanced at Kwangbong. But did I see wrongly, junior brother Kwang? Just now, you seemed extremely angry. Faced with that probing, I have a younger half-sister. Our sibling bond is very good. But after my stepmother died of a sudden illness, we haven't met for many years. Just now, seeing the little girl in this family harmed by the evil cultivator, I immediately thought, what if my sister also met such a plight? Momentarily, I couldn't control my anger. When both returned to the official road, Kwangbong dropped a heavy purse into the local official's hand, clasping his hands to instruct. Troubling Constable Duong, please bury this family carefully. Consider it to put our minds at ease. The constable hurriedly bowed in thanks. Yes, on behalf of the deceased daughter. Everything was temporarily settled. The two spurred their horses without stopping. During the moments galloping on the narrow road, Kwangbong suddenly exclaimed, even a remote place like Chan Duong Exe is protected by the official road. It is hard to imagine how much financial and material resources the imperial court Must invest in this every year. But, regarding this issue, Lam Shuyan's vision was clearly broader. He explained. Do you know? Despite such large investment, actually it can only drive away wild beasts and low-level demon beasts, ensuring basic circulation only. If powerful demon beasts appear, let alone ominous beasts. So he asked, wild beasts need no mention. Because their Dao veins can be used to refine pulse opening pills. So even though demon beasts are dangerous, to some extent, they are still considered resources. What about ominous beasts? Lam Shuyan patiently explained. Here they are divided into 3 types: wild beasts, demon beasts, and ominous beasts. Junior brother Kwang is truly eager to learn. I will explain more clearly. Ominous beasts are wild beasts tainted by evil energy, or demon beasts that have lost their spiritual intellect. Bones and flesh are all useless. Also, because of losing spiritual intellect, their Dao veins are damaged, unable to be used for refining pills. Troublesome. Is that ominous beasts are not only worthless but also extremely aggressive and strong. Destroying them is a waste of effort and money, without gaining any profit. Therefore, wherever ominous beasts appear, that place is called encountering a beast disaster. Hearing this, Kwang Bong finally understood. So that's how it is. I understand. Just after answering his junior brother's questions, Lam Shuyan suddenly leaned over, his voice becoming sharp and full of hidden meaning. Then attacked you again at Chan Duong Xe. Kwang Bong stiffened, taking a long moment to find his voice. Yes? Lam Shuyan decisively channeled his energy, his cold eyes waiting for an answer. They all seem to be targeting you, junior brother Kwang. Could it be that you hold some secret that cannot be revealed, attracting them? The originally withered leaves, under Lam Shuyan's control, now suddenly became shockingly sharp, thinking inwardly. Isn't it just Ta? That very moment of dazing came from behind, but it turned out senior brother Truong was not targeting Kwang Bong, a pitch-black arrow flying swiftly toward him. The hidden arrow was knocked away. Immediately, Truong Lam Shuyan used the horse's back as leverage, springing high into the air. An aggressive voice echoed through the space. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Everything happened too fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, Kwang Bong hadn't even gathered his wits when senior brother Truong loudly warned. This guy is dangerous, split up and retreat. Kwang Bong's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He turned around without hesitation. In the moment of abandoning the horse to save his life, he briefly speculated. This voice is the evil cultivator in the room just now. Contrary to his senior brother's intention to retreat, Kwang Bong chose to chase and kill to the end. He shouted loudly, "Damn evil cultivator! Are you afraid of me? Don't run if you have the guts." At the same time, he unleashed the purple chi comes from the East Sword Art, killing form first. The secret lies in speed, blocking all of the opponent's retreat paths. Unexpectedly, the bone-clad man was not afraid at all, even laughing mockingly. Kukuku, using agitation tactics. Don't think too highly of yourself. The one people fear is Truong Lam Shuyan standing next to you. That mockery couldn't make Kwang Bong falter. Killing form second, the secret lies in precision, absolutely accurate, was immediately unleashed accompanied by a furious scream. Go die. Each of Kwang Bong's sword moves was concise, sharp to the point of being frightening. Unfortunately, the bone-clad man remained nonchalant. Ignoring the wounds on his body, he sneered. Your swordsmanship has some skill. But unfortunately, you are just someone who hasn't achieved the mystical Dao. Don't even know how to use Taoist arts. Just a greenhorn brat. Seemingly having played enough, the bone-clad man strained to break the bandages wrapping his body, his voice full of boasting. What it is like. Sure enough, the bone-clad man was not just a name without substance. In just a split second, his left arm swelled and mutated, turning into a giant lump of flesh, fiercely punching and shattering the great tree blocking the way, rushing straight towards Kwang Bong. Kwang Bong immediately erected his sword to block his chest, to protect vital acupoints. Even so, he felt extremely difficult facing this terrible pressure. That arm was not only abnormally huge, changing the nature of matter. That is the power of Taoist arts. Being knocked far away by the terrible attack force, Kwang Bong was even more certain. He still has other Taoist arts not yet displayed. All my trump cards. Sword art and 20 Dao essence pills accumulated from the Guan. Haha, little Taoist. It's too late to regret now. A series of Dao essence in his Dao veins began to explode. Following the mobilization of his will, poured all his power into a decisive counterattack. In this situation, I cannot stall. Nor can I retreat. The only way is to unleash all moves. So he can't react in time. Purple chi comes from the east. The sharp sword tip pierced the steel-hard flesh, stabbing through the hideous, blistered arm. The sudden variable. This kid was still hiding his skills. Bone-clad man hurriedly ran for his life. When rushing to a temporarily safe area, he took a deep breath to calm down. Then compressed all the gloomy toxic gas into his body, calculating. Cannot confront directly. Avoiding an elephant is nothing to be ashamed of. Having calculated, he exhaled sharply. Immediately, a stream of gloomy green smoke spread everywhere. The toxic gas wove through every path, every gap of the forest trees. Because it was heavier than air, it crept along the ground, corroding the life of all plants, flowers. The bone-clad man hiding in the poisonous mist thought smugly, humph. Now I am hiding in the toxic gas, I can attack while advancing. Defend while retreating. Little Taoist, you just slowly wait to die a lingering death for me. However, would things go as he wanted? He suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the seemingly absurd scene happening before his eyes. His mouth stammered. Sword? Sword energy body protection? Kwang Bong stood proudly between heaven and earth. Killing form forth, the secret lies in stagnation. 15 years of sharpening the sword, the cold blade never tested. How much hatred compressed, for so long is poured out by him at this moment. Each word uttered contained killing intent. Towering to the sky, today I will let you taste it. 11 Tao Essence pills. Accumulated with difficulty. Now shattered simultaneously. The earth-shaking energy source helped Kwang Bong perform the ultimate technique. Of the purple chi comes from the East sword art. Killing form fifth, the secret lies in preceding intent. Terrifying images and a bleak future were rushing in. The bone-clad man thought forever but couldn't understand. Is this really something a Taoist who only has the field of blessings foundation can do? Why? Without waiting for him to calculate anything more, the giant sword condensed from will and boundless spiritual power had descended, following Kwang Bong's exquisite sword path. The bone-clad man's body was sliced apart. Whoever has an injustice. At the same time, the mortal sword in Kwang Bong's hand, after shouldering the overloaded energy source, suddenly shattered into small fragments falling to the ground. Kwang Bong, exhausted, knelt on the ground. He made use of every bit of scarce time to regulate his breathing, constantly calculating in his head. With my current cultivation, this body truly cannot endure it. Suddenly, a familiar pair of shoes appeared in his field of vision. Senior brother Truong. Truong Lam Shuyan had a calm demeanor. He spoke slowly. Just as I predicted, you slashed and wounded that evil cultivator, causing him to spill fresh blood. They are afraid of exposing their tracks, so they are forced to return to destroy evidence. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to flee from Trang State. He smiled in praise, his eyes showing surprise. I didn't expect that although Junior Brother's cultivation foundation isn't high, you have enough ability to single-handedly slay an evil cultivator with cultivation. At level 8. Originally, I intended to capture one alive to bring back for interrogation, to exploit more information. But oh well, he's dead, so we have to accept it. Carefully wiping each finger, Kwang Bong at this time had struggled to stand up. With the help of the purple energy, he ashamedly said. So they panicked and fled. It was just that during the life and death struggle, Kwang Bong was forced to use full strength, unable to keep him alive, disrupting Senior Brother's plan. It's okay. I am the one who feels ashamed for letting Junior Brother face danger alone, and even having to rely on your swordsmanship talent to solve the trouble. I absolutely do not blame you at all. Suddenly, Kwang Bong had an idea. Senior Brother, if fresh blood is useful for tracing, then can we find any more clues from the corpse, or the soul of this evil cultivator? Lam Shuyan shook his head and sighed. It's useless. I already tried using the soul-searching art on those two heads. He carefully supported Kwang Bong, explaining in detail as they walked. Their minds are all engraved with restrictive curse arts. Once captured or killed, the curse art will automatically activate to disperse the soul, wiping out all memories. So bringing the corpse back is just a waste of effort. Kwang Bong suddenly realized, so that's it. Truly cruel methods. Seeing his junior brother still pondering, Lam Shuyan kindly reminded, we can calculate that later. Currently, the most important thing is to ensure Junior Brother Kwang is okay. First, let's go to a nearby medical clinic to bandage the wounds. Kwang Bong hurriedly shook his head to refuse. I'm fine, it's just a small wound. We cannot delay the mission. It is better to quickly return to the Tao Institute and report to Master Dong. Before leaving, Lam Shuyan looked back at the gradually dissipating mist. and said, "Alright. But the protective array on this road has been corroded by evil energy. Before returning, I need to report to the local government, so they can send someone to repair it in time." Contrasting with the desolate, spine-chilling coldness of the suburbs, inside Fonglam City, the deeper the night, the brighter the lights. Bustling with noise at a most luxurious brothel. The sound of singing and music. In a premium room, a fat face, fiery red, was looking up at the ceiling, looking ecstatic as if lost in a fairyland. That was Dong Ruu, vice head of the Department of Penalty. His mouth rambling continuously. "Junok, I will grant whatever you want." A person wearing dark night clothes was kneeling, trying to report the news, without affecting the interest. Reporting to the Saintess, the situation at Chonduong Xe has been exposed. Do we need to send more people to ambush? It turned out the beauty named Junok, whose name Dong Ruu was calling in his stupor, was actually present in the room. She was lazily bathing in the moonlight by the window, her bewitching beauty exuding boredom. She yawned slightly, her voice lazy. "No need." However, her sharp eyes. "But I am very interested in this little Taoist, Kwang Vong. Who taught him?" The subordinate bowed his head to admit guilt, his voice trembling. "This subordinate is incompetent. Of his sword art. I only know that. It is a type of sword art that has never appeared in Fonglam City before." "Fine, you may withdraw." The subordinate did not hesitate, forming hand seals and muttering a spell. Under the forgotten river, origin of the yellow springs, respectful god returned to position, illuminating the human world. Vanishing into the void, he was like a drop of water seeping into the wooden floor. When the henchman was gone, she continued to lean against the railing, muttering to herself, "Swordsmanship never seen in Fonglam City? If he isn't a descendant of some mysterious, noble family, then it can only be related to that person." The scene shifted to the Tao Institute. In a quiet room, there was only the sound of trickling water, and the image of a goldfish wagging its tail in the tank. A man collapsed on the floor, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth. That was the result of a soul pursuit technique carrying immense energy that just struck directly into his head. "Did you discover any more important intelligence?" "This is the guy senior brother Lu and I spent so much effort." Dong A withdrew his spiritual sense, his eyes deep as an abyss, his voice without a ripple. This person's soul had a restriction spell engraved in the brain. It shattered. His memories are now empty. Phuong Hak Lin was disappointed hearing that, but immediately came up with a speculation. Guarded so thoroughly like this, according to this disciple. Behind this guy, this matter is absolutely not simple. He intended to ramble on about the massive conspiracies he imagined himself. But Dong A lowered his voice to interrupt. "Stop talking nonsense." He turned to look at the person who just entered the door. "How is your side, Lam Shuyan?" "Lam Shuyan. Reporting to Master, when we went to Chonduong Xe, we also encountered 3 evil cultivators. Their brains were all placed under an identical type of restriction. Whenever captured, they self-destruct. So we couldn't capture anyone alive. Disciple killed 2. And junior brother Kwang single-handedly slew 1. Hearing that, Phuong Hak Lin was stunned. But Dong had just stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes revealing satisfaction. "Kwang Vong, well done." Noticing the glaring look from Hak Lin, "Actually, it was because of senior brother Truong's prestige that terrified them. So I was lucky to gain the victory." Dong A was quite pleased with this tactful answer. He sternly announced, "Humph, consider that you know your place. This mission ends here. Each person is rewarded with 5 merit points. Dismissed." The 3 disciples answered in unison, "Yes." Only Hak Lin stood bewildered, looking around in confusion. Looking Thursday suddenly turned to ask Kwang Vong, "I plan to visit the merit hall to broaden my horizons." Meanwhile, Hak Lin's grumbling mutters still echoed behind them. Why does each person get only a paltry 5 points? The answer for him was the harsh truth. Getting 5 points is already a blessing. Finally, just stepping over the threshold, he paused. But that wasn't important. Kwang Vong slowly raised his head. A magical scene appeared before his eyes, making him marvel. Sure enough, this place changes according to the viewer's thoughts. To build this merit hall, Trang State must have spent a massive amount of resources. He scanned the ranking list. Turns out senior brother Lu ranks 17th, very good. When a series of names appeared clearly, Kwang Vong couldn't suppress a gasp. Wow, senior brother Truong ranks 3rd with 700 points. I have to grind. Missions for how many years to accumulate that much? Following the extending scroll of light, He traced each name one by one. Rank second is Noi Neem. This person doesn't seem to belong to this Tao Institute. Yet his merit. Just fleetingly, this person is also surnamed Noi. Could it be related to City Lord Fong Lam? Noi Kutat. Then who is the person topping the prestigious golden board? That name finally appeared, dazzling with a score of 1300. Crazy, this score is nearly double the second place. This name was both strange to Kwang Vong, yet familiar. Huk Due Na, the eldest senior brother recognized by the entire Tao Institute, only accepting missions from rank 7 and above. Kwang Vong's expression became serious. Rumor has it his strength is even comparable to the Tao Institute. Deans of other cities. Observing like that is enough. Help me find a standard Dharma sword, with the lowest merit point value. That can be exchanged. Consciousness from the merit hall responded immediately. A sword appeared hovering in the air. Standard Dharma sword. Crafted by the number 1 blacksmith of Trang State. From refined steel. The blade is engraved with Tao grooves, capable of storing and instantly activating one type of Taoist art. One price, exchange for 300 merit points. Reached out to lightly touch the phantom image of the sword. Can trigger instant Taoist arts. If combined with my sword Tao, transformative moves? But 300 merit points, I should still consider carefully. Before he could calculate further, a large face suddenly appeared backlit. Right in front of him. New junior brother just joined? Startled and terrified, Kwang Vong almost dropped the sword. Phantom in his hand out of shock, ah. Fortunately, the etiquette engraved in his bones helped him quickly regain his composure. Bowing in greeting, contrary to the somewhat scary appearance at first. Seeing the junior was obedient, Vong Truong Tuong laughed heartily, clasping his hands in return. Yes, see you again, brother. Vong Truong Tuong. A member of the Vong family, one of the 3 great noble families of Fong Lam City. On the merit board, he ranks 7th. Just then, his sworn brother ran over hurriedly, relieving the tense atmosphere. Third brother, Kwang Vong took the letter, immediately tearing the seal. Vong, my son. Are you living well at the Tao Institute? Are you taking proper care of yourself? For not being able to contact you for the past few months. Mom's life in Vongjiang City here suddenly encountered some incidents. I have to run back and forth to handle everything. The medicinal material. Business of your father was initially very favorable. But unfortunately, it was eyed by the Lam family forces, causing difficulties. But rest assured, Mom won't let them have their way. It's just that currently, things aren't settled. Mom is afraid it will implicate An. The girl is timid by nature. Mom fears she will suffer. Therefore, Vong, my son, Mom asks you to take care of An for a while, okay? Wait for Mom to arrange everything smoothly. I will pick her up. Your mother. Tong Vi Nuong. Reading the letter, Kwang Vong muttered dazedly, An. In a flash, the small girl. Her clear, soft voice speaking up. Brother. The sudden appearance of the little sister caused a stir among the group of brothers. Newton and Langha took turns approaching. Little sister. You are so cute. If you need any help, just say it. But Kwang Vong, he only focused on his little sister, asking solicitously. An. Do you agree to live with brother for a while? Tiny An seemed to have just gone through a big shock. She bowed her head, her voice trembling and whispering. No, it's not like that. Your mom is just busy today. Finished speaking. Kwang Vong also tried to wink to signal for help. From the brothers frantically. Fortunately, his fellow disciples caught the signal very quickly. A pair of large, sinewy hands instantly lifted the little girl high. They were determined to take good care of this child, so she would forget her sadness. One by one, they cheered excitedly, everyone. Let's take An for a walk around Fong Lam City. Right. The market in Fong Lam City has lots of fun things. Buy. Whatever we buy today, young Master True will pay. De Ho, who was carrying An on his shoulders. Moreover, with Du De Ho acting as a human palanquin here, absolutely won't let An. True to the promise, throughout the journey after that. Whoever ate just ate. Whoever played just played. Newton stayed behind, to pay for everything. But eating and playing wasn't enough, they also covered the rear. Escorting the little girl to experience plenty of mischievous games, including teasing roadside dogs. Until dusk fell. Lang Ha, who always followed happily and calmly, only now grinned broadly. However, the bird-shaped kite lost its lift, wobbled, then fell abruptly to the ground, simultaneously comforting the little girl. It's okay, let's fly it again. Unexpectedly, An spoke in a tiny voice, no need. Brother, I want to go home. Did you have fun playing today? If later on, everyday brother plays with you like this, would you want to stay and live with me? The little girl quickly answered in a cute milky voice. Fun. And uncertainly agrees. However, all the grievance suppressed for so long. It's just. Each is just asterisco sobre asterisco. Newton and Langha watched in surprise. Daho, the one initially most excited to coax her, now also had to sigh contemplatively, no other way. The moment the little girl released her emotions was like opening a water valve. Sadness poured out uncontrollably. Brother, and wants to go home, and wants to find mom. Boo-hoo. Brother, is it that mom doesn't need an anymore? The heart-wrenching crying rang out. Kwang Bong didn't know what to do but grit his teeth, trying to stay calm. No, mom will come to pick you up soon. He confusedly took an down from Daho's shoulder, hugging the little girl to soothe her. And don't be afraid. Before mom comes to pick you up, brother will always be by your side to protect you. The sobbing still came in gusts. The evening wind gently caressed the soft grass field, carrying a vague sadness. Langha was the first to rush over. He wrapped his arms tightly around the two siblings, whispering gently, there is also brother Langha who will protect you too. Newton refused to be outdone, happily flying over to stir up the atmosphere. Hey, don't forget there is also this brother true Newton. However, the most surprising was Daho. The guy possessing a muscular body like a guardian deity, cried out the most violently. Boo-hoo, making me remember my deceased parents too. He became a solid encirclement wrapping around everyone, sobbing, I want a hug too. Boo-hoo. The crimson sunset, originally heavy and gloomy, suddenly became strangely peaceful. A flock of white storks spread. Suddenly, little Anan burst out with strength, pushing the big brothers away. She wiped her face, laughing while crying to tease, passing the emotional moment. Kwang Vong returned to reality with melancholy, confiding, in the future, it's not convenient for Anan to stay in the Tao Institute dormitory. I want to find a rented room outside to live. But recently my weapon broke, expenses are a bit high. Langha shyly suggested, big brother has some savings. Third brother, take it and use it temporarily. Yes. Regarding accommodation, I will ask Uncle Dang to arrange it properly for third brother. Small matter. Yes. Little brat. Do you think having money means you can do whatever you want? That's right, having money means doing whatever I want. Let go of me immediately. Everyone, pay attention. Everyone must set a good example. A large map of the empire gradually. One who does not plan for the long term is not capable of planning for the short term. One who does not plan for the whole picture, the path of cultivation, is like looking up at the starry sky. If you only limit your vision to what is under your feet, then you are no different from a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. The instructions of Tong Kifuang poured out incessantly, but must also know how to grasp the general situation of the world. You must know that currently, the world is divided by 6 hegemon nations. Kan, Te, So. Kan nation is the hegemon of the central region, located in the center of the continent, guarding the 10,000 monster gate. So nation occupies the south region, thanks to its special geographical location in the extreme south, occupying the rich southwest. As for Muk nation and Kin nation, they share power in the north region. These two countries form an alliance, establishing the first line of defense to stop the invasion of the demon race. Tong Kifuang's eyes swept over the disciples, paying attention below, his voice lowering. Our Trang state is just a small country, sandwiched between the borders of 3 countries at Makung City, and indirectly bordering the 2 countries of Van and Lak. Surviving in the cracks between great powers, small countries like us must both cooperate and compete fiercely with each other. Therefore, the art of balancing power becomes particularly important. Mastering this art not only helps oneself remain undefeated, lure the tiger from the mountain, and use the small to win against the big. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, Lu, Kim Thursday and Daho were whispering. Daho asked, third brother, have you two gotten used to living outside? If you need someone to take care of Anan, just say the word. That's right. There are so many matters in the Tao Institute lately. Can you rest assured leaving Anan home alone waiting? Newton and Kwang Vong were also drawn into the conversation. Kwang Vong smiled reassuringly. Eldest brother and second brother, rest assured. Newton has asked Uncle Dang to arrange for An. I just need to control my cultivation time reasonably, to be able to pick Anan up from school on time. Newton sitting next to him immediately chimed in bragging. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Hee hee. Suddenly, urgent drumbeats rang out loudly from outside, attracting the attention of all inner court disciples. What happened? What's going on? A clear voice projected in. Emergency assembly. All inner court disciples immediately gather at the lecture hall. Noinim calmly walked into the classroom, his demeanor full of authority. He looked towards the podium and said, Dean Tong, sorry for the trouble. The situation is urgent. I need to borrow your class for a moment. Even Tong Kifuang had to bow in respect. Noinim's arrogant appearance. Whispering among themselves. Who is this person? Shu, keep your voice down. This person is Noinim. Ranked third on the merit board. A general with real power in the city defense army. In the cultivation world. Yet his cultivation still stagnates at the 7th rank realm. Smugly ordering the person next to him. Tru Lang, you announce it. Stepping forward to announce clearly. Counting from last week until now, Fulam town has gone exactly 5 days. Thousands of people in the town were suddenly completely. Currently, our army acts on the city lord's orders. To summon at least 30 inner court disciples. To immediately depart for Fulam town to investigate this matter. The inner court disciples clamored in protest, unwilling. Why come to the Dao Institute to recruit people? That's right, not to mention. Aren't you people from the city defense army? Still here? Faced with the somewhat chaotic situation, Tru Lang still patiently explained. Because the heart-eating demon bear appeared in Ba Sun City. Has been deployed there. As for the city defense army, cutting off all questions. In short, for this mission, the merit reward will be tripled. And I will personally lead the team. The crowd of disciples buzzed even more. Many conflicting opinions arising. Forced conscription like this. Is it because Master Dong is not present in Fonglam City? But merit points tripled, it's a rare opportunity. And led by Noinim personally. It's worth considering. Noinim stood right at the vice dean's position, loudly declaring the final word. In principle, it is based on the spirit of volunteering. But if the number of inner court disciples registered is less than 30, I will use the city lord's order to conduct forced conscription. Quang Bong's group also began to discuss. Quang Bong turned to ask the eldest brother, what do you think? Newton yawned, saying boredly, forget it, don't get involved. I intend to go back and catch up on sleep. Contrary to Newton's lethargy. For me, this is a rare opportunity to accumulate merit. Of course, I must go. Deho also nodded in agreement, me too. I have to earn more merit. The crowd was still hesitating. Suddenly there was someone volunteering to lead. Deho patted his chest, his voice booming. Over here. The 4 of US brothers register, only able to stare in astonishment. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you arbitrarily decide for my part too? Seeing pioneers, Noinim cast a scrutinizing gaze towards their group of 4. He raised his eyebrows, his tone somewhat skeptical. Oh, only the 4 of you? And all are first-year students. Strength is likely still too green. However, speed is crucial in war. There isn't much time to pick and choose. Noinim waved his hand to order the recording officer. Just record their names first. The list needs 30 people. Currently, 26 more are needed. Anyone else volunteering? He spoke clearly. Cultivators at the Dao Institute are wholeheartedly nurtured by the nation. Enjoying the king's salary, naturally must dedicate ourselves to the country and the people. He respectfully bowed to Noinim, his voice resonant. Third-year student of the inner court. Lukim Thursday requests to register. Immediately after, another hand also raised high. Well said. Then I can't stay out of it either. Third-year student of the Dao Institute, Vong Truong Tuong. Noinim's expression remained stern and cold. Good. Still need 24 more people. Although outwardly calm, in reality, inside, he secretly nodded in satisfaction. Lukim Thursday, Vong Truong Tuong. With 2 such outstanding talents of the inner court joining this trip, the junior students below seemed to be emboldened. Scrambling to sign up. Then I sign up too. I'd be stupid to miss it. I sign up. The blazing sunlight. The atmosphere became heated with enthusiasm. With loud shouts. The 2 of us sign up too. 13 spots left. Sign up. 5 spots left. And us too, we sign up too. In just a moment, the shouts ringing out were enough for 30 people to depart. Noinim only then stepped out from the tent, nodding in satisfaction. Refreshingly, Dao Institute students. You can be considered not to have wasted your studies. Not losing your manly spirit. Just because of reading sage books. He jumped onto the back of his warhorse, leading the group galloping out of the city gate. Outside Tulam town. What is the current situation? Noinim reined in his horse and asked. 2 scout soldiers were kneeling on the ground. One soldier trembled as he reporting. General Noi, currently abnormally thick fog has covered the entire Tulam town. But none were seen coming out. The matter is extremely weird. Therefore we dare not approach that area anymore. Far away, a pitch-black tornado swirled, along with storms swallowing the sky, creating a horrifying scene. Noinim glanced at that scene, with eyes sharp as knives. Dare not approach? So that's why you had free time. To wantonly violate military regulations, stealing rare moon cypress trees at the forest edge. Is it? The soldier's face paled when his dark secret was exposed by Noinim. He kowtowed repeatedly, his voice breaking with fear. General, spare my life. This is because we lowly ones wanted to sell it for some money, to send back to the families of the brothers who sacrificed while on duty. I know my fault, please punish me, General. Noinim coldly turned his horse, uttering a ruthless verdict. Confiscate all the moon cypress wood evidence, bring back to the guard barracks to put into public funds. Besides, all participants will have half a year's salary deducted. The ringleader responsible is dismissed immediately for investigation, handled according to martial law. The rest of you, follow me to continue advancing. Witnessing Noinim's handling, Huang Bong's group couldn't help but secretly exclaim. Noinim's observation is truly sharp. Nothing escapes his eyes. Without any benevolence. Langha lowered his voice to remind. The army and the Tao Institute are not the same. We are outsiders, so it's not convenient to comment. Dudaho nodded. Clear rewards and punishments can govern the army. Breaking the silence of the gloomy forest. Before long, suddenly, the warhorse under Noinim neighed in panic, rearing its 2 front hooves to the sky, refusing to take another step. The surrounding horses also stopped simultaneously. Huang Bong frowned. The group of people and horses gathered in confusion before the town gate, with profound knowledge, spoke up to explain. This is the survival instinct of animals. In that fog, there is something extremely dangerous, directly threatening their lives. Just as he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly flashed. Noinim had drawn his sword, finishing off his own horse. Noinim sheathed his sword, coldly, looking at the carcass of the animal he just killed with his own hand, uttering cruel words. Scared before even entering battle. What use is there in keeping you? His 2 decisive and brutal actions made everyone shiver. Only Dudaho laughed a long, refreshing laugh, waving his hand in support. Ha ha ha. Well said, well said. He quickly imitated enthusiastically, using his bare hand to punch hard, once on his horse's head. If you're afraid of death, don't join the army. My blood is boiling right now. Here? That guy named Noi, the horses are dead. How do we rush in next? Noinim raised his hand to signal decisively. Dismount. Form the wind formation. Prepare for battle. Take me as the spearhead. The whole army pierced straight through Tulam town. Just stopping before the town gate, a scene like it belonged to the otherworld appeared. Streams of thickening energy hovered, gloomy and cold. Noinim gripped his sword hilt, deploying formation. Everyone drew their swords simultaneously. Trulang immediately raised his hands to form seals, casting a C-rank metal attribute Taoist art, sharpness. Metallic light covered the weapons of the entire team. Huang Bong, looking at the sword glimmering with cold light in front of him, couldn't help but marvel. Impressive. Weapons buffed by this Taoist art. Trulang continued changing hand seals. C-rank fire attribute Taoist art, raging fire. All sword blades burst into flames simultaneously. Finally, Trulang clenched his fist, shouting, C-rank earth attribute Taoist art, solidification. Increasing sturdiness and defense. Yeah. Daho was burning with fighting will, roaring as if wanting to rush straight in. Ah, this suits me very well. Whatever demons or ghosts there are, get the hell out here for me. Langha had to hurriedly speak up to calm him. Second brother, calm down. The group tore through the night, advancing deep into the town. Noinim spoke up to remind. Everyone move in formation. Maintain distance. Any changes must be reported immediately. The fog was as thick as cotton, severely limiting vision. The fog is too thick. Can't see anything beyond 3 steps. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, hey, something's not right. Everyone look over there, there are silhouettes. That shout seemed to break the deadly silence. The disciples started to get agitated. Over here too. Found the people of Tu Lam town. Over here too. Many silhouettes. Found them. Daho looked around full of questions. Huh. So smooth? Noinim furrowed his brows tightly, shouting to stabilize the squad. Don't act rashly. Stand still and await orders. Listen to my command. He let out a long shout, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. Brilliant light tore apart the fog in front. The thin covering layer dissipated, revealing countless cold figures, standing motionless, stretching endlessly in the group's sight. Tru Lang hesitated, his voice trembling. General, all the townspeople. Newton couldn't believe his eyes. It can't be, right? Only Quang Vong asked the core question. Are they dead? In the wavering mist. Were actually just withered corpses. No one in this Tu Lam town had survived. Tru Lang understood immediately and activated a Taoist art, creating a ring of fire surrounding the formation, to block the horde of living corpses. He didn't forget to remind them, but those trapped inside will go mad. Because there is no escape. Please look out for yourselves carefully. Looking Thursday and Quang Vong fearlessly rushed to the front line, sword energy rampaging. Witnessing this vigorous spirit, Noinim nodded in appreciation. It has come to this, Tru Lang. Daho, always full of energy, roared in response. That's right. The Taoist energy on Noinim's blade flared up powerfully. He personally led the charge straight into the enemy encirclement, his solemn face showing no sign of faltering. He analyzed calmly. The fog is too thick, we've completely lost our sense of direction. Searching for a needle in a haystack. Like this isn't a good method. With a wave of his hand, Noinim pushed back the surrounding vengeful spirits. But his brow remained furrowed. Is anyone skilled in wind element Taoist arts? Try to disperse this mist. His nimble hands formed seals with great speed. In the blink of an eye, a surging azure dragon was unleashed, carrying the momentum to move mountains and fill seas. It rushed straight deep into the town, sweeping away the layer of green mist blocking their vision. The azure dragon cyclone was so intense that it seemed like it would never end. Tru Lang observed, silently judging, this wind isn't ordinary wind, but one of the 8 winds, the Min Thursday wind of the east. Min Thursday means all things are clear. He was secretly astonished. Such a high-level powerful Taoist art. Yet Vong Truong Tuong, who hasn't even opened the heaven and earth gate, can control it. Truly formidable. The wind blew past Tru Lang's determination. As General Noi's deputy, I cannot be inferior. I must get stronger quickly. To become a solid support for him. Vong Truong Tuong withdrew the art, panting. Phew. I need to rest a bit next. Sorry everyone. The result obtained was extremely satisfying. The path ahead of Noinim's group was now clear, but at the same time, it exposed a horrifying truth. The spirits in this place were swarming relentlessly. Noinim's voice rang out, low and deep. The number has long exceeded the original population of Tu Lam town. Why are demons from everywhere flocking here? This is truly abnormal. Immediately after, Lakim Thursday spoke up with a proposal. General Noi, I suggest that we take this opportunity to retreat first to preserve our forces. That's right, my lord. The situation in Tu Lam town is now beyond our ability to handle. Lutruong Tuong's expression became unsightly. His eyes were fixed on the desolate scene. Away all the bones in this place. It would be better to hand this over to the city guard army. There was an opinion that they should wait for the main army, and the evil energy would be suppressed. But it was instantly cut off decisively by Noinim. No. It's too late. His tone became increasingly heavy, and more serious than ever. The Tanjong aquatic tribe is making strange movements. If we wait for them to return, everything here will be too late. Hearing this, Quang Vong couldn't help but be suspicious, thinking to himself, the Tanjong aquatic tribe is moving? Didn't they sign a peace treaty? At the same time, Noinim continued his analysis. Chaining the events, the appearance of the white bone Dao demon, the rebellion of the Tanjong aquatic tribe, and now Tu Lam town overrun by 100 ghosts. These events seem unrelated, but deep behind them, there seems to be an invisible hand manipulating everything. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, anger mixed with determination covering his entire body. Noinim roared. I must clarify everything today. Otherwise, if a town is wiped out today, who knows where disaster will strike tomorrow, and how miserable the common people will be. Finally, displaying the true demeanor of a deputy general of the city defense army, he declared fiercely. But those who decide to stay, please charge forward with me. If I don't stop, no one else is allowed to stop. The call to action flared up like fire. The members of the army were all burning with. But all in all, they fought with everything they had. Who wants to retreat? People from our academy aren't the cowardly type. They fought quickly and efficiently, clearing out the demonic obstacles, advancing step by step toward the center of the town, where a shapeless anomaly was hidden. Soon, the entire troop stopped simultaneously. His voice solemn as he pointed forward. The source of the calamity is right here. Kwang Bong looked up, unable to help but exclaim, the barrier is huge. But why do I get the feeling? It's exactly like the Taoist art of that demon. Noinim suddenly swung his sword, delivering a probing slash at the layer of the barrier. However, the moment the blade touched it, the precious saber in his hand, Noinim's face darkened, becoming extremely gloomy. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became stirred. The members started whispering and discussing. If I remember correctly, General Noinim's saber is a peerless treasure worth 5,000 Dao credits. Even he couldn't break it. So how can our ordinary weapons stand a chance? Go ahead and try, it doesn't matter. At this moment, a student standing and relieving himself nearby suddenly spoke up. I'd better do it, General Noi. You can't possibly break the ceiling barrier. Noinim glanced over, raising an eyebrow asking for clarification. Hong A Tram, a third-year student of the academy, turned his head to look at him and calmly explained. The Yin energy here is heavy. Only a virgin boy's urine can exorcise evil and suppress ghosts. My primal vitality has not been lost yet. I assume there is no shortage of women surrounding you. So I guess, these words of his. Can this guy really be shameless to this extent? Ho, however, showed a bit of pride and slapped his thigh. Truly worthy of being my drinking buddy. Newton looked disgusted and elbowed Deho hard. Noinim asked skeptically, is that really possible? 2 more drops, wait for me to shake it off first. But just a moment later, he was slapped in the face by reality. A tram cried out in confusion. It wasn't effective? Hey, is anyone else here a virgin? Come do it together. I think it's not because the quantity is too small. Newton also joined in the mockery. Maybe a virgin's blood is more effective. Why don't you try cutting off a piece to see? Noinim sternly cut off the rowdy group. Enough. Stop messing around. Do any of you have another way to break the formation? Meanwhile, a tram embarrassedly pulled up his pants and went back, muttering with doubt about his life. Impossible. My boy's urine is so pure. Has damaged my yang energy? At this moment, it was Lutruang Tuong's turn to speak, his face full of thought. Just now, when the mist dispersed, I observed that the wandering souls in the town's small forest seemed to be moving according to a certain rule, forming a 9-palace formation. Noinim asked anxiously immediately. How do we break the 9-palace formation? Truong Tuong explained. Clearly, heavenly numbers divide, yang goes out. This is using the Tai method to lay down the 9 palaces. Truong Tuong's expression became serious as he continued his analysis. Breaking the 9-palace formation isn't hard. We just need to eliminate the 8 formation nodes around it. Then the central palace here will automatically collapse. But the trouble is, the person who laid this out didn't just use mist to cover the formation nodes. The formation nodes are guessed to be where the ghost souls devour each other, thereby causing mutations to create resentful ghosts or fierce ghosts. Their strength is hard to predict. Noinim loudly gave the order. There's no time to calculate that much. I will go from the Kim Palace, spread out to break the other palaces, and finally gather back here. Vong Truong Tuong, you stay here to observe the situation. Keep 4 people under your command to support the routes as needed. Tru Lang raised his hand to volunteer. Leave that Kuan Palace to your subordinate. Lukim Thursday also moved very quickly, his voice echoing back, I'm going to the Jin Palace. You guys distribute the remaining spots yourselves. Kwang Bong's group of brothers simultaneously cupped their hands and spoke up. The 4 of us brothers will handle the Sun Palace. Very quickly after that, the disciples split into small groups and scattered in different directions. We're going to the Dui Palace. Leave the Jen Palace to us. We'll take care of the Qian Palace. Let's go. We'll handle the Li Palace. At the Sun Palace area, Deho was moving with difficulty through the dense fog, while grumbling, 1 search, 2 steps, 3 turns of the head. Big brother, are you sure walking like this will get us there? We've run back and forth I don't know how many rounds already. Lang Ha calmly replied, just follow that and do it. 8, 9 rounds and you still think it's few? Right at that moment, the group stopped simultaneously. As they sensed something unusual. Before their eyes, a bizarre reddish light appeared. Kwang Bong squinted to observe, speaking softly, in the dense fog ahead, there's the smell of blood. Newton added a sentence. Now is exactly the 10th round. De-ho, inherently hot-tempered, heard this and became eager. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws reached out from the fog, rushing straight towards them. Kwang Bong reacted extremely fast, swinging his sword to deflect it. But the recoil force, stabilizing his stance. Kwang Bong asked urgently, Newton, the killing art of the purple chi coming from the east sword. How many forms have you mastered? Newton replied briefly, I've basically mastered the first 3 forms. Kwang Bong quickly devised a strategy. Then Newton and I will fight the vanguard in the first round. Big brother. Second brother, trouble you two to clear away the nearby ghost souls. And cover us. The shape of that monster gradually became clear in the mist. Long claws. It was indeed a ferocious, fierce ghost. Kwang Bong rushed up, signaling Newton. Newton, coordinate with me. Newton moved agilely behind him, replying with confidence. Ready. The fierce ghost turned its head sharply, growling. Kwang Bong attacked immediately, opening with a series of magical sword moves. Purple chi coming from the east sword art. But Kwang Bong nimbly dodged aside. At the same time, Newton exploited the opening, gliding quickly behind its back to launch the next attack. Second killing form, the secret lies in accuracy. Newton discovered in horror. That sharp claws suddenly grew out of the fierce ghost's back. Rushing towards him in a flash, he hurriedly retreated to keep a safe distance. The fierce ghost roared. Because his old sword had broken in the previous battle. He worried momentarily, thinking to himself. A sword, just when I need one. Then Kwang Bong appeared in time to break the siege. He shouted the incantation. Purple chi coming from the east sword art. In that moment, hanging by a thread, Kwang Bong delivered a critical blow. Third killing form, the secret lies in pierce. One of the fierce ghost's eyes was pierced by the sharp sword tip. It held miserably, putting its hand up to cover the eye that was just destroyed. Kwang Bong was a bit surprised as he withdrew his sword, exclaiming, its flesh is really tough. He immediately retreated, as the monster charged insanely to retaliate. On the other side, the surrounding ghost souls. Seeing the critical situation, Langha called out loudly, Newton, catch. As soon as he finished speaking, which was also the moment he was ready to counterattack, he and Kwang Bong combined swords, simultaneously slashing down on the fierce ghost. The fierce ghost opened its mouth wide, crying out in pain. He kicked hard against its back for leverage to pull the sword out. But unexpectedly, the monster's muscle fibers contracted, clamping tight around the sword blade. He widened his eyes in surprise. Langha suddenly. Kwang Bong shouted loudly to warn, Newton, be careful. A large hand of the fierce ghost was swinging powerfully towards Newton. With frenzied strength, it hit Newton with one hand. Both of them were knocked flying in 2 different directions. Langha cried out in shock, third brother. Fifth brother. Kwang Bong struggled to sit up, panting in gasps, drawing deadly lines of light in the air. Newton squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death. But after waiting forever, he didn't feel the blow land. He peeked open his eyes. In front of him, at this moment, Ho was using one hand to block the giant hand of the fierce ghost. This old master has been a coward long enough. Langha smiled in relief, second brother. Kwang Bong also sighed in relief, second brother. But the happiest person was still Newton. Old tiger. His entire body. As he activated the wolf smoke blood essence. His heroic aura was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Although this old master hasn't opened his meridians, and knows nothing of high-level sword arts, when it comes to blood essence, I have as much as needed. A thunderous punch from Do-ho struck down, directly knocking the fierce ghost far away, causing several of its fangs to shatter and fall like rain. Kwang Bong stood to one side, taking the chance to breathe deeply and regulate his chi, unable to hold back praise. Well done, second brother. That punch just now completely destroyed its vision. However, Do-ho suddenly froze. From the arm that had just thrown the punch, wisps of white smoke rose billowing up. That was a sign that he was frantically burning his own blood essence. Seeing this scene, True Newton, who was lying on the ground recovering, but hidden in his voice was concern. Hey, that old tiger over there. Brother. Burning blood essence like a torch like that. Aren't you afraid of damaging your cultivation foundation? Hearing that, Do-ho glared without any respect, grabbed Newton, and tossed him aside. Stop meddling. Get out of the way and let this old master show off. You rude guy. At this moment, the fierce ghost that had been knocked away scrambled up. It raised its hand to its misaligned lower jaw. With a movement so gentle it was creepy, it snapped the jaw joint back into place with a crack. Then it roared, punched the ground hard, grabbed a bunch of wandering vengeful souls. The horrifying scene made Newton's eyes go wide. What the hell is this guy doing? Their instinct is to eat their own kind. This action not only helps it heal injuries. The fierce ghost's face began to deform strangely. In a split second, several more bloodshot eyes grew on its forehead and cheeks, rotating constantly to look in all directions. It rushed forward. Kwang Bong gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, the strategy of destroying its vision is useless now. Now the only way is a direct confrontation. Let's fight to the death. Arg. The fierce ghost threw its head back and let out an earth-shaking roar. His flaming fist aimed straight at the monster's head. So noisy it could kill someone, you dirty vengeful soul. This old master will use this fist. To teach you what? Kwang Bong, you find a way to finish it. As soon as he finished speaking, Daho's fist wind collided violently with the fierce ghost. Seizing the opportunity, Kwang Bong rushed forward like an arrow, smoothly combining the first killing form and second killing form. Slash. The sword flashed with sharp purple light as it cut down. However, the fierce ghost's arm was only slightly injured. Its thick skin was as hard as steel. Conversely, the pain only provoked it into further madness. The fierce ghost howled, swinging its arm for a powerful slap that sent Daho rolling. Kwang Bong screamed in horror, second brother. Its sharp claws swung straight down at Kwang Bong's head. In that moment, hanging by a thread, Daho's massive figure appeared once again, using his own body in time to block the attack. He gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted, on the battlefield. Just worry about your own life. Do it again. Kwang Bong nodded firmly. Yes, second brother. Daho braced himself, locking tight onto the fierce ghost's arm, pinning it to the ground and roaring. Now. Kwang Bong concentrated intensely, executing his ultimate skill. Purple chi coming from the East Sword Art. Slashed down, successfully blowing off one of the fierce ghost's arms. The third killing form lies here. Kwang Bong landed safely. Daho smiled with satisfaction. Good job. But before the smile could fade, the fierce ghost's remaining arm swung up, aiming at Daho. In a split second, Kwang Bong glided to his second brother's side, blocking the attack. Fourth killing form, the secret lies in stagnation. While blocking, Kwang Bong silently assessed. This monster is much stronger than the previous sorcerer. My Dao essence is running out. I can only bet everything on one hand. The fierce ghost's remaining arm exploded. Both brothers far away, seeing the armless fierce ghost in extreme fury, Lang Ha hurriedly said to True Newton, Newton, go support them. I can hold out here. The scriptures say, corrupted things that nourishing killing intent all have a death spot. Try attacking the eye on its chest to see. Newton replied briefly, right, and immediately rushed off. Over here, Kwang Bong looked at Daho with worry. Second brother, if you keep burning blood essence, even if this old master only has one drop of essence light left today, I must fight to the death with this fierce ghost. He scanned around looking for the enemy, completely failing to realize the danger behind his back. Only when Daho rushed forward and shoved him away, using his bare hands to grab the jaw full of sharp teeth that was intending to bite him from behind, did Kwang Bong realize in shock. Daho growled with rage. Don't you dare hurt my brother. Then he shouted loudly, Kwang Bong, kill it. Kwang Bong stomped his foot hard. The sword wrapped in purple light traced a perfect trajectory around the fierce ghost. The monster's leg tendon was severed, but Kwang Bong's sword also snapped in two due to bearing too much force. The furious fierce ghost headbutted Kwang Bong far away, simultaneously knocking Daho back. It stood there growling, its bloodshot eyes full of contempt for the ants, his eyes sharp with determination. His sword stabbed through the fierce ghost's foot, pinning it firmly to the ground, making it howl in pain. Immediately after, he followed up with a precise strike to the eye on its chest, forcing it to shut tight in pain. Newton pressed down hard on the sword. When he saw the fierce ghost stump of an arm, about to swing up to attack. Brother, don't interfere. In a split second, a figure rushed forward like a shot arrow, using all his strength to force it backwards. Huh? It growled, not yet understanding what was happening. I am your second brother, so I must manage this to the end. Even though the fierce ghost struggled with all its might, its claws scratching frantically, Daho stubbornly tightened his grip, not letting go. After successfully locking its two arms, and shouted, Kwang Bong. Waiting only for this, Kwang Bong rushed in from afar with incredible speed. Kwang Bong's sword stabbed through the fierce ghost's abdomen, avoiding the heart so as not to trigger the death chi explosion prematurely, but enough to pin it firmly to the ground. With the support of Newton and Daho, the three of them used all their strength to pin down the struggling monster. The fierce ghost screamed deafeningly. The ear-piercing sound seemed to want to tear their eardrums. Kwang Bong struggled to hold on. Why did it become so much more violent? Newton, face pale, hurriedly signaled for help. Big brother, think of something quickly. I can't hold on much longer. The fierce ghost's bloody mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide, waiting to bite anyone who let their guard down, especially Daho who was strangling its neck. Langha stood outside, forehead beaded with sweat. Coin gathering een, heaven hole leaking killing intent, universe inverted. Mysterious envoy, life and death separated by a thread. I know. Langha's eyes lit up. Ignoring the surrounding ghost souls swarming to block the way, he decisively rushed forward. This fierce ghost's death spot isn't the eye on the chest. While moving, Langha reached up and pulled out the hairpin on his head, loudly announcing. Langha stomped hard on the ground. The force cracked the earth, jumping over the encirclement of ghost souls. The three people, Kwang Vong, Daho, and Newton, seeing this, shouted in unison. To suppress the monster's spirit. The fierce ghost sensed danger, struggling even more violently, but it's too late. End this. Langha plunged down from above, stabbing the hairpin on its forehead. A blinding light instantly emitted. The invisible chain binding its soul snapped. Daho panted heavily. It worked. This coordinated and spirited performance fell into the eyes of someone hiding. Bang Tuk observed gloomily, then vanished in an instant, thinking to himself, seems I worried for nothing. When he saw the fierce ghost suddenly go silent, it quieted down. But something seems strange. Kwang Vong immediately realized the anomaly. Do you guys see its body swelling up? Langha shouted. The death spot is broken. The killing chi inside it is out of control. And pouring out. Run quickly. As soon as the words ended, the fierce ghost's body exploded. The shockwave knocked the four brothers in different directions. The space was momentarily covered by thick dust. Daho replied briefly, I'm fine. Kwang Vong also added, Newton and I are still stable. Newton immediately corrected. Who says? I'm injured here. Carry me quickly. They quickly gathered near the crater created by the explosion. Kwang Vong pointed, look. That is the formation eye at the Sun position, the Sun wind bead. The scene of Kwang Vong's group's victory was captured through a special lens. Inside a powder compact in a woman's hand. The powder compact was snapped shut. Those sword moves were decent, but it seems that's all there is. She stretched wearily and walked away. It's almost time. Yin-yang separation. Junok walked to a pitch-black coffin, gently bowing, her voice respectful but eerie, respectfully inviting the third elder. The coffin lid popped open. A pair of withered legs slowly stepped out. The skeletal figure of an old man appeared. That person was the white-boned Dao's third elder, Tong Kai-chin. Every step he took, echoing through the space. Below Vong Shuyan, smoke of the Yellow Springs. The revered god returns, shining upon the human world. Very quickly, Tong Kai-chin reached the edge of the cliff. He spread his arms wide and ordered loudly, offer the sacrifices. Eyes fanatical, simultaneously drew knives and stabbed themselves, then jumped into the bottomless abyss. Junok spoke softly, hard work for you, elder. To be able to return to the arms of the revered god, that is my honor. After speaking, he raised a gold needle high. Without hesitation, he stabbed himself and then, just like the fanatics earlier, he threw himself into the abyss. The space quickly became terrifyingly quiet. Suddenly, from the deep abyss, a gigantic white bone hand powerfully reached up. The sharp claws contracted, catching the third elder's corpse, along with the other sacrifices. A voice rang out. Junok bowed her head slightly. Thank you, revered god. From the moment it started rising, the surrounding space was gradually swallowed by darkness. On the other side, Noinim's group was collecting the formation eye beads. One by one. Noinim asked, which palace position is missing now? Bong Truong Tuong replied quickly. The Sun Palace. Once we have the formation node of the Sun Palace, we can gather the full 8 trigrams array. Tru Lang, covered in injuries. Among them, only one has opened his meridians. I'm afraid the bad outweighs the good. Noinim, eyes sharp, directly waved his hand to order. Then we wait no longer. Tru Lang, follow me to break the Sun Palace and save people. Just as Noinem was about to step forward, Lucen suddenly spoke up to stop him. General Noi, please stop. You have broken 3 palaces in a row, consuming not a little stamina. Please save your strength. Just let me, Lukim Thursday, handle the Sun Palace this time. Hearing that, Noinem didn't hesitate, and nodded in agreement immediately. Alright then, go quickly and return quickly. However, from the dense fog ahead, voices talking suddenly echoed out, the tone loud and full of sarcasm. I just heard news. That someone in the cloud country bought a foundation solidifying pill for a sky-high price. The person who bought this pill has the surname True. Brother, tell me, isn't that a coincidence? Solidifying pill, huh? Both Noinem and senior brother Lu were astonished. Looking towards the source of the voice, the 4 brothers of Quang Bong's group gradually emerged from the mist. With confident smiles. Everyone, we have returned. Quang Bong raised the bead in his hand high. Lu Tuong was overjoyed and quickly spoke. The matter cannot be delayed. Give it to me. Tuong carefully placed them into their correct corresponding positions and began chanting the incantation. The beads suddenly glowed brightly, merging completely into that invisible barrier. Tuong sat cross-legged on the spot, forming seals with both hands and shouting, disperse. Following the shout, the thick layer of mist covering everything for so long gradually faded away. Deho couldn't hide his curiosity, muttering, what secret is hidden in this place after all? Noinem immediately gripped his weapon tight, ordering sternly, listen to my command, prepare for combat. When the mist completely cleared, everyone's pupils contracted. In horror, exuding a thick aura of death. On the pitch-black signboard, Ghost Gate. From that place, a gloomy whirlwind spiraled violently. The surrounding ghost souls suddenly all turned their heads, their eyes empty, all facing towards that gate of hell. Realizing the extremely critical situation, Noinem shouted, fire the red signal immediately. True Lang received the order. His hands trembled but he tried to stay calm, and channeled his essence energy into it. In a split second, the stick burned furiously, shooting straight up into the high sky. One should know that when the yellow signal is lit, it means the sender has fallen into despair. But when the red signal burns, it is synonymous with the danger of the city being destroyed and the land lost. Does the whole country enter the final battle for survival? The red signal tore through the wind as it rose, emitting an eerie red light that pierced the cloud layer. In an instant, the gloomy sky was suddenly dyed the color of blood, shining down on the human world. A horrifying scene. Citizens in neighboring areas looked up, unable to help feeling confused. Why has the sky turned red? In a distant place, a figure saw the signal, frowned, and said, a red signal? Do I need to return? Saying that, this person stomped their foot hard. Another big shot elsewhere also muttered, never mind. There are still those 2 guarding that place anyway. Back on the battlefield, Quang Bong observed the ghost souls passing them, like an endless river, and headed straight in one direction. Out. They really came out. Millions of ghost souls like blue phosphorescent specks. And even from further away, were all being sucked towards the phantom image of the ghost gate. Noinem remarked with a grave expression, the demons are all flocking there. Quang Bong turned to ask senior brother Lu. Suddenly, domineering auras appeared, cutting across the flow of ghost souls. It's the 9 heavens gale. In just an instant, a figure landed powerfully on the ground from above, creating a violent tremor that kicked up blinding dust. Noi. Tuong also exclaimed in admiration. Heaven and earth are gloomy with no path visible. Dark clouds swirled, covering the sun, creating a giant vortex. From within the dusty haze, a curse rang out. Bastard. Deho gritted his teeth, asking warily, who is it? The first was the city lord of Fonglam City, Noi Kutat. He spoke in a deep, angry voice, using the living beings of the entire Tu Lam town as sacrifices, then continuing to take the souls that have not yet transcended of generations of the dead in the Fonglam territory, to sacrifice. With just one move, they condensed the phantom image of the ghost gate. Finally, they even calmly escaped right in front of the city lord. Brilliant move. Truly a brilliant move. The second person was the city guard army. General Kwang Dayotu. He cursed furiously, I'm dying of anger. This old master didn't even get any leftovers. Today, Noi Kutat stepped forward, analyzing thoughtfully. Logically speaking, they should have stayed to confront me, so the phantom ghost gate would have enough time to swallow up the remaining vengeful souls. That way, the phantom image could unleash its greatest power. Yet they retreated so quickly and cleanly. He quickly reported the situation. Reporting to the city lord. After your subordinates broke the seal at the center of Tulam town, the ghost gate immediately appeared before our eyes. So? Shut up! Noi Kutat shouted angrily. Before his son could finish the sentence. Straight to Noinim's face. Noi Kutat glared at his son. Lying on the ground. Useless thing. Then, he turned. And all of you, too. You can't get anything done. Noinim painfully tried to sit up, but was immediately questioned loudly by City Lord Kutat. This city lord, out of respect for Dong-A, gave you the order to recruit people from the academy. Yet you handled the matter until it became this. Daho, seeing Noinim being scolded so severely, rush forward. How can it be like this? We fought with our lives. Seeing him about to lose his temper. Trying to reassure him, second brother, calm down. Noinim stood up, suppressing the pain. Maintained a respectful attitude, and knelt on one knee, his voice full of determination. No. It is due to this subordinate's incompetence. I accept all punishments. Kutat was slightly surprised. Bowed his head and reported, City Lord, it is not convenient for us to be away for too long. He flew into the air, leaving a command echoing down. Noinim is demoted 1 rank. And fined 1 year's salary. The troops under his command. His voice deepening as he accepted the order. Thank you, City Lord. Kutat and Hotu flew far away. While moving, he discussed with his confidant. We cannot wait any longer. Scatter some bait. We must lure the snake out of its hole. Hotu bowed his head and replied, yes, your subordinate obeys. In the Tanjong water region, a scene appeared extremely magical, with massive rocky peaks hidden, and appearing beneath the clear blue water. At the bottom of the river, aquatic soldiers in the distance were training enthusiastically. Little mermaids were happily swimming around. Located on a large underwater rocky outcrop, was the ancient and solemn Tanjong water palace. Fish scales on both cheeks. Was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. He slowly commented, the Vai Tui famous tea that Trang Din brought is indeed excellent. Does the envoy really not want to taste it? And replied in a sarcastic tone, if just this small favor can satisfy you, young lord, then it's hard to blame that person named Trang for riding on the heads of the Tanjong aquatic tribe. For all these years, Tong Ton Tuok's face darkened. He slammed the teacup onto the table, retorting with a steely voice, in front of this young master, you dare play this shallow agitation game? White Bone Envoy, don't you feel you are too childish? Regarding the agreement with you, the Tanjong Water Palace, we feel we have a clear conscience. What is your White Bone Dao still dissatisfied with? Hearing that, the envoy's voice softened slightly. Young lord, we had an agreement before. You just needed to go ashore and harass and attack randomly. But what about now? We put in so much effort. Yet the Tanjong aquatic tribe, back then, the palace lord, because of a promise to Trang Thua Khan, advised the whole tribe to fight with full force. The world praised his loyalty. Why has it become so treacherous in your generation, young lord? Hearing this, Ton Tuok was furious, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, guards. That left the envoy stunned. Pass down the order. Order the remaining troops to withdraw 3 miles. Absolutely do not disturb the living beings on the shore. The envoy stood up indignantly to question, young lord, you. Ton Tuok's face was now full of seriousness and determination. He pointed at the envoy's face, articulating every word. It was you who reminded me. My father and the Trang Emperor had a 100-year alliance long ago. Me agreeing to help you is already going against my father's integrity. The army of the entire Tanha district is concentrating its defenses. Thanks to that, whatever you want to do, the goal has been achieved. Don't push your luck and be excessively greedy. After speaking, a servant standing nearby, he glanced towards the envoy, giving a sharp assessment, unless you can truly make me resolve to fight to the death with Trang Din. But can you pay the corresponding price? The thing we give you is? He paused for a moment, his face becoming cunning. A dragon pearl. He just responded indifferently, oh. That is indeed a precious gift. But it's only worth me going this far. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him anymore, the envoy left in anger, dropping a cold sentence. Fine. Then I won't bother you anymore. The bone boat carrying the envoy was enveloped in a gloomy aura as it glided through the water. Ton Tuok sat on the chair, looking at his retreating figure and commenting with disdain, a thing that hides its head but shows its tail deserves. To sit and negotiate conditions with me, Ton Tuok? And dare to speak of the word integrity? Truly ridiculous. At this moment, a low, majestic voice rang out from the void. Son, what do you think? He raised the teacup, slowly replying, Trangdin relies on its power and is arrogant. Does he really view us as his subjects? He even dared to send word asking to marry Tanchi on behalf of his son, saying something about honoring her as the crown princess to eternally bind our friendship. In reality, it is all political calculation. Back then, Aunt marrying Trang Thua Ken was already a huge mistake. I absolutely will not let my little sister follow in those footsteps. In the past, the founder of the Trang nation, Trang Thua Can, was originally a great general of the former Dung, who took the opportunity of the three Dung princes fighting for the throne to seize land and declare himself king. Founding the Trang nation, the Dung nation was furious, advancing by both land and water, wanting to destroy the rebellion in one stroke. In the moment of peril, Tong Honjong, water and land divided, would all belong to the jurisdiction of the Tanha Water Palace. Years ago, because of a promise, Tong Hon mobilized the full force of the aquatic tribe to fight fiercely, defeating the Dung nation's navy on the Lan River, resolving the rear threat for the Trang nation's founder, Trang Thua Can, helping him finally succeed in founding the nation. After that, Tanjong Water Palace signed an alliance with the Trang nation. Tong Hona's sister, Tong Yuan Hai, was even married to Trang Thua Can, becoming the queen of the Trang nation. However, even though Tong Yuan Hai devoted herself to assisting her husband in ruling the country, being a model mother of the nation, and winning the hearts of the people, she was ultimately plotted against by villains and died miserably in the cold palace. Thinking of this, Tong Ton was furious, crushing the teacup in his hand into fine powder, but had grown a few degrees colder. Actually, back then, your aunt and Trang Thua Can were also in love. It wasn't entirely due to me forcing a political marriage. Let it go, bringing up the past only hurts more. So how do you intend to arrange things for Tan Chi? Tong Ton's face immediately became serious. Tanha City is no longer a safe place to stay. Tan Chi is at an impressionable age, so I want to send her to Fong Lam City to hide her identity and study for a while. The White Bone Dao was willing to give away even a precious dragon pearl this time, proving that in Fong Lam City, there will definitely be a huge upheaval. Fong Lam City will conversely become the most peaceful place. Mentioning the dragon pearl, Tong Ton continued to send people to Fong Lam City to find clues about the White Bone Dao. Their resurgence this time is definitely hiding an earth-shattering secret. One dragon pearl is not enough to satisfy my appetite. Master, I handed over full authority of the Water Palace's affairs to you long ago. You can decide and handle it yourself. Tong Ton respectfully replied. Father, that dragon pearl, I have sent someone to bring it outside your seclusion room. Please remember to refine it for nourishment. That deep voice suddenly became sad, mixed with regret. But I have wiped them clean. Take it back and use it with peace of mind. It can increase your power by 1,000 years. I am already a ruined body, plagued by illness, with no hope of transforming into a dragon anymore. I live day by day, mainly to protect you and Tan Chi for a little longer. At Ngudao Mountain, pitch-black night covered everything. A guard holding a spear was vigilantly patrolling the area, completely failing to notice a dark figure that just slipped past behind him. The mysterious person silently walked on the stone steps, leading deep into the mountain. At the end of the stairs, a pitch-black spatial hole appeared. He walked in calmly, leading down to a deeper level. The sinister face of Luke Diem. The old man stroked his beard and sneered, asking the newcomer, "How did it go with Tong Ton?" That bastard took the bait and swallowed the lure whole, but cleverly grazed past the hook. Not easily controlled. Luke Diem nodded. As expected. After all, Tong Hon, that old fox, isn't dead yet. We originally didn't expect the aquatic tribe to truly turn hostile against Trang Din immediately. The envoy lowered his head, his voice still a bit resentful. Even so, it still feels very annoying. Our bait was a dragon pearl, a treasure nearly extinct since the Middle Ages. Old Luke Diem said sternly. The matter at Tu Lam Town is done. Our main goal has also been achieved. The envoy doesn't need to worry too much about these petty matters anymore. Luke Diem turned his white eyes directly at the envoy, stroked his beard, and smiled faintly. I'm afraid that little beast. The envoy's eyes flashed with a green light. His voice was full of confidence and cruelty. He thought he could toy with our White Bone Dao. But he doesn't know that he does will be to bloodwash his Tanjong Water Palace. On this side, Du De Ho and Tru Nu Tan were chatting while walking animatedly. Du De Ho, face flushed, patted his belly and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Your foundation solidifying pill is truly good. This old master's blood essence is now even more vigorous and abundant than before. Hearing that, Newton pouted and mocked. Isn't that obvious? Splitting it to use bit by bit. Swallowed the whole pill directly like a buffalo chewing a peony. Daho continued sharing excitedly. He is also very righteous. The mission failed. Yet he still paid out of his own pocket, taking out his own Dow credits to share with us for travel expenses. While they were talking, suddenly Vong Truong Tuong walked down the stairs, greeting the three junior brothers, saying in unison, "Greetings, senior brother Vong." Vong Truong Tuong politely nodded in return, his voice gentle and calm. "What a coincidence. You guys carry on. I have some urgent business and must go first." Quang Vong's group continued up the stairs. After walking a short distance, Quang Vong lowered his voice and whispered. Newton frowned in wonder. What does he come here so often for? Hong Atram stood with his hands on his hips. As soon as he saw the group approaching, he turned his gaze toward Daho, asking inquisitively, "Hey, old tiger. Did you guys also come to the Hall of Merit to exchange items? Are we going drinking tonight?" Daho's expression became slightly serious. "Sure. Although we have some merit points, we should still save them to exchange for the Meridian opening pill. Today we just came here to broaden our horizons a bit." Atram's face showed a hint of boredom. His face was flushed, slightly drunk. Picking his nose, he said indifferently, "Meridian opening pill? You freshmen are supported by the academy. The first exchange only costs 100 merit points, but later the price will increase to 1,500 points." He clicked his tongue, pointing into the distance. Just now, that guy Vong Truong Tuong handed in all his tasks, and turned around to spend all his merit points too. Truly too generous, too extravagant. Hearing that, Quang Vong couldn't help but wonder. Senior brother Vong exchanged for a Meridian opening pill? His cultivation is so high. Why spend so many merit points to exchange for such a low-level pill? Atram and everyone looked at Vong Truong Tuong's receding back. Only then did he lower his voice to a whisper, as if afraid someone would hear. "You guys don't know this gossip. Vong Truong Tuong is famous as the genius of the Vong family." In another place, someone's hand pushed open the wooden door. Vong Truong Tuong walked in. Inside, the trees were lush and green, but it exuded a strangely bleak and lonely atmosphere. A figure was lying relaxedly on a bamboo chair, stretching out to catch the sunlight. Startling a cat lying nearby into standing up, he called out softly, "Brother." A person holding a tray of hot food. "Let's eat." However, his face exuded melancholy, his eyes lacking vitality, in stark contrast to the appeal of the food. Sitting on the bamboo chair, Truong Cat called out, "Little Quat." The tabby cat quickly jumped onto the table, facing a full bowl of rice. It ate deliciously, as if its whole soul was blended into that bowl of rice. Truong Cat also began to move his chopsticks. He slowly picked up food and brought it to his mouth, seemingly ignoring the presence of the other person. Truong Tuong's face still showed no emotion. He patiently called again, "Brother." "Truong Tuong, when did you arrive?" "Oh dear, I didn't prepare a portion for you." "It's fine, I didn't come to mooch a meal." Hearing that, Truong Cat was indifferent, saying nothing more but continuing to lower his head and eat. "Big brother." As a result, upon arrival, I discovered. The big brother slammed his bowl and chopsticks on the table, cutting off his younger brother. Truong Tuong continued recounting, his voice urgent. "Finally, when the city lord arrived, we don't know where the demon behind this is hiding or causing trouble." Truong Cat replied calmly, his voice cold. "The punishment department will handle this. Noi Ku Tat. If he can't handle it, there's the district governor and the city academy. If they can't withstand it, there's the district academy." Seeming to have accepted his fate, he kept a calm expression. "I know your good intentions, because you don't want me to be disconnected from the world. But I am just a cripple who cannot open meridians. You tell me about those high-level Taoist arts and formations, but I don't understand them anyway." Truong Tuong's face briefly showed confusion mixed with pity. He tried hard to deny it. "It's not like that, brother." Truong Cat's hand picked up a piece of vegetable and held it in front of Little Quat. The cat looked annoyed, but his voice remained steady. "Little Quat, you too. Eating only meat isn't good, you must eat more vegetables." Little Quat suddenly scratched the back of his hand. Seeing that, Truong Tuong couldn't help but shout angrily, "Little Quat!" Truong Cat kept his calm demeanor and waved his hand. "This is the nature of cats. It cannot be changed, just like me. If I can't open my meridians, then I simply can't. And I am the disgrace of the clan. I have long seen through this. You don't need to waste time anymore." Suddenly, Truong Tuong put his hand in his pocket, his voice full of mystery. Who says? Brother, look what this is. Saying that, he pulled out a pill emitting a soft light. Truong Cat looked suspiciously at the object in his brother's hand. Did you use merit points to exchange for a meridian opening pill for me again? Truong Tuong smiled and confirmed, of course. I won't give up. He snorted coldly but reached out to take it. Suddenly, Truong Cat held the precious pill in front of the cat's mouth. Here, little Quat. Eat it. And treat me a little more gently in the future. Wait. You can't. This cost 1,500 merit points. Otherwise, if the old man at home finds out you're wasting resources on me, he'll come and scold me again. At the same time, elsewhere in the academy, Phuong Hak Lin was confidently executing the medium-grade Ding-class Taoist art, Flame Blade, waiting for evaluation from teacher Tu Tien Min. Teacher Tu Tien Min stroked his beard and nodded, remarking, "This is the low-grade Ding-class Taoist art, attached flame. A prerequisite variant of the Flame Blade. Although the heat control is a bit immature, overall it is considered complete." Hak Lin appeared humble, bowing his head. "Teacher, you flatter me. I feel extremely ashamed in my heart. I feel my progress is too slow." But Tu Tien Min still held a high opinion. "You don't need to be so humble. The fastest foundation establishment speed of the Guiyuan diagram is 41 days. You must know that." Back then, pushing his luck, Hak Lin turned and pointed at Quang Vong, speaking with hidden meaning. "That's right, Quang Vong. Senior brother opened his meridians even earlier than me. Why not? And try to demonstrate this Taoist art?" Hearing that, Tu Tien Min agreed immediately. "Makes sense. Quang Vong, come up and try." At this moment, Quang Vong was absorbed in his own thoughts. Weapons condensed from Taoist arts. Now, every time I fight, the sword in my hand can't withstand a few moves before breaking. Real weapons. Like senior brother Lu, who is proficient in the art of the fire sword, yet that simple ancient sword at his waist never leaves his side. I wonder, when drawn and used, how astonishing its power will be. I also really want a good weapon. But in the Hall of Merit, even the most basic standard Dharma sword already costs 500 Dao credits. Lost in thought, he didn't hear the teacher calling. Tu Tien Min gradually lost patience, shouting loudly, "Quang Vong." Quang Vong was startled and hurriedly stood up. "Present." Tu Tien Min demanded sternly. "You really have guts. Daring to daydream right in my arts class. Now come up here. Then I will settle the score with you slowly." "Sorry, Teacher Tu. I haven't finished establishing my foundation yet, so I cannot execute Taoist arts yet." Hearing that, Tu Tien Min immediately flew into a rage. "Haven't finished establishing the foundation? Clearly having stepped onto the transcendent path. Yet you don't cherish the opportunity at all. I punish you to go home and copy the void scripture 100 times for me. Before finishing the copying, don't dream of stepping into my class again." After assigning the punishment, he stormed off, leaving behind a few curt words, "Class dismissed." Quang Vong accepted ruefully. "Yes. Great, you kid-provoked iron-faced Tu. Newton smiled teasingly. "This Taoist scripture is 30,000 words long. Copying it 100 times, how long will it take you to finish, brother?" Langha kindly suggested. "Big brother can help you copy a part. I also use writing to kill time." Suddenly, Phuong Hak Lin approached, his face full of fake remorse. "Junior brother Quang, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you hadn't finished establishing your foundation yet. I thought with junior brother Quang's usual prestige, you must have finished long ago. It's truly a troublesome matter, huh?" Quang Vong didn't bother paying attention to these mocking words, only replying lightly, "It's fine, it's just copying scriptures. Then I'll dare to trouble you brothers. Now I have to go pick up Anan from school first." Turning Phuong Hak Lin into a clown, Quang Vong happily invited his sister, Tata. "I didn't lie to you, right? I told you. And I will take you to eat Thai family's goat meat." And she immediately dove into enjoying the delicious food. "Then every 10 days, I will bring you here to eat once." The little girl stopped her chopsticks, squinting suspiciously at her brother. "Really? Then, have you ever been criticized by a teacher at the academy, brother?" He tried to keep a calm face, shaking his head in complete denial. "Of course not." In just a moment, the plate of food was clean. Anan rubbed her round belly, saying satisfyingly, "So delicious. Why are you only drinking soup and not eating meat, brother?" Quang Vong forced a smile and lied. "I ate already, I'm not hungry anymore." But Anan quickly called out loud, "Waiter. Bring one more portion." The waiter replied solicitously, coming right up. "Sister." Quang Vong worriedly touched his empty money pouch and whispered, "Anan, I know you still want to eat, but I'm out of silver." The little girl suddenly waved her hand generously. It's not that. I'm full. This is ordered for you to eat. Saying that, Anan took a pearl bracelet out of her pocket and placed it on the table to show off her achievement. Recently Anan taught a new classmate how to do homework and was gifted this pearl bracelet. I think it can be exchanged for a meal, right brother? Kwang Bong looked at the shiny pearl in panic. The pearl is too big. No way, this item is very precious, Anan. Tomorrow you must return it to them immediately. Anan pouted, refusing. No way. My new classmate said so. Her house is full of these things. It was late at night. Kwang Bong gently covered Anan, who was fast asleep, with a blanket. Yummy meat. Yummy meat. He looked out the window, mentally calculating the time. Today is the 15th. Tonight is the challenge day again. Then Kwang Bong clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes to enter the great void realm. In the illusory space, Kwang Bong drew his weapon, his face full of worry. A voice rang out. Master of the Sapphire Altar. The countdown began to echo. The surrounding space moved violently. 29, 28, 27. The Bagua figure beneath his feet spun rapidly. And right after that, a small floating island slowly rose from the void. The battle is about to begin. Feeling like his body was gliding through the void, then breaking free from the formation. A moment later, he saw another island floating in the distance. July 15th, first challenge. The mysterious opponent forfeited. August 15th, second challenge. He also forfeited. The two islands suddenly collided violently. Seeing that, Kwang Bong hurriedly raised his hand to shield his face from the blast of energy. The two islands had now merged into a vast sword discussion platform. This time, the mysterious person decided not to back down anymore. His voice rang out, full of determination. Since the miserable defeat at your hands, prepared for half a year? So, before facing me for 3 months, he forfeited for 3 months straight. It seems the battle, lost previously, left a huge psychological shadow in his heart, but that also proves that after forfeiting many times in this challenge round, he is determined to win at all costs. The countdown gradually reached 0, 4, 3, 2, 1. Recently, I finally mastered a remnant move of the 9 gentlemen's swords from ancient times. Please enlighten me. Kwang Bong's eyes widened in surprise. The 9 gentlemen's swords from ancient times? Without hesitation, heaven moves with power. In any case, the Tao essence consumed in the illusionary realm of the Great Void. It's rare to spare with such an expert. I must give it my all. This move is the purple chi from the East sword style, unleashing the intent of the 5 forms. His sword tip tore through the wind, thrusting straight at the opponent. Launching a move to strike directly against Jiang Wang's sword tip. Clang! The mortal steel sword could not withstand the force of the collision, gradually cracking before shattering completely. In a split second, the mysterious figure flashed past him. A gentleman regards unceasing self-strengthening as essential. Still unable to regain his composure, he realized he was absolutely no match for this move. The winner landed on the ground, looking back with a surprised expression. I won? Is the gentleman's 9 swords really that powerful? Just then, a notification sound rang out. Welcome, the new master of the Dongjin Blessed Land. The mysterious person was overjoyed. Excellent. Jiang Wang startled awake, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Sweat is pouring down. I've fallen from the Sapphire Altar. After this defeat, he became even more determined. Although he knew he would lose due to the difference in cultivation realms, he didn't expect to lose so miserably. The gap is too large. I must quickly put the construction of my foundation on the schedule. Jiang Wang began to meditate, his mind entering the inner palace that every cultivator can enter just by focusing their thoughts. This place holds the 3 most important things: the Tao Essence Palace, the Foundation Array Map, and the Tao Vein True Spirit. A heaven-connecting worm nearby suddenly stirred and woke up. The Universal Star Battle Array is certainly much stronger than the Return to Origin Array. But what makes me hesitate, and why I haven't started building the foundation yet, is the issue of time. He continued to calculate, having a total of 81 array points, while the Universal Star Battle Array Map, derived from it, not to mention the difficulty of arrangement, is many times more complex. Even if I make no mistakes at any step, and perfectly recreate the Foundation Array Map, the 9th rank, because he was so engrossed in thought, he didn't notice the heaven-connecting worm crawling closer. Moreover, advancing from 9th rank to 8th rank requires building 3 Tao circles. Just being slow by one step means every subsequent step will be slow. Calculated out, it is an exceedingly long time. But then, Jiang Wang's eyes lit up with determination. The stairway to heaven is hard to tread. But only that path can allow one to set foot on the highest peak. Cheers! Ru Chang was the first to speak, he generously declared. The scriptures teach that cultivation is not just about holing up in a room, but also about perfecting one's life experience. Therefore, drinking flower wine is also a form of cultivation. Today I booked the most luxurious room, calling for the most beautiful girls. Li Jianqiu tapped his glass, looking at the beautiful woman beside him and laughing with satisfaction. Really fair skin. Hehehe. Although Ru Chang was slightly tipsy, he still noticed an absence. Huh? Where is Big Brother? Didn't we agree that the four brothers would celebrate? Ru Chang nodded repeatedly. Alright then. Suddenly, Jiang Wang's tone became serious. Before opening the heaven and earth gate to enter the 6th rank, maintaining a primal yang body is very important for a cultivator. It's time to talk about serious business. I invite the ladies to temporarily leave. The beautiful girls understood the hint, bowing one by one and retreating outside. Li Jianqiu was already dead drunk by now, watching the beautiful figures leave with a face full of regret. If I stop at the 7th rank like the vice dean, won't I still be a virgin at 80 years old? In that case, I'd rather. Oh good sister, don't go. Yihu snatched the wine cup from his hand, using force to hold him down. If you've drunk too much, just sleep. In your dreams, you can have anything. Seeing the situation was settled, and the room had become quiet, Jiang Wang finally began to reveal his plan. The matter is this. Currently, I have 40 Dao Essence stones. Whoever accumulates enough Dao Essence. Upon hearing this, Ru Chang shook his head vigorously to refuse. Makes me shudder. After successfully opening the meridians, one must channel energy to scour the meridians every day. It's exhausting and extremely painful. I can't stand it. Seeing this, Yihu generously proposed. Then give my share to Big Brother. My share too, I'll give it all to him. I am about to leave. Jiang Wang was startled and asked in surprise. Yihu didn't hide it and replied frankly, enlisting. As soon as he finished speaking, he downed a full bowl of wine. Ru Chang felt this decision was too risky, so he hurriedly advised. We worked so hard. Brother Hu, you must think this through very carefully. This is no joke. Actually, after that day, General Wei Yan spoke to me privately, saying that the Black Armor Army in Zhejiang is missing a few spots. The Heavenly General asked if I wanted to transfer to the military. I tossed and turned thinking about it for days. Now I have made up my mind. Tomorrow I will set off. He laughed loudly. More than the Taoist school. Ru Chang still had many concerns. But don't forget. The entire state of Zhuang takes Taoist cultivation as the master. There are really not many strong experts of the military path. Jiang Wang also nodded in agreement. While pouring more wine for Yihu, he added words of dissuasion. That's right, in the state of Zhuang. Even the person hailed as the supreme military commander, General Huangfu Duanming, is actually a Taoist powerhouse. It means that for a very long time, you will not have a complete cultivation system, and resources will be severely lacking. However, Yihu appeared extremely determined. I also struggled with this for many nights, but thinking it over and over, doesn't having no ready-made cultivation path also mean not being bound? And dogmas? Right? Freely growing in my own way. Therefore, I have made a firm decision. I won't even use the meridian opening pill. I want to use the most ancient tradition of the military school. The military school tradition? The so-called tradition of the military school is actually the cultivator, willpower, and blood qi. The reason this method is called ancient is that on this path, the best outcome for those who fail is usually broken meridians, becoming a cripple, while the majority of cases involve body explosion and dying on the spot. One must know that for a cultivator, normally channeling energy to scour meridians twice a day to sublimate blood qi to condense Tao essence is already the limit of endurance. Yet forcibly gathering blood qi, surging like waves of fire, to directly attack the inner palace, to make the Tao meridians manifest, how terrifying is the level of danger? Ignoring the worry of his brothers, Yihu did not hesitate at all, happily raising the wine jar. It's decided then. Stop drinking from small cups, it's not satisfying. Jiang Wang suddenly remembered something and asked. Then what about a cultivation manual? Surely the army gave you one? Yihu pushed an old book towards Jiang Wang. Here, Wei Yan. gave me this, called the White Tiger Body Tempering Art. He said this is a common manual in the army, but it seems to be just an incomplete version. Jiang Wang was curious, let me borrow it for a look. But just as he picked up the manual, Jiang Wang suddenly clutched his stomach, his face twisting in deep acting. Ouch, my stomach suddenly feels terrible. Ru Chang asked worriedly. Hey, third brother, are you okay? Stood up and left. I'm fine, I'll go take care of it and be right back. Leaving the room, next door and locked the door. His mind immediately connecting with the illusionary realm of the Great Void. A magical 8 trigrams array map appeared in the air. The Tao deduction platform. When he placed his hand on the book, countless pages were lifted by an invisible suction force. Lifted up. System notifications rang out continuously. In his head. Start deduction. Remaining merit, 3,590. Breakthrough phase. Remaining merit, 1,247. Finally, the system updated the notification, deduction complete. Obtained 4 spirits body tempering art. Jiang Wang held the new book in his hand, muttering, for spirits body tempering art. Deducing. He nodded in contemplation, it makes sense though. Technique of the military school. It is truly a transcendent technique. Naturally, its limits and potential are much higher. Body tempering art. Tomorrow when I see old Hu off, I'll give it to him. As a parting gift, Jiang Wang opened the door and stepped into the corridor. But enemies meet on a narrow road. He accidentally bumped into Miao Yu walking towards him. She appeared quite surprised to see him in this brothel. The whole space suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere became indescribably awkward. Her voice slightly hesitant, it's you. However, Jiang Wang was not in the mood to chat at this moment. Excuse me, just to get it over with. He was annoyed inside, constantly blaming himself. Drinking really ruins things. I actually dared to boldly send my mind straight into the illusionary realm of the Great Void. Right in this place. In this chaotic place where gold and brass are mixed. Sanfen Xianglu is truly not a safe place. I almost forgot the necessary caution. Behind him, Miao Yu watched his retreating back. A pensive look flashing in her beautiful eyes. Very quickly, Jiang Wang returned to the party room, tossing the book back to Yihu. His face was cheerful as if nothing had happened. I'm back. Here, second brother, returning your book. Yihu was still in high spirits, his face bright red from alcohol. He raised his cup and shouted, come. Continue drinking with me, we won't go home until we're drunk. Ru Chang on the side also chimed in. Patink Yihu's shoulder. Drink what? You drink too much. Hurry up and punish yourself with 3 cups, you've been talking too much just now. Just then, Madame Li, asking warmly, oh my. Our young master Zhao today. Why are you becoming more and more handsome? Seeing the courtesans around dispersing, she pretended to be surprised. Did they fail to please you in some way? Ru Chang hurriedly waved his hand with a face full of resistance. Don't come near me. The smell of cosmetics is too strong, I'm dizzy. Then he started acting like a rich playboy. Sighing deeply. You know it too. These vulgar looks. And mediocre powders, how can they catch my eye? This young master has thrown so much silver in here. Miss Miao Yu even once? Suddenly, a voice as clear as jade rang out from the door. Is it possible? Jiang Wang started paying attention as soon as he heard it. Ru Chang was dumbfounded. Unable to believe his eyes. Am I drunk? A lady beautiful as a flower, with an elegant aura, walked in and smiled in response. But that I didn't want to meet you. Upon seeing the beauty, Ru Chang's eyes lit up. Oh my, the money spent today is truly worth it. As expected, there is no such possibility. Has not yet been born. Indeed, and generous too. Which woman here could bear to refuse you? Just a pity. She glanced at him with hidden meaning, his voice becoming sincere. For this long. Ever since I met you. Fen Xianglu is even more than at the Taoist Academy. His eyes deep with affection like the ocean. My love for you is intense, overflowing in this heart of mine already. Miao Yu covered her mouth and smiled shyly. At this, young Master Zhao truly has a heart as bright as crystal. But immediately after, she didn't hesitate to expose him. But Miao Yu can see. You seek novelty. But Newton's eyes suddenly turned cold, becoming unusually sharp. He turned his face away, sulking like a child. Humph, now I truly do not like you anymore. I hate women who are too smart the most. Seeing right through others. And that it was inconvenient to stay long. So he made an excuse, let's go. Let's go home, I still have to cook for an N. Newton immediately changed his attitude and asked innocently. Third brother, can we pack these leftover dishes to take home? Don't cook by yourself, okay? Okay? Seeing the chef get angry. We're going right now. As they walked, my pursuit of the culinary arts is just like the martial way, forever unyielding. But just when they weren't paying attention, Dunok discreetly snapped her fingers. A tiny, invisible object immediately stuck onto Kwang Vong. It was the white-bone fingerworm. It clung to him, ceaselessly emitting a tracking signal. Dunok smugly watched their retreating figures. The white-bone fingerworm will quickly take root and sprout. But if you are not, then consider yourself unlucky, turning into nutrients to nourish it, serving our white-bone Dao's great cause. At the outskirts of Fanglam City, today the air was very fresh, the sky high and blue. A loud crashing sound rang out. Countless wine bowls were smashed to pieces right on the ground, like an ironclad oath before parting ways. Dao spoke loudly in a heroic voice. No need for sentimental, acting out speeches. In short, rivers and lakes change, we will meet again. We promised to meet at the peak. Kwang Vong reached into his robe and took out an old book. Second brother, this is for you. It is a body cultivation manual. Daho took it, flipped through a few pages, and his eyes lit up. Newton curiously peeked in. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my, body cultivation? Daho glared at him. What the hell do you know? A manual this good? Look at it a few more times and you won't be able to look away. Then he turned to Lang Ha. Lang Ha waved his hand in refusal. Right now, I am focusing all my power on opening my meridians and stabilizing the heaven-connecting palace. Then give it all to me. Kwang Vong smiled reassuringly. Let's see who has cultivated it more profoundly. Hearing that, Daho felt reassured and tucked the book into his chest pocket. All right. Regarding sword talent, I am not your match. But regarding cultivation via the path of skin and flesh, you guys just wait and see. Daho once again put his hand out into the center of the circle. The other three understood. See you again in Tannan. They added with determination. Hope you all arrive in Tannan City soon, the capital of Trang State. As for me, due to Ho, if I want to enter Tannan City, I must at least reach the position of a general with real power. In the Nine Rivers jurisdiction, only then will I be qualified to go to the Trang capital for the martial demonstration. Who was standing next to Kwang Vong? The little girl pouted and raised her tiny hand. Me too. Me too. Daho laughed haha and lifted an up. The girl reached out her hand, suggesting, let's do it again. Okay. The group put their hands together again. Agreed, we will meet again in Tannan. The unison shout echoed through a corner of the sky. A moment later, Daho had mounted his horse. He turned his head back, then galloped away very fast. But did not forget to wave goodbye. The wind slapped hard against his face. But it couldn't hide the eyes already brimming with tears of the young man. Everyone, I'm going. The next day, Kwang Vong was cultivating. He silently recited the mantra in his head. For spirit's body cultivation art. White tiger uses metal essence to forge bones. Vermilion. Bird uses fire essence to temper the body. Uses water essence to nourish flesh and blood. And azure dragon. Uses wood essence to strengthen chi and blood. He clearly felt the changes in his body. Every time I finish training, I feel the Tao essence in the heaven-connecting palace becoming more agile. This is extremely beneficial for arranging the formation nodes, helping me take a step closer to the realm of laying the foundation. While Kwang Vong was deeply focused, Newton sat dangling on a chair, stretched lazily, and spoke up. Hey third brother, if you train, just train. Why do you have to be shirtless like that? Kwang Vong startled and shouted, hurriedly grabbing a shirt to put on. When cultivating the body, the whole body feels as hot as fire. Of course, I have to take clothes off for ventilation. When did you sneak into my room? Damn it. Newton chuckled teasingly. Probably been half an hour already. Seeing third brother so absorbed in training, Kwang Vong snapped annoyedly. You even know the word disturb? I shared the manual with both you and eldest brother, so he doesn't have time to cultivate. But what about you? All day hanging out and playing around. Running everywhere, wasting your God-given talent. Philosophy says life is short. I think not knowing how to enjoy pleasure at the right time is actually the greatest waste of a human life. Suddenly, he sat up straight, his voice becoming a bit more serious. This counts as official business, right? If you don't want me to come disturb you anymore, then later, please go easy on me a bit. Come sword style to beat you once, okay? Taking out pen and paper, and sneered back, keep dreaming. If I let you win, later on, I'm afraid you'll be too lazy to even practice the sword. Wait for me to finish writing this cultivation schedule. Then I'll teach you a proper lesson. Kwang Bong carefully marked the tasks done on the paper, calculating in his mind. Second brother is tempering his body day and night in the military camp. Very soon, they will also use qi and blood to break through the Tao meridians. If I don't speed up, I'll soon be caught up by them. He looked at the formation chart. The array nodes of the Zhoutian star chart. I have listed nearly 100 Tao essence points, but still missing more than 200 points. In the coming days, I absolutely cannot slack off at all. Days passed. Kwang Bong and Newton practiced swordsmanship every day, then went to class to listen to lectures. At night, he didn't forget to light the lamp and study until late. On a late autumn day, all academy students were summoned. Newton happily waved to call eldest brother. Today the academy summoned all of us to the city lord's manor. Is there some important matter? Second brother Langha whispered, it is for the three cities Tao discussion. This year, the competition will be held right here in Fonglam City. We, just as the name suggests, is a competition uniting the three academies of neighboring cities, Bongjiang City, Fonglam City, and Basun City. The purpose is to interact and hone each other, and it is also an important preparatory step for the prefecture. They organize the Northern Wind Snow Flame event, centering on Tonlam City and Baklok City. That event has become a famous congress throughout the prefecture, attracting countless visitors. In reality, that is just 5 nearby cities linking up to organize a Tao demonstration. Compared to that scale, our three cities Tao discussion is somewhat simpler and more rustic. At the city lord's manor square, a group of workers was working diligently. Just a moment later, 2 large martial arenas were completely erected. Kwang Bong stood observing, unable to help being surprised. Unexpectedly, both Dean Dong and the city lord appeared together. It seems this year's three cities Tao discussion is not simple at all. Langhanodid. A competition since taking office in Fonglam City. Naturally, it must be organized grandly to demonstrate authority. On the high platform, Dean Dong loudly announced the rules. The Tao Academy will choose disciples from 3 classes, first year, third year, and fifth year. Winning a match in the first year group is rewarded with 10 Tao credits. The third year group gets 20 points, and the fifth year group gets 50 points. City Lord Noi Ku Tat standing next to him also coldly added a sentence. This city lord will speak plainly. You are only allowed to win, not allowed to lose. Whoever loses, don't blame me. This Noi will make things difficult for you later. Hearing this, Kwang Bong calculated in his mind. And I get to spar with elite Taoist friends from other cities. Truly a rare opportunity, quite a bargain. At this moment, Hong A Cham suddenly cut in, his voice full of arrogance, forget it. In reality, it refers to those who have cultivated. Most are chosen from previous disciples. Kwang Bong curiously asked back. Then I wonder, senior brother Hong, have you ever participated in the three cities Tao discussion before? Hong A Cham lifted his chin confidently. Of course I have participated. When this great master first entered the inner academy, I was famous alongside Lakim, Thursday and Vong Truong Tuong. All 3 were in the top tier. People even called me the fire genius. Acham, you can't tell, right? Newton curled his lips in disdain. Fire genius, huh? Then why are you in such a pathetic state now? Kwang Bong also chimed in, shaking his head. That's right, can't really tell. Langha immediately sternly reminded, third brother, fifth brother. You must take that as an example and stay far away. You must take that as an example and stay far away from him. While chatting animatedly, hey, do you walk without bringing your eyes or what? Seeing that, Lam Shuyan hurriedly signaled for silence. Then he gave an awkward smile, scratched his head, and lowered his voice. Turns out it's senior brother Truong. You are a final year student, highly regarded by the dean. Normally you should stand in the front row. Why are you hiding down here with us? Truong Lam Shuyan took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. I purposely retreated here to avoid being noticed by the dean. If I get picked, it will be very troublesome. But before he finished speaking, Dong A's majestic voice rang out, interrupting the conversation. This academy decides, for this three cities Tao discussion, Truong Lam Shuyan will lead the team. It's over, the pressure is huge now. Dong A seemed to hear the whining, his sharp gaze sweeping down. You say the pressure is huge? If you are dissatisfied with this academy's decision, then just say it straight out. Truong Lam Shuyan immediately changed his attitude. Quick as lightning. Although there is pressure, I am very confident. My all to complete the mission. Looking Thursday and Acham standing nearby smiled and flattered. Senior brother Truong truly lives up to his name. Even the dean acknowledges that you are the strongest in our academy. Strongest what? If Truc Due Na and Noinim could participate, it wouldn't be my turn to tiredly shoulder this. Quang Vong was a bit puzzled. So he asked. Noinim holds a position in the military, so he cannot participate, that I understand. But what about senior brother Truc? Lam Shuyan explained. He is on a mission to hunt down one of the 9 great human demons, the swallowing heart human demon. Everyone who heard this was shocked and astounded. The 9 great human demons. This title is already a terror in the cultivation world. Skin-face human demon, fate-calculating human demon, head-chopping human demon, rat-sparrow human demon, bloodthirsty human demon. Quang Vong remembered the name Truc Due Na and couldn't help shuddering inside. How cruel are the 9 great human demons? Rampaging through countries, causing countless blood debts. Calling them sinners of the world is not an exaggeration. He is still a 6th-rank powerhouse. Who has opened the heaven and earth gate? Fully qualified to be called a soaring dragon cultivator. Yet now, Truc Due Na. This year, in the lineup participating in the discussion for the first-year group, I decided to reserve one spot for the most outstanding new disciple, to show that every generation in the realm has talented people appearing. Right at that moment, Phuong Hak Lin standing below clenched his fists tight, heart pounding with nervousness. Could it be that the news of me, Phuong Hak Lin, about to condense the second Dao spiral has reached the ears of the dean already? Senior brother Phuong is exceptionally talented. If this spot isn't for you, who else could it be? Dong A pointed his finger towards the crowd. Decided, it is you. Hak Lin took a deep breath preparing to step up. But the dean's finger pointed straight towards Quang Vong. Quang Vong. Phuong Hak Lin was stunned, like hearing thunder by his ears. Immediately, he stepped onto the martial stage in a rage, loudly stopping it. Wait, Dean, I do not accept this. Dong A frowned, his voice icy. Since when is a decision of this academy up to you to not accept? Hak Lin was suppressed by the dean's aura, trembling and stammering incoherently. At this time, City Lord Noi Ku Tat spoke up to relieve the situation. Haha, Dean Dong, don't be angry yet. Unexpectedly, your disciple dares to contradict. You write to your face like that. Let this city lord resolve it for you. He turned to Phuong Hak Lin and made a proposal. Simple but effective. You don't accept it, right? Simple. Both of you get on the stage and fight a match. Whoever wins, that spot belongs to that person. Dean Dong nodded in agreement. Jiang Wang stepped onto the stage, suddenly clasped his hands and asked about the rules. Respected master, am I allowed to injure people? Hearing this, Helling smiled contemptuously. Is there something wrong with your head? A person who hasn't even established a foundation delusionally thinks he can injure me? Donga slowly repeated the rules. The rest is up to you. Wei Qiji shouted loudly, start. In a flash, Fong Helling rushed forward to attack, his mouth still spouting arrogant words. Don't worry, we are fellow disciples after all. I won't cripple you. He unleashed the flame saber. Jiang Wang also quickly swung his sword. In an instant, a figure was knocked backwards, head slamming hard onto the arena floor. It was Fong Helling. Ling He stood below watching. Not very surprised, said, Third brother's strength has improved again. Ru Cheng also nodded in agreement. Are indeed very clear. Fong Helling took the full brunt of a painful blow, falling into a state of temporary unconsciousness. Other fellow disciples cheered excitedly, well done, Jiang. The noisy cheering woke Fong Helling up. Face flushed red, shouting a challenge. I haven't lost yet. Jiang Wang, take this. Hearing this, Ling He couldn't help but shake his head mockingly. Just in that short time you were unconscious. Li Jianxiu and Azan also loudly chimed in. Ru Cheng shouted encouragement, it's okay. Third brother, flip him over one more time. The crowd below also vehemently protested. Fong Helling, get down. No. Fong Helling panicked, trying to explain. No, it's not like that. Everyone listen to me, just now. That Jiang Wang used Dao Essence to activate a spell. Dao Essence usage consumes a significant amount each time. Yet to beat me, he didn't mind slowing down his progress of establishing his cultivation foundation. Truly a shameless tactic, disregarding everything. The dean angrily waved his sleeve. Get down. Disgraceful. Fong Helling left, filled with resentment and dissatisfaction, muttering maliciously. You all just wait and see. Jiang Wang will never establish a foundation in this lifetime. Don't dream of successfully building the foundation. Scene shifts to a quiet room. Donga gently patted Jiang Wang's spine. His brows furrowed. Reckless. He shouted loudly. Turns out he had discovered the secret. The array map you are using to establish foundation is not the return to origin array, is it? Jiang Wang knew he couldn't hide it anymore. Yes, the dean discovered it after all. Dean Dong was angry. Slammed his hand on the table with a bang, making the teapot jump. He scolded sternly. In this world, there are indeed many foundation array maps superior to the return to origin array. But our Jade Capital Mountain lineage has chosen to use the return to origin map for generations. Because it is stable, safe, and most effective. Such a major matter affecting your entire cultivation path. Like establishing a foundation, how dare you decide without asking your master? And decide on your own? Jiang Wang could only bow his head and admit his fault. Disciple knows I was wrong. Dean Dong sighed. His voice softening a bit but still full of regret. With your natural aptitude, if you had obediently used the return to origin map to establish your foundation, you might have already completed the microcosmic orbit and entered the 8th rank meridian wandering realm. Then Jiang Wang knelt down, his voice firm. I apologize, Dean. Disciple decided on my own and am willing to accept all punishment. To start over from the beginning. Things have reached this point, and time has passed. Suddenly. And gave it to Jiang Wang. Supporting you to complete the foundation establishment sooner. Take it. Jiang Wang hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. This item is too precious. It is also a beloved personal item of yours, master. Disciple. How could I dare to claim it for myself? Dong-e looked at the jade piece, his eyes momentarily sad. This is a keepsake given by an old friend. Has no meaning for me anymore. He firmly placed the jade piece into Jiang Wang's hand. As soon as he touched the jade, Jiang Wang immediately felt the profundity of the secret technique essence. Control art flowing into his mind. Disciple thanks the benevolent master. Withdraw. That afternoon, Ling He had just picked up little sister Jiangnan from school. Seeing Jiang Wang, he waved and handed over a gold-stamped invitation letter. Jiang Wang frowned. He opened the letter, skimmed it, and snorted coldly. It's Fang Zihu. He invited me to the moon-gazing tower for a banquet. Ling He asked in surprise, Fang Helling's father? Jiang Wang nodded decisively. Go? Why wouldn't I go? I want to see what tricks that old fox is playing. He turned to look at Jiangnan, smiling gently. Anan, do you want brother to take you to eat a really delicious feast? The little girl cheered happily, yes. Yes. Seeing this, Ling He pulled out a dagger hidden in his sleeve and suggested worriedly. Third brother, this Hongmen banquet bodes more ill than good. Big brother will go with you. Jiang Wang smiled reassuringly and waved his hand. The Fang family isn't stupid enough to dare openly attack an inner academy disciple in broad daylight. A while later, Jiang Wang led Anan by the hand into the moon-gazing tower. The waiter quickly ran out to welcome them warmly. Honored guests, please go this way. Is waiting in the premium private room inside. Just stepping into the room, Jiang Wang suddenly frowned. He saw an acquaintance sitting and drinking with Fang Zihu. Hu Zi, a notorious gangster in the city. Fang Zihu saw Jiang Wang arrive and stood up, smiling fakely. Oh, virtuous nephew is here. Come in, come in. This little lady must be your sister. So cute. Come, sit down. Jiang Wang didn't want to beat around the bush, going straight to the point. I wonder why Squire Fang invited me here? What business do you have? Fang Zihu kept his social smile and waved his hand. Norus, Norus. Eat something first. You must be hungry by now. In the eyes of little Anan, this Fang Zihu with his thick beard looked even more ferocious and scary than Tiger brother. Fang Zihu clapped his hands, and a servant immediately brought out, which I commissioned a famous artisan to forge specifically. It symbolizes a wish for your sister to be smart and quick-witted, calculating with divine precision. A small token of sincerity, I hope virtuous nephew won't laugh at it. Jiang Wang pushed the gift box back, coldly refusing. No need for precious gifts. Squire Fang, just state the purpose of today's banquet clearly. He sighed, his voice lowering, appearing remorseful. The past is the past, and the person is dead. No need to bring it up again. Fang Zihu changed the subject to Fang Helling. Virtuous nephew is magnanimous. Then I will also speak frankly. After Pingju passed away, among the younger generation of the Fang family, only Helling remains as the sole hope. But since the disastrous defeat at your hands last time, he has lost all confidence. Jiang Wang asked back calmly. But Fang Zihu's eyes turned cold. He made a request. Go find Helling and publicly apologize to him. Admit that You used underhanded methods. Using hidden weapons or dark arts. Bam. Jiang Wang slammed his chopsticks down on the table. If it happened, say it happened. If not, say not. Telling me to trample on my conscience and swordsman's honor. To admit to dirty things I never did? Sorry, Jiang Wang, cannot do it. Feng Zihu did not flinch, opening the lid to reveal a sparkling, glowing stone. Of course, I'm not asking you to do it for free. What is a little bow worth? If you agree to do as I say, this will be yours. Dao Essence Stone. Feng Zihu smiled smugly, continuing to entice. You know your goods. This Dao Essence Stone weighs 10 caddies. Inside, it contains pure energy, equivalent to exactly 100 Dao Essence pills. Just think about it. With your aptitude, you can definitely complete the foundation establishment immediately. A single step to the clouds, right? Jiang Wang stared at the stone. That's right. Perhaps as you said, this bow of mine, Jiang Wang, is truly not worth a cent. Feng Zihu laughed smugly. I knew it. Virtuous nephew is a smart person. But suddenly, his voice cold as ice. But Feng Heling is not worthy. Feng Zihu was choked for words. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Wang grabbed Anen's hand and pulled her away. Anen, we're not eating anymore. Let's go home. The little girl was still busy gnawing on a chicken drumstick, crying out bewilderedly with regret. Ah, my chicken drumstick was left behind. Feng Zihu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He growled, threatening Jiang Wang. I intended to use reason and harmony to generate wealth. But don't think that the Feng family. I wouldn't dare. The Feng family is one of the 3 great noble families of Fenglin City. And I am just an ordinary inner academy disciple. Nothing more. Feng Zihu snorted coldly, pointing at the burly man standing next to him. Do you really think the status of an inner academy disciple is a death exemption medallion? Without waiting for Jiang Wang to guess, he introduced smugly. This is my cousin, Feng Zedong, the current general of the city guards. The right-hand man of City Lord Wei Qiji. In this Fenglin city, he is below 1 person but above 10,000. Even if Dong A comes, I'm afraid he would have to show some respect. Jiang Wang glanced at the bearded man. He was slightly surprised in his heart. General of the city guards. His status is even higher than Wei Yan. The sturdy wooden table snapped in half instantly. Ignorant and stupid. Anan was startled, hurriedly hugging the chicken drumstick tight to her chest. Ah, chicken drumstick. The bearded man glared and shouted, clueless. Feng Zihu stood by smiling sinisterly, thinking his cousin was showing off power to help him. Feng Zihu, you scoundrel. His face drained of blood. It was you who said this matter concerns the survival of the Feng family business. So your father, spared some time to come see you out of courtesy. His eyes shifted towards Jiang Wang, his voice full of disdain, but directed at Feng Zihu. Turns out you just wanted to borrow my might to oppress a junior. Although I am surnamed Feng, I come from a branch family, never having enjoyed a single bit of resources from this clan. I have achieved my status today entirely thanks to my own strength and the city lord's promotion. Therefore, I have long stopped using the name Feng Zedong. This name was given by the city lord himself. He pointed straight at Feng Zihu's face. If not out of respect for the little bloodline connection remaining between us, this general would have punished you long ago. From now on, except for grave sweeping on Qingming festival, don't show your face to bother me again. Seeing the little girl trembling and hiding behind her brother, he suddenly became awkward. He tried to look cute but failed miserably. Sorry, did I scare you, kid? And then saw him grinning. Bearded Feng stood there dumbfounded. At Moon-Gazing Tower, inside a secret room, Feng Zihu stood in front of the smashed table. He shouted inside. Come out. The butler received the order and helped Feng Heling walk out. His face was now pale and haggard. Feng Zihu pointed at his son's face, his voice harsh. Did you hear that clearly? Whether threatening or enticing, it is useless. Jiang Wang defeated you relying on true strength. Even if I give you the Dao Essence Stone to speed up foundation establishment, you still won't beat him. That is the gap in talent. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, raising his hand high as if to strike. Because of you, I suppressed the resources of my own younger brother, just to fight for a spot in the inner academy. I even used my most important connections. And what about you? He screamed. Not only did you become a laughingstock for the whole Fenglin city, but now you are destroying yourself like a piece of trash. You harmed The face of our Fong family, making everyone despise us. No. Fong Heling couldn't take it anymore, also screaming, venting the grievances suppressed for so long. I didn't want this either. I was about to reach the second Dao circle level, yet was defeated by someone who hasn't established a foundation like him. My talent is average, I admit it. But what can I do? I tried my best. What else do you want me to be? Father, teach me. Fong Zihu's raised hand suddenly trembled and lowered. He looked at his despairing son. Then prove it to everyone again. He leaned close to Heling's ear, whispering like a demonic spell. As long as you are willing to try. No matter the price. But, my son. Meanwhile, a giant stone wheel was rolling heavily, dragging. Behind it a person huffing and puffing, while whining and crying. Stop mumbling, hurry up and pull the cart. While calculating the route, almost there. That fortress in the distance is the human city. At the same time, on the city gate of Fenglin, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. The plan is as follows. Releasing this bait, there is no worry that they won't take the hook. Wait for those evil cultists to show their faces. And we will catch them all in one net. Standing next to him was Dong A, Dean of the Academy. Wei Qiuji turned and said, although you belong to Chancellor Du Ruhai's faction, and I am a former subordinate of General Huangfu, but for the greater good of the state of Zhuang, I hope you can set aside our grievances and cooperate with me to uproot the White Bone Dao. I didn't expect you to have quietly gathered so much intelligence. The plan is also very tight. But I don't understand the White Bone. How do you want me to coordinate? Moreover, a major event like the Three Cities Dao discussion is about to take place in Fenglin City. Security is so strict. Is that thing really important enough to make them risk revealing themselves? Wei Qiuji brought up the past. We can only try this once. Remember, avenging the innocent people who died miserably in the Xiaolin town incident. Both you and I bear responsibility. Dong still didn't fully trust him. But how sure are you? Do you want to bet the safety of all citizens of Fenglin City on this gamble? The dean spoke up, expressing the worry weighing on his heart. No matter how stupid a person is, right under the noses of you and me. And instead will cause innocent people to lose their lives in vain. Towards the set plan, you don't need to doubt anymore. This Fenglin City is my territory. I have decided. Dong A frowned, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, preposterous. Fenglin City belongs to the state of Zhuang. Not to you alone. Wei Qiuji did not flinch. His eyes looking into the distance, his voice lowering with bitterness. Dong A, think about it yourself. Who should have been resting in peace? We're disturbed. Ask yourself, is there any nation that would allow such a tragedy to appear? The Qing River Water Prefecture just needs to make a move. Must mobilize for defense. One heart-devouring human demon appears. And the entire arrest department of Qingga district immediately swarms out like a broken hornet's nest. I have repeatedly asked the Zhuang government to mobilize resources. But every time, they perfunctorily pushed it aside. The Zhuang court completely does not care about the life and death of Fenglin City. You say I am abusing power. But if I don't manage it, who will? And tomorrow, who knows? Where disaster will fall upon the heads of the people. Such tragedies. Do you want to witness them again? Fine. Faced with the fierce reasoning and painful concern. For the people of Wei Qiuji, he sighed. Fine, then let's proceed according to your plan. Consider this a small redemption of mine. Wei Qiuji confidently affirmed. The people of the White Bone Dao certainly won't be able to resist the attraction of the nether bamboo. What about Zhu Wevo? His eyes full of hope. His battlefield is not here. He is destined to shine at the National Daoist Academy. Fighting for this petty spot is just a waste of time for him. The direct entry spot to the National Daoist Academy this time. I hope Zhang Linchuan can win it. Today, Wei Qiuji nodded in praise. Your arrangement is truly perfect. Everyone is in position. Just waiting for this play to officially begin. Meanwhile, at the city gate, the carriage of the Sanshan city delegation had arrived. Looking with eyes full of shock. Look at him. That person is even bigger than a bear. A monster. Is it a monster? He looks truly terrifying. Ru Chang hid behind Jiang Wang's back, pointing. Third brother, look. That giant is even chained with huge iron chains. Did Sanshan City send extremely vicious people? Jiang Wang nodded in agreement. Yeah. I think it's quite possible. After all, the reward for the winner of the first-year competition this time is a direct spot into the National Daoist Academy. Who wouldn't want to give it their all? You two must not talk nonsense. If they hear you, it will be big trouble. The giant and his entourage stopped. Ling He, as the representative, stepped forward to greet them. Fellow Taoists from Sanchan City, Fenglin Taoist Academies. Ling He has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. First, we will go to the academy to rest. Later, I will lead you to get familiar with the Tao discussion venue. The giant, bound by iron chains, trudged along following the lead of his escorts. On the second floor of a nearby tavern, Tian observing everything below. Lin Jingli looked down, smiling gloatingly. Brother, the mountain barbarians of Sanchan City have arrived too. Their eldest senior brother, Su Ping, was killed by the heart-devouring human demon. The strength of their whole group has decreased significantly. All obstacles have automatically disappeared. Heaven is truly helping our Wangjiang city. The direct entry spot to the National Taoist Academy will definitely belong to you. The person sitting opposite was Lin Zhengren, the elite representative of Wangjiang City. He calmly took a sip of tea, gently reminding, "Don't be impatient." Ling He was leading the guests with his brothers. "This is the small courtyard, prepared for you. Please come inside." Suddenly, from afar, Huang Azan ran over in a panic. While running, he shouted loudly, "Jiang Wang!" Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat, involuntarily remembering the accident in Xiaolin town. Anen? Did something happen to Anen? He immediately ran to his sister's school. Upon arrival, a stack of homework was thrown straight in front of his face. The private tutor was furious, his face red. "Outrageous. Look carefully at your sister's masterpiece." He pointed at the pile of homework in Jiang Wang's hands, continuing to scold profusely. "So I punished her to copy the 1,000-character classic 1,000 times. Result? Look at what she wrote here. The handwriting in here has up to 7 or 8 different styles. Upon investigation, I found out that she used candied hawthorns to bribe classmates to copy for her. And then was standing behind the teacher, secretly sticking her tongue out to tease her brother. The teacher was still not appeased. If I catch her again, she will be expelled immediately. Don't dream of stepping foot in my place to study ever again." Jiang Wang could only smile bitterly, bowing continuously to apologize. "I apologize, sir. I guarantee you. From now on, I will definitely discipline her strictly." Jiang Wang led Anan home. Suddenly, a little girl blocked their way. She shouted loudly, "Stop right there." The girl sat perched on a sedan chair, frowning and looking at Jiang Wang with annoyance. "Are you the one who won't let Anan play with me?" Jiang Wang explained gently, "Little friend. I only told Anan not to cheat with you. I didn't forbid her from playing with you." Little Qingji immediately retorted with eloquent logic. "What cheating? That's called sharing good things with each other. Just like I gave Anan a pearl bracelet. What's wrong with that?" Qingji rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward aggressively, her voice full of threat. "You forced Anan to return the bracelet to me, destroying the proof of our friendship. Do you believe I'll give you a beating right now?" But Jiang Wang didn't bother to bicker. He shrugged and replied, "Little friend. You know that, right?" The little girl widened her eyes, mimicking a roaring dragon. Just then, Anan suddenly spoke up to defend Qingji. "If you dare hit my brother, then I won't play with you anymore." Hearing this, Qingji hurriedly softened her voice, her face falling. "Hey, don't, I won't hit him anymore. We are still good friends, right?" Little Anan then nodded happily to confirm. "Of course." Qingji smiled brightly again. "See you later." Anan also waved goodbye. "Bye-bye." Watching the figure of Qingji's parent, another parent. "Master Gue, I'm afraid you won't survive." He turned to his younger sister. Jiang Wang urged, "Wait until I finish the exam tomorrow, then I'll deal with you slowly." At night, at a desolate small courtyard, large iron chains were piled neatly on the ground. A young girl took out a bottle of medicinal salve. "I said it already. Just help Sanchan City win this time." Xiaonan smiled. "I will let you go, give you freedom." Then she continued, "But before the competition, don't dream of leaving me half a step. Tonight, just spread a mat and sleep on the floor in my room." Hearing this, the giant jumped up and screamed, "Don't." Xiaonan immediately threw a punch of love, knocking the giant a good distance away. She coldly concluded, "I decide. You are already 13 years old, grown. So big, yet asking for mom all day. Aren't you embarrassed? We came here this time to win the competition and share the burden for mom." "Sister, I don't care. I want to go back to find mom." Xiaonan narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. Only then did the boy realize he had misspoken. "I know I was wrong. Sister, spare my life. I know I was wrong. And we're a bit worried. Can the young master still go into battle tomorrow?" Don't worry, young master has a special constitution. Probably no problem. Right? Inside the room. Don't be naughty anymore, okay? Scene shifts to the day of the tournament. Holding a megaphone, announcing loudly. Everyone has been waiting. The sky is clear, the weather is bright. The Three Cities Dao discussion officially opens now. He patted his chest confidently. The host this time will be the sponsor. Which is me. Zhao Rucheng, assuming the role. To commentate and guide everyone. He pointed down at the stands, excitedly stirring up the atmosphere. Let the rivers feel the Dao sound of the mortal world. Let the forest winds witness the sky-high will. Everyone below responded enthusiastically, excited to the extreme, raising their hands and screaming. Seeing the passionate reaction of the audience, Rucheng nodded in satisfaction and began announcing the rules. Very good, very good. But according to custom, before the official matches begin, I still have to briefly mention the rules. The order of competition is decided by drawing lots, ensuring fairness and transparency. The winner of each match will advance to the next round. In the second round, the 3 remaining winners will compete in a round-robin format. A fights B, B fights C. C fights A. A win gets 3 points, a draw gets 1 point, a loss gets no points. The person with the highest total score will become the champion. Please step up. From the wings, Jiang Wang calmly stepped onto the stage. Rucheng immediately shouted into the megaphone. Contestant from Fenglan City, Jiang Wang. And this is a special privilege. Rucheng screamed, advertising from the sponsor here. Immediately, a team of 5 muscle-bound cheerleaders appeared, chanting the slogan in unison. Fenglan is a different level. Kick Wangjiang under our feet. Whoever dares to claim heroism, smash Sanshan. In our eyes, there are no opponents left. Jiang Wang must win. Jiang Wang must win. Below in the audience, Nen Ling he also excitedly shouted along in support. Madame Li standing nearby exclaimed in surprise. So the tournament is this attractive? In another corner, Jingli glanced with disdain, speaking sarcastically. A bunch of ridiculous show-offs. On the stage, seeing Rucheng's ridiculous advertisement, Jiang Wang put his hand on his forehead in exasperation. This kid became the sponsor for the whole tournament. Just to pull this stunt? Rucheng continued to point towards the other arena, introducing the opponent. To become Jiang Wang's opponent, from Sanshan City, Yang Xingyong stepped onto the stage. Greetings. I hope for your guidance. Then Zhao Rucheng stood in the middle of the ring, boldly announcing the rules. The rules of the match are as follows. Whichever side voluntarily surrenders, loses the will to fight, or is knocked out of the ring, will be judged as the loser. Victory and defeat are clearly distinguished. He waved his hand to signal. Shouting excitedly, the 6 contestants have taken their positions. The match begins. As soon as the command was given, Hung Dung, Quang Vong's opponent immediately began forming hand seals, muttering incantations. But Quang Vong's speed was even faster. His figure flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The sharp sword tip pointed straight at the opponent's throat. First killing form. However, just as the sword tip was about to make contact, a purple light suddenly burst up from beneath his feet, forcing Quang Vong to stop abruptly mid-move. From the arena floor, rows of sharp stone pillars suddenly shot up, bristling like bamboo spikes. Quang Vong reacted extremely quickly, twisting his body to dodge by a hair's breadth. Hung Dung shouted, Earth Spike Technique. The audience below, for a moment, was terrified witnessing the entire arena turn into a forest of stone spikes. Quang Vong, after landing safely, silently analyzed. Just now I could have completely taken his life with one sword strike. But in exchange, my legs would certainly have been crushed by this forest of stone spikes. There are still rounds ahead to fight. Taking heavy injuries in exchange for victory. In this round is a bad strategy. This guy definitely anticipated that. What's more concerning is that when my sword was right at his brow, his hand seal movements were not disordered in the slightest. A will as firm as iron and stone, this guy is not easy to deal with. Not letting Quang Vong catch his breath, Hung Dung stomped his foot hard, using the momentum to launch himself off the stone pillars. He roared, It's my turn. He waved his hand, controlling sharp stone fragments, shooting them toward Quang Vong like a rain of arrows. However, Quang Vong's movement technique was flexible and winding. Dodging easily, he silently assessed. A cultivator from Ba Sun City. Indeed understands earth element, Taoist arts and body refinement methods. Although the attack power is strong, and the defense is solid, he lacks flexibility. As long as I maintain my speed advantage, He won't be able to do anything to me. But right at that moment, Kwang Bong's pupils contracted in shock. Hung Dong unexpectedly encased both fists in thick layers of rock. Rushing in with unbelievable speed. Stone fist, Kwang Bong hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clank, a terrifying force knocked him far away. His mind was full of doubts. Too fast. Why does an earth element cultivator have such speed? Such explosive power? Not letting Kwang Bong think, Hung Dong leaped up and rushed in again. Unleashing a continuous chain of punches and kicks, Kwang Bong struggled to block with his sword. Blocking while observing carefully. So that's it. He uses the earth spike technique to create propulsion from under his feet. To shoot himself forward. To compensate for his lack of movement speed. Truly a clever application. But a foundation establishment cultivator has limited Tao essence. He cannot maintain a Taoist art with such high consumption for too long. Just need to stall for time. The situation will definitely tilt in my favor. Suddenly Kwang Bong felt his sword become heavy. Hung Dong had used his boulder-like hands to lock onto his sword blade. He looked at Kwang Bong with sharp eyes and growled. Destroying your sword. Let's see what advantage you have left. Hung Dong exerted force. Snapping the steel sword in Kwang Bong's hand into pieces of scrap metal, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent Kwang Bong flying. Brother! Little Anan shouted worriedly from below the stands. True Newton also jumped up from his seat in surprise. But when the dust settled, Kwang Bong still stood firm. He assumed a solid stance. Blood essence surging around his body. For Spirit's body refinement art, black tortoise form. The stands exploded with excited cheering, too powerful. Even though his sword was destroyed, Kwang Bong still blocked. A full-force strike from the Ba Sun City cultivator. Without a scratch. It seems besides excellent swordsmanship, Kwang Bong is also a hidden body refinement genius. This match just got interesting. Kwang Bong leaped forward to counterattack. Hung Dong immediately swung his stone fist to meet the attack. But suddenly, Kwang Bong ducked back a beat. Creating a feint, Hung Dong punched into thin air, losing momentum and stumbling. He secretly cried out, "Not good. I've been tricked," seizing the moment the opponent lost balance. Kwang Bong moved quick as a flash, grabbing tightly onto Hung Dong's stone arm. Using the move, give him a taste of his own medicine. Slamming the opponent down to the floor. Lukim Thursday stood below the stands, picking his nose while explaining to his juniors. Stone-covered fist, while it enhances attack and defense power, is no different from carrying two large boulders on your hands. The center of gravity is shifted. Just a slight slip-up makes it very easy to lose balance and reveal openings. Suddenly Hung Dong's arm, which Kwang Bong was holding, began to glow brightly and heat up violently. Kwang Bong felt uneasy. Looking down, it was already too late. Boom, the stone arm exploded. The explosion created a terrible shockwave, knocking Kwang Bong away. Stone fragments embedded into his flesh, stinging painfully. Hung Dong was also injured not lightly. But he didn't give Kwang Bong a chance to catch his breath. Immediately rushing in with the remaining stone fist, he threw a decisive punch, simultaneously activating the self-destruct mechanism again. But this time, Kwang Bong moved fast as a ghost using the white tiger step. He slipped past the punch by a hair's breadth, appearing right behind Hung Dong's back. Hung Dong's punch hit the empty arena floor, blasting a large crater. Kwang Bong landed a full-force punch on the middle of the opponent's back, sending Hung Dong flying far away, rolling several times on the floor. Heavens, directly detonating the stone-covered fist? This move hurts the enemy 1000 but damages self 800. Truly reckless and crazy. No wonder they are called mountain barbarians, savage hill tribes. Kwang Bong looked at Hung Dong's two mangled arms. Frowning worriedly, he asked, "Fellow Taoist, your two arms are injured to this extent. Do you still want to continue?" Hung Dong clenched his fists despite the pain, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Of course, as long as I haven't completely collapsed. A man of Ba Sun City will absolutely never easily admit defeat." Hearing that, Kwang Bong didn't hesitate to reply, "Good. Then I will use my full strength to defeat you. Making you accept it wholeheartedly." Suddenly Kwang Bong's heartbeat accelerated. Abnormally. He took a deep breath, circulating his qi. His whole body suddenly radiated a red glow like burning coal. Hung Dong did not hesitate, throwing his steel fist through the screen of red energy, rushing in like a beast. Observing from afar, Nam could not hide his surprise. Sudden acceleration again. Moreover, the speed is even faster than before. Is he burning his blood essence? Incorrect. He's simply pushing his blood essence to the limit. About to ignite into a wind forest. To think he had such a powerful body refinement technique. The tide of the battle turned dizzyingly fast. Hung Deng was continuously hit by Quang Vong, while every one of his attacks was easily neutralized by Quang Vong. Quang Vong shouted, posing like a phoenix spreading its wings. Vermilion Bird, defeat him for me. Taking the full brunt of the Vermilion Bird's strike, Hung Deng was knocked away like a dry leaf in a storm, his body covered in wounds. He still tried to claw his hands into the arena floor to break his momentum, determined not to let himself fall off the ring. Quang Vong gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath, continuing to press with White Tiger. Below the stands, the crowd cheered loudly in excitement. Quang Vong is the champion. The judge saw Hung Deng's condition was too critical and raised the flag intending to stop the match. But Hung Deng spoke in a wheezing voice to stop him. Wait. Despite his body being full of injuries, Hung Deng still struggled to get up, legs trembling but still trying to stand firm. But I can still fight. He bit his lip until it bled, his eyes glowing with a flame of determination that nothing could extinguish. For the people of my hometown, I can still continue. I definitely can do it. As long as I'm not dead, I decided not to give up. Seeing this, the audience whispered among themselves. Truly mountain barbarians who don't value their lives. Just like to head straight into death. Seeing his opponent stumbling and about to fall, Quang Vong rushed over fast as a flash, reaching out to catch him. Under the brilliant sunlight, Quang Vong gently placed Hung Deng on the floor. Voice full of respect. You are not a barbarian. You are a respectable warrior. May I ask for your honorable name? Hung Deng panted heavily. Ba Sun City, Jung Hung Deng. The match ends. Nu Tan shouted loudly into the announcement speaker. Voice full of excitement. Perfect in both virtue and martial ethics. Quang Vong is truly wonderful. The list of those entering round 2 is officially revealed. Phong Lam City, Quang Vong. Ba Sun City, Tru Thiat Ha. Vong Jiang City, Lam Chinlo. Lam Chinlo glanced at Quang Vong with a disdainful expression, uttering sarcastic words. Truly chickens pecking each other. Such tiny skill yet dragging out the fight forever. Nu Tan continued the announcement. Invite the 3 contestants to the judges' table to draw lots to decide the order of round 2. Luck is very important in this round. The person who draws the blank lot will be specially allowed to rest. All 3 advanced to the judges' table together. After drawing lots, Quang Vong calmly held up his lot stick. I am the one who drew the resting lot. Lam Chinlo looked at the lot stick in his hand with a look of disgust, frowning in annoyance. You get to live for one more match. Quang Vong glared at him, retorting sharply. Then I hope your luck is decent too. So you can keep your limbs intact to meet me later. He laughed mockingly. Just you wait. I love teaching lessons to tough-mouthed people like you. I guarantee you will be 10 times more miserable than that chicken earlier. Tru Thiat Ha stepped forward, raising a hand to stop Lam Chinlo. Stern voice, fellow Taoist from Vong Jiang City. Please respect your opponent. Lam Chinlo swatted his hand away, pouting in contempt. Fine. You mountain barbarians don't try to lecture me on life. Truly unbearable. Thiat Ha clenched his fist in frustration. But it wasn't the right time to explode. The arena was heavily damaged after the previous battle, so it needed time for repairs. While waiting, Nu Tan commented excitedly. Such a dramatic match, don't let it be interrupted. The order for the next round is set. People often say, good character leads to naturally good luck. The luckiest person is Quang Vong, getting to rest and recover. But Lam Chinlo still kept his arrogant attitude. Just let them be praised to the high heavens. Then finally I will trample them into the black mud. That's what makes it interesting. Witnessing the extraordinary effort of his fellow townsman, Jung Hung Deng, Tru Thiat Ha became even more determined. Hung Deng, rest assured. For the honor of our hometown Ba Sun, I will definitely win this victory for you. The loudspeaker sounded. The 2 contestants enter the field, Ba Sun City. Tru Thiat Ha and Vong Jiang City. Lam Chinlo, Quang Vong stepped down to the audience area with tattered clothes, but his expression was still radiant. He waved his hand calling loudly. Big brother, Anen. Lang Hai asked worriedly, third brother, why did you come down here? Not taking the chance to go recover a bit? Quang Vong patted his firm biceps, smiling reassuringly. It's fine big brother, there's nothing wrong with my body. Suddenly, from afar came the clear voice of Tan Chi. Anen. Seeing your brother on the field just now, I knew for sure you would be here too. Hearing the familiar voice, Anen turned around and cheered, Sister Tan Chi. The little girl jumped right off Lang Ha's shoulder, running over to happily greet Tan Chi. At this moment Quang Vong saw the person accompanying Tan Chi, hurriedly bowing in respectful greeting. Student Quang Vong greets old Sir Tong. I dare not accept. This old man's surname is K, I am the butler. In charge of taking care of Miss Tan Chi. Everyone can just call me Grandpa K. Hong A Cham stared at his head, curiously asking a very punchable question. Grandpa K. Has anyone ever told you that? The shape of your head looks very much like something? Over on the other side, the referee shouted the command loudly. Start. Langha stood beside him, sternly reminding, third brother, must focus on watching the match and analyze the opponent carefully. Kwang Vong obediently replied, yes, big brother. Hearing the opening command, true. Thiat Ha immediately formed hand seals, aggressively rushing straight towards Lam Chinlo. On the opposite side, Chinlo still kept a smug face. What's the rush? I'll send you off the stage right now. Thiat Ha stomped hard on the floor. Immediately the arena surface cracked open. He executed the earth spike technique. From underground rose sharp stone pillars, whizzing towards Chinlo. A powerful opening for round 2, making the audience below gasp in astonishment. Lam Chinlo controlled large waves to dodge the attack. Tone full of mockery, cheap tricks. Hearing that, Thiat Ha waved his hand. The sharp stone pillars pierced through the water screen. Continuing to pursue the opponent, Chinlo gracefully controlled the water flow to glide away. Dodging easily, mouth not forgetting to utter sarcastic words. Saw through it at a glance, truly boring. Seeing long-range attacks were ineffective, Thiat Ha suddenly leaped forward for close combat. Chinlo scolded in boredom. Do you not understand human language? He condensed water into a giant fist, delivering a sky-shaking punch onto Thiat Ha. Thiat Ha's body shattered. But it turned out to be just rubble. It was the body replacement technique. Thiat Ha's real body suddenly appeared behind him. Chinlo shouted loudly. You are surrounded. But Chinlo remained calm to the point of arrogance, thinking himself clever. Thiat Ha kicked the sharp stone pillars around him, sending them flying to attack Chinlo from all directions. Chinlo used the move Raging Waves. Surging waves gently swept away all the stone pillars. He smiled faintly. Real body transferred into the earth. Spike technique to ambush? Surprise? You thought I wouldn't detect it? I was just pretending to play along with you. From the beginning until now, all your actions have been within my predictions. He looked at Thiat Ha hovering in midair. It's time for you to fall into the real trap. Thiat Ha suddenly felt the surrounding air thicken. He glanced around and was horrified to realize he was surrounded by a giant wall of water. Chinlo shouted, Raging Waves encirclement. Immediately the waves crashed in from all sides, submerging Thiat Ha. Below the stands A Cham commented while picking his nose. If judging by earth element technique, true stage 3 transformation, Thiat Ha has pushed the earth spike technique to the maximum limit of Taoist arts. Ding class high grade already. Pretty good. Langha saw a different point, reminding, this guy Lam Chinlo is also very skilled at using provocation to disturb the opponent's mind. Third brother must be very careful, don't fall for the trap. Kwang Bong nodded, yes, big brother. On the arena, Thiat Ha used stone armor technique to cover his body in rock to minimize damage. Seeing the opponent still being stubborn, Chinlo smiled contemptuously, still holding on? Then have a taste of the water whip. He swung the water whip hard. Thiat Ha quickly caught the tip of the whip, intending to lock the attack. Unexpectedly Chinlo played a dirty trick, hiding the binding rope inside the water whip shell. He laughed triumphantly, tricked you. Chinlo activated the binding technique. The rope immediately tightened around Thiat Ha's body. At this moment, he was shocked to realize the binding spell hidden in the water whip. Why can't I move? Thiat Ha fell heavily onto the arena floor. Seeing the prey caught in the net, Chinlo said arrogantly, smart move. Hope you can last a little longer. Don't rush to surrender before I'm satisfied. Thiat Ha looked up with eyes full of fury, shouting, shut up, you arrogant dog-eyed scum. Warriors of Ba Sun City. Absolutely never surrender. Crack, Chinlo's face turned vicious. He swung the whip, shouting, stiff mouth, huh? What a coincidence. My whip specializes in treating stubborn types like you. Crack. A loud explosion rang out. Thick black smoke covered the arena. The audience below whispered in panic. A match between first-year students is already this intense? What happened? Is the power of the water whip that strong? Something seems wrong. When the dust and smoke cleared a bit, Chinlo narrowed his eyes peering into the mist, clicking his tongue in annoyance. That mountain barbarian true. Thiat Ha escaped the binding technique, but the price was a body covered in wounds from self-destructing the stone armor. However, his eyes at this moment burned like a predator, roaring madly. Come here, Lam. Chin Nan sitting watching from afar commented. The operation is exactly the same as his teammate earlier. The only difference is this time he covered his whole body in stone armor. Then detonated it to escape. The degree of self-injury is much more serious. Seeing Thiat-ha heavily injured, Chin Nan turned to ask the representative of Ba Sun City. He has reached this point. Miss Tu Man. Are you sure you still want to let him continue? This isn't the grand exam of the Tao Institute in November. Completely unrelated to one's future prospects. No need to risk his life like that. Tu Man's expression didn't change, calmly replying. Wanting to keep one's life or keep one's honor. At this moment, I still cannot decide for him. On the stage, seeing Thiat-ha's injury-ridden body. Still stubbornly rushing forward. Chin Lu swung the water whip again, uttering cruel mockery. Stupid. What use is your momentary bravery? Losing the protection of the stone armor. You will only lose more miserably, lamb. Chin Lu swung the water whip. Whipping hard at True Thiat-ha's face. He seized the opportunity. Quickly grabbing the tip of the whip. Wrapping it tightly around his wrist. Then used all his strength to pull Chin Lu towards him. Shouting, stone-covered fist. Seeing the disadvantageous situation. Chin Lu was forced to let go of the water whip and jump back. He exclaimed in surprise mixed with mockery. Good, very good. This madman. Daring to risk serious injury. Just to attack me once before losing? But this young master isn't free to play the life exchange game with. You. Chin Lu immediately changed tactics. He used surging waves to glide away. Dodging Thiat-ha's punch and kick. Then jumped behind the opponent's back. Warning, give it up. My battle prediction is at least 3 steps ahead of you. Things can't go your way. Suddenly Thiat-ha became strangely calm. He turned his head, replying in a low voice, No. I am the one who is 1 step ahead of you. Chin Lu landed on the floor. Immediately forming hand seals. Opening a circle of water bagua hovering behind his back. Hundreds of sharp water arrows appeared. Pointing straight at Thiat-ha, he said with disgust, I, Lam Chin Lu, finally comprehend the stubbornness of you. Barbarians. From Ba Sun City. Face full of contempt. He uttered the finishing words. But having a tough mouth doesn't mean having a tough life. This time your life is hard to keep. Medium-grade Taoist art, 100-arrow rain. Chin Lu was about to launch the move when suddenly, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet. A powerful suction force pulled Chin Lu's entire body down. He was stunned and bewildered. Not understanding what the hell was happening. In the stands, Lam Chin Nan frowned in annoyance, realizing that from the very beginning, he and his younger brother had been tricked. While on the other side, Tu Man smiled the smile of a victor. The battle took a spectacular turn. Newton grabbed the microphone and screamed excitedly. Fellow Taoist Lam Chin Lu suddenly fell into the Taoist art. Low-grade Dinklass, trap hole. It turns out fellow Taoist True Thiat-ha had left a secret move from the very beginning. So when the match first started, Thiat-ha forming hand seals was not to cast the earth spike technique, but to secretly set up the trap hole. As for the earth spike technique, it is inherently a Taoist art that he can activate instantaneously. He used a fake synchronization action to deceive the opponent. Chin Lu struggled angrily in the vortex of mud, roaring, damn it. Right at this moment, Thiat-ha walked to the edge of the hole, speaking coldly. You chatter all day long. I've been tolerating you for a long time. He reached out and grabbed Chin Lu by the neck. Next time you meet someone from Ba Sun City, remember to keep your mouth clean. Finished speaking, he dealt him a sky-shaking punch, sending several teeth flying out, followed by a rain of punches and kicks pouring down on Chin Lu's face. Without mercy. The scene was too violent for Anen's age. So Lang Ha hurriedly used his hands to cover the little girl's eyes. He spoke in praise. Truly an excellent trap. Quang Vong also nodded in agreement. That's right. People from Ba Sun City may look rough and clumsy on the outside. But in reality, their combat thinking is extremely sophisticated. Seeing Thiat-ha hitting wildly like an out-of-control demon, Lam Chin Nan feared a fatality would occur. Hurriedly stood up and shouted, surrender. Hearing that, the referee raised the command flag on the side of Vongjiang City to signal stopping the match. Only then did Thiat-ha stop his hand. Lam Chin Lu's face was completely deformed, swollen beyond recognition. The audience below cheered loudly in excitement. True Thiat-ha. True Thiat-ha. Acham smiled slyly, turning to Quang Vong. They fought until heads broke and blood flowed like that. You kid won without needing to fight. Truly lucky. Must definitely treat us to a feast. Straight to 3 Parts Fragrance Pavilion. Quang Vong glared at Acham, whispering. There's a child here, don't talk nonsense. On the arena, seeing Thiat-ha seriously injured, the referee asked the cultivator from Ba Sun City, can you still continue to fight the next match? Thiat-ha panted heavily, trying to reply, I can still. But suddenly, from the stands came down the steely voice of Man. No. Basun City gives up. You, get down. Thiat had turned back in astonishment, questioning. Miss, why? I still have this life, I can risk it. Man explained with a stern face. Voice allowing no argument. Before, I allowed you to risk your life. Because you still had a chance to win. Now I won't allow it because the chance is gone. Basun City has poured a lot of resources into you. Your life cannot be arbitrarily wasted here. Compared to this first-year championship title, Basun City has many more important places that need you. The referee raised his hand to signal. Newton up high announced, all right. After the referee team discussed with the captains, the Tao Institute has decided the result of the match. He opened his mouth to shout loudly. 3 cities debate on Tao. Quang Vong clasped his hands, standing at the top of the first-year students. Phong Lam City, Quang Vong. Everyone unanimously praised, Quang Vong is so peak. Acham beamed, inviting. Treat us, treat us. Quang Vong was bewildered. I only fought 1 match and then. Langha happily said, third brother, why care about that? You completely deserve it. The bald guy spread his arms, young master true. Please. He asked Newton in confusion, why did you come down here? Newton pushed the bald guy, replying. It's fine, just found someone to host in my place for a bit. He offered an opinion. If anyone agrees. Then tonight this young master will invite that person to celebrate together. Acham immediately volunteered, me, let me. He was sweating profusely. The celebration party will definitely go to 3 parts fragrance again. Can't be wrong this time. Can see those white and big sisters again. Acham hugged the pillar, clouds drifting by. He spoke loudly into the microphone, hello everyone. The competition for third-year students is about to begin. Now changing to me, Hong. Acham, coming to host and explain to everyone. An old lady turned her head in boredom. The handsome host changed to a pervert again. Lost interest, not watching anymore. Going home to cook, Acham waved his hand grumbling, so fussy. Don't think I didn't hear that. Kim Thursday opens the battle. The first match of the third-year students, Lu. Kim Thursday wins. Truong Tuong knocked the opponent flying, Bong Truong Tuong wins. Acham continued to announce. Stage number 1 and stage number 2. Victory and defeat were decided very quickly. The 2 contestants from Phong Lam City easily advanced. To round 2, let's look at stage number 3. The mysterious contestant from Basun City. After going on stage, stood motionless. Could he be charging up for a big move? The scar-faced man mocked, pausing is truly careful. If you don't make a move. Then let me attack first, water spear. He decisively launched the move. The scar-faced man changed moves, wind blade. The mysterious guy dodged the attack. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth, pondering. Directly withstanding my 2 Taoist art moves. The cloak on his body. Must be some powerful magical treasure. But it seems it's about to reach its limit. He summoned earth spikes, take this. The mysterious guy took the full hit, he jumped up. The scar-faced man sweated. Tunan shouted with difficulty, I can't hold it in anymore. The scar-faced man was crushed. Tunan held his but running away, toilet. Tuman face-bombed, so embarrassing. His clothes were tattered. Newton put his hand on his chin, resisting Taoist arts. But his exposed skin is still intact. Not damaged at all. Langha marveled. Didn't expect it to be a child. Thought it was some extremely cruel person. Quang Vong was surprised and wondered, right. Didn't show signs of stone skin technique either. Why is the defense so strong? Grandpa K stroked his beard. This is hardened skin goo. A type of Taoist art that is permanently fixed. Chinla groggily woke up. He propped himself up to sit. Why surrender for us? Damn it. Chinla held his face in pain. If not for the carelessness, that jungle man wouldn't have had a chance. Let alone that guy from Phong Lam City. Chen Nan asked coldly, and then? He nonchalantly stated. Even if you beat him in accumulated points, he would still be the top first-year student. Chen Nan turned his head, continuing. Moreover, what if you lose again? Remember, when you are not completely sure, don't give the enemy a chance to achieve their goal. He added gloomily. Now he hasn't defeated any of you, so his top achievement will forever be insufficient. Acham announced loudly, the competition for third-year students. The contestants entering round 2 are respectively Lakim Thursday and Vong Truong Tuong from Phong Lam City, and also Tun Tu Nan from Basun City. The referee's draw result is also about to be announced. In this round, who will be the darling of destiny to draw the following lot? The lot was quickly revealed. Truong Tuong happily greeted, fellow Daoist from Ba Sun City. Hope to receive your guidance. Tunan held his belly stepping up. Comfortable now, a Cham noted with interest. Fatty fighting fatty. This match is very worth watching. But Tuman was somewhat tense. So no more delaying. The second round. The first match officially. Kwang Vong quietly waited. Start. Trong Tuong cast fog magic. People shouted below. What are you doing? Fog again? That's right, can't see anything clearly. Why are people from the Vong family like this? Tunan held his body rushing forward. This time I must fight seriously. Winning means I can go back to the city to find my mother. He fumbled around looking for the person. Where is he? Where is he? Tunan turned and ran this way. He waved his hands looking around, not here either. Hey, where are you? Truong Tuong put his hand in front of his mouth. Dragon breath fist, the dragon rushed at Tunan. He raised his hand to block. Tunan struggled to hold his ground, the roar is too loud. He stomped hard on the floor. Tunan tried to step forward. A Cham held the pillar assessing, a familiar operation again. First use fog to obscure vision. Then buy time. To cast the first-class secret technique of the Vong family. Dragon breath fist. A third-year student. Already being able to master a nationally first-class Daoist art. I'm afraid. Only Vong Truong Tuong alone can do it. But Tun Tunan of Ba Sun City cannot be underestimated either. To think he resisted the dragon breath fist. Advancing step by step towards Vong Truong Tuong. Must see if Vong Truong Tuong's breath is longer. Or if Tun Tunan can persist longer. Truong Tuong continued to blow wind. Tunan frowned, thinking. If this goes on, it will be very tiring. Must block the wind first. He created a stone wall. Lang Ha commented. Using a stone wall. To weaken the power of dragon breath fist. Is a very wise way. Kwang Vong said quietly. That's right. But if the opponent is Vong Truong Tuong, it's different. Newton wondered, why do you say that? Tuman gritted her teeth scolding, idiot. The wall was quickly shattered. Truong Tuong's eyes narrowed. He used force to attack. Tunan rolled his eyes in astonishment. He was tossed high up. Tunan flew way up high. Everyone was confused and buzzing. Such a fat guy was also blown away. Lucky there is a protective formation. People of the Vong family truly have skills. The referee raised the red flag. Tunan landed hard on the ground. A Cham shouted excitedly, too good. Turns out Dragon Breath Fist also has a dragon raising its head move. Like that. The winner is Vong Truong Tuong. Kwang Vong silently assessed. The defense of the four spirits body refinement clearly cannot compare to the Earth's Skingu. Purple energy from the East Sword Art, while sharp. Mostly still can't break the defense. He looked at Truong Tuong clasping hands. If there was a good weapon, maybe there would be a chance. But for now I can't beat this fatty. As for senior brother Vong, there is even less of a way to deal with him. Once he unleashes Dragon Breath Fist, basically I have no way to respond. It seems my strength still has a large gap with the students of the third year. Kwang Vong silently praised. Truly very skilled. This whole Dao Institute of Phong Lam City, including all the teaching teachers. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can use this first-class Daoist art. Grandpa K informed. It's because he has the added attribute of the true spirit Dao vein. Kwang Vong turned to ask. True spirit Dao vein can affect Daoist arts? He asked himself. Then what attribute does my earthworm have? Grandpa K explained, this influence is huge. True spirit Dao veins are not only divided by high and low quality, but also because of different attributes. There are different preferences. I guess his true spirit Dao vein must be the wind sparrow, innately close to wind elemental energy. That is why he can surpass his level to use first-class Daoist arts. Trong Tuong took out a pill. Kim Thursday clasped his hands and spoke. Using pills to recover Dao essence, it seems Truong Tuong, you are determined to obtain the top position among third-year students. Small matter, he popped the pill into his mouth. Just a small matter. Kim Thursday. I let you see a joke, Kwang Vong pondered from afar. Senior brother Lu is calm and experienced. I don't know what method he will use to break the Dragon Breath Fist. Kim Thursday frowned slightly asking. But the audience has started whispering. Can we not use such a shameless Daoist art, like Dragon Breath Fist? Trong Tuong happily agreed, sure. Also hope Kim Thursday will go easy on me. A Cham raised two fingers. The two people on the field were once two of the three excellent rookies who became famous together with me. Who will eventually be superior? The second round begins. Truong Tuong created fog array. Everyone watching was frustrated. Why this move again? Can the Vong family have a shred of dignity? The audience experience is too terrible. Kim Thursday executed the wind call technique. The fog was blown away by the wind. Truong Tuong tried to maintain his stance, wind element Taoist art? Previously you had no interest in it. Kim Thursday used the charge move, no choice. I learned it specifically for you. He stammered. You won't give me time to charge up? That's too cunning. Truong Tuong smirked. Luckily I also saved a move. Kim Thursday widened his eyes in surprise, incorrect. In such a short time, how did he? Truong Tuong unleashed Dragon Breath Fist. Kim Thursday landed his feet on the ground. He listened dazedly. Contestant Kim Thursday fell out of the ring. Victory and defeat are clear. The winner is Vong Truong Tuong of Phong Lam City. Kim Thursday asked in shock. Your Dragon Breath Fist can already be cast that quickly? He secretly realized, this also means. In the previous battle, he basically didn't need to prepare for such a long time. The fog was just a blindfold to block the vision of his opponent, which was me. Truong Tuong spoke cheerfully. The opponent is Kim Thursday. If you were a bit slower, I would feel like something bad was about to happen. Thanks for letting me win. A Cham excitedly praised, a move full of trickery. You are very good. Vong Truong Tuong won both matches. The top position of the third-year students will be decided from here. Kim Thursday clasped his hands in congratulation. I lost wholeheartedly. Congratulations brother Truong Tuong. Truong Tuong waved his hand. Kim Thursday is being modest. Wish you a smooth match next time. A Cham announced loudly. So, next will be the final match of the competition for third-year students. Invite the contestants to their positions. Kwang Vong offered a guess. Senior brother Lu seems not to have used his full strength. Newton, what do you think? Newton immediately responded. Even for the top position of third-year students, he didn't use full strength to compete. I guess there is only one possibility for senior brother Lu doing so. The two opponents faced each other. Tunan declared firmly. This time I definitely must win. He thought worriedly, if I lose again, big sister definitely won't spare me. Tunan stood in the starting stance. He clenched his fists. Kim Thursday rushed forward. Tunan's technique flared up. He shouted sternly, Earth Skin Goo. The flame was about to touch Tunan. Kim Thursday's face was tense. Tunan moved forward. Tunan was surprised, dispelling the move himself. Kim Thursday was suddenly knocked away. He landed on the ground. Kim Thursday stood stunned hearing the news. Contestant Kim Thursday fell out of the ring again. Victory and defeat are clear. The winner is Tun Tunan of Ba Sun City. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Kim Thursday closed his eyes clasping hands. I lost. He scratched his head in confusion. I don't think I even touched him yet. A Cham declared. The referee confirmed no error. Tun Tunan wins, taking second place. Kim Thursday loses, taking third place. The competition for third-year students ends. This second round for third years was too gritty. Tunan waved happily. Kim Thursday pursed his lips emotionally. Really exactly the same. Kwang Vong waved calling senior brother Lo. Kim Thursday came over to congratulate. Congratulations junior brother Kwang for winning the top position. Originally I also prepared a bit. Didn't expect to have no chance to show it. He voiced his query. In the duel with Ba Sun City just now, why didn't senior brother try? Anyone with sharp eyes could see it, Kim Thursday calmly explained. Firstly, I'm not sure I could break his defensive Taoist art. Secondly, second place or third place doesn't have any meaning anymore. I still have business, I'll take my leave first. Kwang Vong was bewildered. But the competition for fifth-year students is about to start. He hurriedly left. I'm not watching anymore, you guys take your time watching. Kwang Vong was somewhat suspicious, from beginning to end. That long sword at his waist has never been drawn from its sheath. Senior brother Lu is also hiding something. But is there anything more important than fighting for the top position among third-year students? A Cham laughed stating, after the previous 2 rounds of competition, this year's 3 cities debate on Tao is also about to enter the most intense stage. The competition for fifth-year students, which people look forward to the most, and is also the most intense, is about to begin. Kutat spoke gloomily, the chessboard is set. Just waiting for the esteemed guests to take their seats. Lam Shuyan put his hand on his face. Why did those two go back? Being targeted is very stressful. A Cham aggressively shouted. 1. Fifth-year students basically represent the highest combat power of the city. Tao Institute. 2. The top student of the 5th year can directly pass to enter the National Tao Institute. No need to participate in next month's exam. No need to go to the prefecture seat, but proceed straight to the capital of Trang State. Ultimately, who will this precious slot belong to? No more nonsense. Invite the fifth-year contestants to the stage. Chen Nan quietly stepped up. He coldly stood looking at Bongjong City's Lam. Chen Nan, Tu-man jumped up from below. The little girl landed on the stage. Tu-man cracked her knuckles. Ba Sun City, Tun Tu-man. Kwang Bong was astounded. That girl is actually a fifth-year contestant? Newton pulled down his glasses. Is she even 10 years old yet? Tu-nan pointed at his face. I already broke 3 teeth. But my big sister, she broke up to 7 teeth. He stared in amazement. Why were you beaten up like this? Tu-nan tried to explain, that first-class rank was won by my sister. Kwang Bong fell into thought. 17 years old, I am also 17 years old. She already represents the students of the 5th year to participate in the competition. The gap is too big, brother Kwang Bong, you must try hard. Everyone below cheered, little sister do your best, little sister do your best. Chen Nan smirked. He recalled, saying, your senior brother. So Ben died at the hands of Hung Van. I feel sorry for him. Tu-man gloomily replied. Life and death are fated. Tu-nan's group bowed their heads. Chen Nan raised his hand. Last year he lost to me by 1 move. Don't know if this year you can win the victory on his behalf? Tu-man rushed towards him. Try and you'll know immediately. Chen Nan took out a snake whip. The little girl jumped up avoiding the attack. Dong-a put his hand on his chin, jade serpent rod. This whip was refined from a high-level python. When alive, it was the heirloom treasure of the Lam family in Bongjong City. Chen Nan cast the Raging Waves magic. Acham assessed the match. Also the Raging Waves move. But the power that Lam Chen Nan executes is clearly stronger than others. By a level, worthy of the name. Top of the Dao merit list of Bongjong City. He continuously launches long-range attacks. Clearly not intending to give Tun Tu-man any chance to get close. Tu-man continuously dodged attacks. The little girl glanced at the snake, a surprise attack breaking from the ground. In front are Raging Waves. Behind is the Jade Serpent. Tun Tu-man has now fallen into a position with no way back. Tun Tu-man climbed onto the wave, Acham marveled. To think Tun Tu-man stepped on each crashing wave, walking as if treading on waves. One must know that raging waves are not just ordinary water flows, but contain Taoist art power capable of causing damage. Ordinary people just touching it would be injured. Immediately, everyone unanimously praised, beautiful move little sister. Beautiful move little sister. Kwang Bong was astonished, speculating. Could it be she also has the permanent hardened skin? Newton recalled and stated, incorrect. The skin surface feeling doesn't look like that. I guess she is using her own body to prevent being injured. If that's true, then her level of physical training, I'm afraid, is the highest among all people present here. Chen Nan looked at Tu-man saying, witnessing it with my own eyes today, I, Lam, truly admire. He waved his hand casting snake coil wall. Tu-man faced the snake wall, annoyingly dead. Dare to face me in a fight? Chen Nan launched a move shouting loudly, dare not. The snake mouth approached Tu-man. Contestant Lam Chen launched another wave of attacks, surrounding front and back. The difference is this time Tun Tu-man is hovering in mid-air with feet losing leverage. Impossible to dodge. The little girl's bracelet glowed. Tu-man held the wheel blade in both hands. She attacked the snake. Tu-man created a mountain. She slammed it down hard on the snakes. The snakes took the full hit, one was knocked far away. Kwang Bong's group covered their faces. Kutat gloomily asked. The city protecting treasure of Ba Sun City. Mountain suppressing mace was passed to this little girl's hands? Liquid flowed onto the floor. Chen Nan mocked. Isn't it just the 3 cities debate on Dao? Why is Miss Tun exactly like a martial artist? Only knowing how to use brute force? He turned back to mock. Just like your dead father. Tu-man's hands trembled. The little girl threw the weapon away. Chen Nan immediately dodged, truly dangerous. Tu-man lowered her face growling, Lam Chen Nan. If you say one more nonsense word, today either you die or I die. Newton was frustrated. Totally loves playing games to disturb the opponent's psychology. These 2 brothers are truly despicable. Dong-a coldly instructed, Trang State uses Dao, but does not look down on other sects on the martial arena. Just rely on skill to fight. Chen Nan bowed his head complying. Principal Dong's teaching is correct. This junior withdraws the words just spoken. Thunder struck down from the sky. Lam Shuyan attacked the opponent. Acham announced loudly. Arena number 1 has decided the winner. Trong Lam Shuyan easily won. Tu-man stomped her foot hard, she recalled the weapon to her hand. Tun Tu-man rushed forward. Tun Tu-man used an earth spike technique, pushing the weapon back, then continued to attack. Although wielding a giant mace nearly as big as a person, she was light and flexible like a dancing lamp flower. Chen Nan easily dodged, facing Tun Tu Man's ferocious attacks. Lam Chin. Nan used instantaneous 3 overlapping waves to dodge. But dodging is just dodging. If Tun Tu Man succeeds just once, the consequences will be unimaginable. Is Lam Chin Nan hiding some move? Lang Hao offered a comment, raging waves are fierce. Waves are not frightened. Lam Chin Nan's Taoist arts don't have a single superfluous movement. Quang Vong added. But his 2 instantaneous Taoist arts, snake walking on wall, and 3 overlapping waves have been completely exposed. Tu Man opened her mouth to strike, Chin Nan glided away contemptuously. Brave implies truly brave, but having no moderation whatsoever, weapon. Tu Man glowed red. Explosive flame, you fell for the trap. Chin Nan stepped on the wheel blade. He leisurely exposed. A series of rapid attacks turned out to be just a feint, wanting to wait for me to let down my guard. Then use the Class B Taoist art engraved on the weapon, which is explosive flame, to reverse accelerate, letting the weapon deal me a fatal blow. Truly a bit of a trick. But ultimately, it is still just a small trick. Tu Man was bewildered. Impossible, my mace momentum was pushed back by him? Incorrect, this heavy feeling. Chin Nan grinned, showing teeth. Very heavy, right? Of course. What you are supporting right now is an entire. He raised one hand. Chin Nan raised the other hand. A beam of light shone down from above. Chin Nan created a door. Heaven and Earth Gate. Lam Shuyan was stunned. Rank 7 advancing to rank 6, and choosing exactly this moment. Light covered the arena. Lang Ha stammered in fear. Pushing open the Heaven and Earth Gate to advance from rank 7 to rank 6. Quang Vong secretly realized. No wonder he didn't care at all about his instantaneous Taoist arts being exposed. Newton peered over, assessing. This guy clearly has strength yet. Pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger. Chin Nan tiptoed, mocking. No. He stomped hard on the wheel blade. Tu Man's whole body was pulled forward. The little girl looked at Chin Nan. Still have a chance. Tu Man's hands gradually lost strength. The little girl leaned back from the recoil. Chin Nan created magic. Tu Man took the full hit. Low-grade Class A Taoist art, Water Dragon Wave. The wheel blade crushed Tu Man. Tu Nan cried, calling out, Big sister. Thiatha shouted worriedly, Miss. Quang Vong asked himself. Is the strength gap between rank 7 and rank 6 really that huge? Tu Man touched the wheel blade. Then the little girl threw it away. It's not over yet. Tu Man struggled to stand up. I already said. Won't stop until death. Tu Nan cried loudly, Don't fight anymore, big sister. Let's go back to Ba Sun City. Mother won't blame us. Chin Nan reached back. Since Miss Tun is so stubborn. He created a whip. Chin Nan aimed at Tu Man. Then I, Lam, have no choice but to accompany you to the end. Tu Nan screamed in fear, Don't. Tu Man was squeezed tight by the snake. Low-grade Class A Taoist art, Azure Python Bind. The little girl's bones sounded like they were being crushed. Chin Nan raised his hand high. Having used full strength but still couldn't crush you. Truly a body of copper and skin of iron. However, it is time to end. Tu Man gradually lost consciousness. Flower branches pierced through the snake. Tu Man fell from high above. Chin Nan caught the whip. Dong A declared, You won. He bowed his head, clasping hands. Principal Dong has worked hard. Quang Vong spoke gloomily, clearly, holding a huge advantage early on, but still chose to strike psychologically first. Even when he had heavily injured the opponent at the end, he still didn't easily get close. This Lam Chin Nan is very cautious. The type of caution that uses every means. Lang Ha hesitated. Luckily the principal intervened to stop it. Otherwise, Miss Tun will certainly die. Tu Man propped her hands on the floor. Ku Tat, this is confusing. Mountain suppressing mace has recognized a master. This girl's future cannot be ordinary. Why not let Lam Chin Nan kill her right now? Dong A replied, her husband has been dead for only a few years. Now the daughter dies too. That woman in Ba Sun City will go crazy. He turned his head and asked, so what? Although the tigress is fierce. The enmity formed is with Vong Jiang City. What does it have to do with my Fong Lam City? If this little girl survives, among her peers, who is her match? Later, she will only block the path of my Fong Lam City disciples. Dong A calmly replied. Whether a disciple of Ba Sun City, a disciple of Fong Lam City, or a disciple of Vong Jiang City, they are all disciples of our Trang State. Ku Tat was somewhat sarcastic. Hope you really think so. Magic surrounds the stronghold, North City Armory. Tran Quan coldly inquired. Today is the Three Cities debate on Tao. Why are you guys here guarding the armory? The red-robed man answered. I also want to go join the fun. But the principal arranged it, what choice do I have? In a residence with many guards. Tran Quan pushed the door open and shouted. Deputy General, Lord Tran Quan has arrived. Everyone changed shifts. The red-robed man requested. Deputy General, please stop. Please. Present the deployment order from the city lord and the principal. Tran Quan gloomily said, Tran Quan. Passed through layers of formation arrays to get here. Could I possibly be deceiving you? The red-robed man explained. No, Deputy General. This is an order. Issued personally by the principal and the city lord. We must see both deployment orders at the same time. Only then can we leave. How could we dare not obey the words of those two? Hope you understand, he spoke gloomily. True enough, now I give you the deployment order. Tran Quan suddenly attacked. Take it. He used his hair to stab the red-robed man. The demon turned its head around. Nam 7 landed his foot on the pillar. He glanced at the demon. Nam 7 picked his ear and grumbled. Thought guarding the armory was a boring job. I just wanted to take the chance to slack off a bit. Fifth-year student of the Inner Institute, Tam Nam that. Tran Quan rushed forward. You go get the nether bamboo quickly, I'll deal with this person. Nam 7 entered an attack stance. What are you standing there for? Go report the news. The soldier hurriedly obeyed. Yes, yes. Tran Quan unleashed the technique, corpse control. He created magic, golden light arrow. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. Consecutively using high-grade Ding-class Taoist arts. This Taoist's cultivation base is at least at rank 7. To be safe. It seems. I must use the secret technique given to me by the two elders. Tran Quan's hair was cut off. Nam 7 rolled his eyes and thought, is this guy here too? Meaning the principal specially. Assign me to guard the armory. Things are definitely not that simple. Noinim held his sword declaring, Tran Quan betrayed. He has been killed by me, Noinim. Nam 7 pointed his hand urging, stop acting cool. There's still one person who went into the armory. He turned and rushed away. Don't just stand there staring. Follow me quickly. Noinim stepped back seeing the snake head. He swung his sword to slash it. The demon jumped high up. The nether bamboo has been taken by me. Noinim gripped the sword tightly. Maybe, but don't expect anyone to survive today. He pointed the sword at the demon. He caught the sword and laughed. So what if I don't live? Going to the netherworld, I can still meet the revered god. My mission is also completed. Noinim widened his eyes. He shouted urgently, stop him. Nam 7 used a move to block. Why didn't you say so sooner? Noinim slashed at the demon. Anyway, the city gates are closed. None of you will escape. He quickly rushed outside. And the blood sacrifice feast too. Why didn't you stop him? The nether bamboo must be inside. Nam 7 clenched his hands in anger. How would I know what the hell nether bamboo is? If your city guards already had a plan, why didn't you reveal it to us beforehand? Because of your hiding and concealing. My fellow junior brother got killed. Noinim gloomily retorted, some time ago. Your Dao Institute was just invaded by demons. It's very likely someone was infiltrated by the White Bone Dao. If our city guards didn't keep it secret, they surely wouldn't have fallen for the trap. Comparing casualties, our city guard brothers died more. But for Fong Lam City, we all have this enlightenment. Sacrifices when necessary are unavoidable. Nam 7 snorted coldly. In reality, it's your city guards that were infiltrated. You always make choices like that. Are their lives not lives? He coldly stated. I have no time to argue with you. Luckily the city gates are closed. Outside we have also set up a dragnet. You continue guarding here. I'm going to report to the military side. A demon wreaking havoc everywhere. District 1 detected and disposed of it. Citizens are confused, too many city guards. Has something happened? A demon was tied up tight. District 8 detected 2 demons, handled. The soldier bowed to report. Deputy Officer True, Lord Noinim sends orders. Wants you to immediately go to the north. Take over all of Tran Quan's 5th squad. Lord True Lang responded, yeah, I know. He broke out in a cold sweat. Even the Deputy General. The city guards were also permeated by the White Bone Dao. To this extent. Why are residences exploding one by one? Grandpa K suggested, Miss. Let's go back to the manor first, Tan Chi replied regretfully. But I still want to play with Nen. Nen wondered, brother, why are they lighting fireworks in the distance? Quang Vong hugged her to reassure, it's okay, brother is here. Soldiers walked away one by one. Everyone started buzzing. Why is there the sound of explosions? Maybe the Vong family has started celebrating. The city guards seem to be taking some action. Should we go home and check first? But the competition for 5th-year students. The most dramatic part hasn't started yet. Kutat waved his hand demanding, no need to panic. The competition continues. Dong-e closed his eyes and said, The White Bone Dao lineage was destroyed 200 years ago. In the beginning, the High Ancestor purged for 9 years, and had long since killed them all clean. Unexpectedly, they still have remnants remaining until today. He rolled his eyes and smirked. Did you really not expect it, or are you pretending? Dong-A stroked his beard. What do you mean? Ku-Tat tilted his head back. Nothing. Just thinking that today we can kill all the White Bone Dao. This city lord's heart is extremely delighted. Don't expect anyone to cause any trouble in my Fonglam city. Sunlight shone down on the residents. 6ix9ine bowed his head pleading, Saintess, please take action. Otherwise our believers will all die. Junok leisurely held a powder puff. I told you, don't be greedy. You guys just hear about nether bamboo and lose your souls. Now begging me to act, what use is it? The phantom of the Ghost Gate has been sent to Van State. What do I have to fight Noi Ku-Tat with? He trembled saying. But the 2 elders and the White Bone Envoy also agreed. Junok applied powder to her face. Then you can go invite them to take action. 6ix9ine kowtowed begging. The 2 elders are in seclusion refining the array. The White Bone Envoy. 100 wrongs, 1,000 wrongs, it's all my fault. Please Saintess, take action. She calmly demanded, me appearing? Noi Ku-Tat certainly won't act immediately. Let alone that guy Dong-A. You conceal your identities yourselves. Just obediently hide and it'll be fine. 6ix9ine gritted his teeth. The direct disciple of the second elder? 6ix9ine, it's useless, Noi Ku-Tat has planned this for a long time. He has created a magical tool that can identify our White Bone Dao lineage. I can hide. But believers under rank 6 basically have nowhere to hide. In order to obtain the nether bamboo, everyone has entered Fonglam City. Now the city gates are closed. Our White Bone Dao accumulating forces is not easy, so many believers. Will the Saintess just watch them get killed? Junok half closed her eyes. Alright. Don't make noise at my place anymore. You go back and tell the 2 elders. I have arranged plan B. Calculating the time, the nether bamboo is already in hand. As for those believers, if they die, they die. She snapped the powder compact shut. The water carrier shouted, please let me through. Please let me through. The soldiers were confused. The compass is reacting. But why does the needle keep spinning? The man smirked. He uttered a sentence. Leisurely strolling through the maple forest. Green robe fluttering. Wind carries it along, mossy path soaked in thick dew. Smiling watching guests pass east and west. Suddenly Noinem swung his sword to slash. He looked at the compass, infusing a little Dao essence. Can increase the scanning efficiency of the magical tool. Continue searching. Noinem waved his hand ordering. You 4 follow me over there. Others stay to handle the scene. The water carrier touched the wooden bar. He hid in the alley. The water carrier hurriedly left. Hung Van, luckily I have the silk pouch the Saintess bestowed upon me. Even Noinem cannot probe my aura. Wait for tomorrow when the city gates open, I will swagger. But the water carrier hadn't gone far when a hand pierced through his body. Hung Van coughed up blood. What the hell? A cham shouted loudly into the microphone. After the defeat of contestant Tun Tu Man in the battle for the top position of the 5th-year students, Ba Sun City has been completely eliminated. After this, we will enter the round 2 draw. The referee took out the lot box. Quang Bong turned to Lang Ha, with their strength. Entering the National Dao Institute later is not impossible. Is it really worth risking their lives now to fight for 1 slot? Or not? He calmly replied. This vice principal once said in class. Although the slot is important, but behind it lies the allocation of resources. That is the key thing. Lang Ha imagined the mechanism. He raised a finger. The resources that Trang State allocates to each City Dao Institute are determined by the number of cultivators that City Dao Institute can nurture. 1 more student entering the National Dao Institute. The resources that the City Dao Institute gets that year will increase by 10%, and the added resources can be used to nurture the City Dao Institute's cultivators. Cultivators will grow faster. The resources of the City Dao Institute will be even more, forming a virtuous cycle. Conversely, if the elite line is broken, the City Dao Institute's resources will decrease. The disciples' cultivation conditions will be difficult. This is the vicious cycle. The city lord and principal of that City Dao Institute will also be reprimanded. Tu Nan's group sat gloomily. Lam Shuyan exclaimed excitedly, it seems my luck. A cham gave a thumbs up. Truly too lucky. Congratulations senior brother Trong. Chin Nan looked down gloomily. He proposed a plan. You just surrender directly. Later I will critically injure Trong Lam Shuyan. Then you defeat him to take 2nd place. Lam Shuyan grumbled unhappily. Don't treat me like I don't exist. Chin Nan arrogantly replied, true. Or you withdraw now. Can save some flesh and skin pain. Anyway, the result is the same for you. This is the best strategy. Bao Teng firmly refused. I refuse. Chen Nan mockingly annoyed. You refuse? If not, then what? He firmly declared, I will not surrender. No matter who the opponent is. I will do my best. This is the meaning of the debate on Dao. Chen Nan frowned. Fine, then you try. Chen Lo from afar growled, Fo Bao Teng. Is your brain broken? Don't you know your place? A Cham raised his hand and spoke loudly. Although Lam Chen Nan has rank 6 cultivation. But if Fo Bao Teng can injure him before losing, then the hope for Trong Lam Shuyan, our senior brother, to win the championship will be greater. O elders and folks of Fong Lam City. Let's cheer for Fo Bao Teng. Everyone praised in unison, Fo Bao Teng is amazing. Upright, resilient, unyielding, the demeanor of a cultivator. That's right, why should he surrender? You are the champion, Fo Bao Teng, do your best. Chen Nan gloomily said, if not for the principal, I absolutely wouldn't have let you on the team. The arena became tense. Bao Teng replied without stepping back. So I cannot betray the principal's expectations of me. Chen Nan immediately attacked. Start. He created a row of vines, vine wall. Newton adjusted his glasses marveling. Same type of Taoist art, although not as forceful as Lam Chen Nan. But very solid. It seems Fo Bao Teng also has some skill. Huang Bong responded. After all, last time he relied on strength to defeat senior brother Duo, who ranked 4th in our Dao Institute's leaderboard. The vines covered and shattered the arena floor. Chen Nan clenched his hand ordering, bind. Tighten, the snake tightened around the vines. A water stain appeared, a hand reached out from inside. It grabbed the snake tight, claspy armor breaker. The hand absorbed spiritual power, a snake withered in an instant. Huang Bong stared in amazement. This move is truly the nemesis of wood element Taoist arts. Bao Teng jumped high up. His face was covered in sweat. Chen Nan calmly stated. I knew you would use this move. But it's just a mediocre Class B Taoist art. Basically can't change anything. He recalled resentfully. Although you, Chen Nan, have talent surpassing others. But the compatibility is not enough. Not suitable. Master's secret technique is decided to be passed to Tu Tung. Chen Nan opened his eyes wide in defiance. Why? My, Lam Chen Nan's compatibility is not enough? Could it be that the stone in the latrine, like this poor kid, has enough compatibility? It doesn't matter. My current self no longer cares. Because I have surpassed it. Bao Teng watched the magic approaching. He raised 3 fingers, 3 overlapping waves. Bao Teng created a wave under his feet. Chen Nan immediately swung his hand, don't dream of it. He was pushed down. Bao Teng frowned tensely, can't dodge in time. He was squeezed tight by the wave. Bao Teng fell heavily to the floor. Chen Nan approached him. He lifted his foot. Chen Nan stepped on Bao Teng's head. On what basis did you think you could beat me? He gritted his teeth in defiance. I didn't think I could beat you. But I absolutely cannot lose without fighting. Chen Nan coldly said. Truly hasn't changed a bit. Stubborn and pig-headed. Now I won't even give you second place. He threw Bao Teng away. Get lost. A Cham clenched his hand announcing, win. Victory and defeat have been decided. Invite contestants for the next match to prepare. Everyone shouted in frustration, acting so cruelly to a fellow disciple. Lam Chen Nan, you are not human, truly disgracing Bongjiang City. Winning is no glory either. Lam Shuyan waved his hand questioning, Brother Chen Nan. Aren't you afraid of leaving an impression bad in the hearts of the common people? Chen Nan confidently replied. It doesn't matter, in the end. They only trust and worship those with strength. He coughed violently, so, can we clean up this place first? Then start fighting? No? There's water and wood dust. It's too dirty. Dong E glared, shouting, Trong Lam Shuyan. If you say one more unnecessary word, I will throw you into the cesspit to soak for 3 days. Lam Shuyan immediately suggested to the referee that they could start. A Cham announced loudly. Fo Bao Teng is heavily injured and unconscious. Cannot continue to compete. This means that this next match is the final match for the 5th-year students. Tu Man's group watched silently. 3 cities debate on Dao. Chinla gritted his teeth. The final match that Dong A and Ku Tat were also waiting for. Huang Bong stared intently at the arena. Everyone excitedly cheered, start. Lam Shuyan curled 3 fingers. Chen Nan watched the lightning strike down. Huang Bong was astounded. In just a blink, he launched 3 bolts of shocking thunder. Senior brother Trung's lightning technique is indeed extremely powerful. Moreover, lightning electricity can travel through water. This is equivalent to sealing the 3 overlapping waves of Lam Chen Nan. Elemental counteraction can make up for the gap in cultivation realm. Newton reminded, that's right. Rank 7 peak fighting rank 6. One cannot say there is absolutely no chance. But don't forget that. Lam Chinnan is also proficient in wood element Taoist arts. Several places on the arena floor were damaged. Chinnan amusedly launched a sneak attack. He put his hands behind his back. A flower sprouted from the arena floor. Lam Shuyan used a move to hit it. He immediately destroyed the flower. Chinnan arrogantly praised, also quite interesting. Got any other skills? Just use them all, I will play with you. Lam Shuyan gloomily declared, no need. No need. One move to decide the outcome. Zhang Ren calmly replied, good, you are confident enough. Then let me completely destroy your Dao heart. Ajahn was confused, looking at the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed incessantly. Lin Chuan controlled the lightning to strike down. Zhang Ren dodged the bolts of lightning. He pointed towards Lin Chuan. He glided to the side, riding the water current straight into the sky. Everyone looked up in awe. One move had dispersed the dark clouds filling the sky. If senior brother Zhang hadn't dodged in time, he would have been crushed to pieces by now. Lin Chuan hovered in the air. He was extremely surprised. Zhang Ren approached, looking disdainful. You wanted to use a Jiaograde lightning technique to ambush me? It's a pity that with your current realm, you still have to borrow the external force of nature to be able to cast it. Am I right? He touched Lin Chuan. After opening the heaven and earth gate, I can see through the flow of vital energy between heaven and earth. Naturally. I can also see the flaws in your Taoist arts. Lin Chuan calmly replied, there's no other way. You saw through it all. Sing Reinskoft. Now the dark clouds have dispersed. And the thunder can no longer strike. Do you still want to continue bluffing with me here, Zhang Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan retorted, wait a moment. I said you saw through it, correct? But who said that without dark clouds? Thunder cannot strike anymore? A lightning array engulfed the two of them. Zhang Li stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, it's the lightning pole mark. Qji laughed in amusement. This disciple of yours really dares to think and act. I like him. The move was carefully calculated. The first time he summoned the thunder to strike, all the lightning power was guided by the lightning pill that Zhang Lin Chuan used to destroy the man-eating flower, leading it deep underground to accumulate, waiting for the opportunity. The magic source erupted. Lightning struck towards Zhang Ren. After dispersing the dark clouds, Lin Zhangren thought he had forced Zhang Lin Chuan to play all his trump cards. So he began to let his guard down and even approached to provoke him. Unexpectedly. Right at that moment, Zhang Lin Chuan did not hesitate to activate the Taoist art imprinted inside his heaven-reaching palace. The lightning pole. Whoever is marked by the lightning pole mark will immediately become the target of the Taoist art's attack. Lightning flashed in an instant. The lightning power buried underground exploded, striking straight towards Zhang Lin Chuan, simultaneously attacking Lin Zhangren, who was right next to him, because he predicted that this Taoist art would not be seen through by Lin Zhangren, because he predicted that since he didn't possess strength like Sun Xiaoman, Lin Zhangren would likely close in, because every link in his prediction connected tightly. However, no matter what, this was an extremely risky action. It could even be called madness. Regarding the comprehension of both Taoist arts and the battle of wits. In this fight, I, Jiang Wang, still have a long way to go. Jiang Wang exclaimed in admiration, brilliant, too brilliant. Zhang Ren and Lin Chuan roared loudly. The explosion caused by the lightning continued. Lin Chuan fell to the floor. Zhang Ren also collapsed. Lin Chuan touched a piece of wood. He stood up, coughing violently. Luckily, I have practiced lightning arts for a long time and am used to being struck. Zhang Ren had lost consciousness. Lin Chuan pointed his hand towards him. Luckily you just entered the 6th rank, so everything hasn't reached its peak yet. That's why I had the chance to exploit it. So dirty. After I finish dealing with you, I must hurry back to take a proper bath. Lightning surrounded his hand. Lin Chuan's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? Where is the Dao essence in my heaven-reaching palace? He couldn't cast magic. Lin Chuan looked left and right. Did I predict wrong? Impossible. Summoning thunder doesn't consume that much. 2 sprouts grew from the floor, origin guiding grass. Lin Chuan looked around. Origin guiding grass? You left behind quite a few defenses too, huh? But origin guiding grass doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. It causes all surrounding Taoist arts to consume more energy. You cast so many Jiaograde Taoist arts. The one who suffers more is only you. Zhang Ren stood up abruptly. So what? Lin Chuan twitched his lips to admit defeat. Zhang Ren then stopped his hand. He spoke coldly. To force someone who just broke through a realm like me to win in such a miserable state, Zhang Lin Chuan. We will meet again at the National Tao Institute. When the referee raised the green flag, Zhang held the megaphone and announced the outcome was decided. The top ranker in the Three Cities Tao discussion exam for the fifth-year students is Lin Zhengren of Wangjiang City. Everyone buzzed with excitement looking at the arena. Zhengren clasped his hands together. Zhengli excitedly called out, "Brother! Brother!" Qji rolled his eyes and commented. Although we lost the top spot for the fifth-year students, we secured 2 runner-up positions. So, Fenglin City can be considered to have maintained its prestige. Xiao Man's group was indignant. Lin Chuan dusted off his clothes and sighed, "That was really tiring." Jiang Wang spoke up in confusion. Both were affected by the origin guiding grass. Why did Lin Zhengren's Tao essence recover faster? Clearly, he cast more Jiaograde Taoist arts. Elder Gui immediately explained. From rank 6 onwards, the absorption of Tao essence is no longer limited to letting the Tao vortex self-generate within the heaven-reaching palace, but one can also absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth from the outside world to replenish. This also means that, after entering rank 6, cultivators will have fewer restrictions on Tao essence, and their comprehension of Taoist arts will make a leap forward. The old man stroked his beard and continued. But that kid who just used the lightning art didn't entirely lack a chance. As long as he dared to destroy one Tao vortex, he could have temporarily obtained a large amount of Tao essence. It's just that if he did that, even if he won the battle, he would return to rank 8 cultivation, and moreover, his life would stop there. Jiang Wang secretly realized. Thank you, Elder Gui, for the explanation. He speculated in his mind, Elder Gui has extensive knowledge. Absolutely not something an ordinary butler could compare with. Qingyan's background, I'm afraid, isn't simple either. Not just a descendant of a wealthy family. Zhan announced loudly. The Three Cities Tao discussion competition has ended beautifully. Inviting the audience to leave the arena in an orderly manner according to instructions. Contestants, please move to the central area of the stands. The City Lord of Fenglin City, Wei Qji, and the Dean of the Tao Institute, Dong A, will present the awards and sign commemorative paintings. The moon rose high, illuminating the night sky. Qji and Dong A entered the manor to report to the City Lord. Today, a total of 43 members of the White Bone Tao were eliminated. Among them were 12 at the rank 8 circulation realm, 4 at the rank 7 heaven-reaching realm, and 1 at the rank 6 ascending dragon realm. He gloomily assessed, gaining a useless candle. In exchange for damage to the White Bone Tao forces, this trade is very worth it. Qji made a suggestion. Today can be considered as having avenged the grudge. Dean Dong, why not gather the disciples of the Tao Institute to chant the Supreme Salvation Scripture a few times together, to deliver the souls of Zhenxiao Lin? Dong A lowered his head. The soul has long scattered. What use is deliverance anymore? And stop focusing only on the White Bone Tao in front of you. Other dangers have also arrived. Wei Ran and Nanqi were confused. Other dangers? Qji turned back and asked, do you mean the heart-devouring human demon? He thought annoyedly, we just finished cooperating. Never showed any happiness. With such a personality, no wonder he was chased out of Zhuangdu. Dong A immediately answered. Correct. According to the news Zhu Wei was sent back, the heart-devouring human demon is probably hiding in Fenglin City. Outside the manor, a servant reminded, the weather is dry, be careful of fire. The sky lit up the whole space. Everyone gathered in large numbers in front of the city. Ru Chang raised his eyebrows and asked. Third brother, look at this. Wangjiang City's Team 5 is so numerous over there. Are they traveling on public funds, so it doesn't cost them money? Jiang Wang sternly reminded. Don't mind other people's business. Xiao Man turned her head and said, escorting us here is enough. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Ling He said goodbye. Then we wish you a safe journey. See you again tomorrow. Xing Yong clasped his hands and replied, Taoist friend Jiang. See you again tomorrow. Losing to you, I, Yang Xingyong, am wholeheartedly convinced. Jiang Wang uttered praise, Taoist friend Yang. The fighting spirit of you all from Three Mountain City has also brought me, Jiang Wang, many lessons. Xiaoman spoke gloomily, fighting spirit, huh? That's because we can't afford not to risk our lives. Three Mountain City is truly too difficult. He hesitantly asked back, how difficult? Apologies. If it's inappropriate, then pretend I didn't ask. But Xiaoman lowered her face recalling. There's nothing that can't be said. Three Mountain City has many mountains and many beasts. Wild beasts are fine. They can be considered food. Spirit beasts aren't many, but ferocious beasts are very troublesome. Everyone fighting ferocious beasts in recent years. The disasters caused by ferocious beasts in Three Mountain City have become more and more frequent. They destroy Taoist temples, attack villages and towns, and eat humans. Yet they themselves are completely worthless. To suppress the disasters caused by beasts, generations of Three Mountain City have succeeded one another, sacrificing and consuming large amounts of resources, just to barely maintain a stable situation. All strong people need resources to cultivate. But Three Mountain City always has more losses than gains. What's more terrifying is that ferocious beasts seem endless to kill, appearing continuously, maintaining and repairing Taoist temples is a local matter of Three Mountain City. If we want to invite experts from the prefecture to sweep them, we need to pay with corresponding resources. But Three Mountain City fundamentally cannot take out any more surplus resources. Xingyong shed tears and added. Moreover, recently, the Three Mountain City Tao Institute suffered huge losses. At the hands of the heart-devouring human demon, manpower is even scarcer. Do you know, every time we win a battle, at least, Three Mountain City can have 10 more survivors. Jiang Wang turned around and requested, everyone, please wait a moment. My 3 sworn brothers and I, we will discuss something. His group whispered. Jiang Wang exchanged words. Big brother, third brother, you too. How many Dao merits are you still short of to exchange for a pulse-opening pill? I can give it to you two first. I want to. Ling He gently reassured. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Leaving the Dao merits in Three Mountain City at this time is even more meaningful. As for the pulse-opening pill, Big Brother wants to rely on himself to achieve it. You don't need to worry. Jiang Wang turned to Ru Cheng, and what about third brother? He immediately responded. Why are you looking at me? I don't even care for a pulse-opening pill. Ru Cheng put his hands behind his back. But I have to admire your good nature. Wait until I get back, I'll tell Uncle Dang to arrange to donate some resources to Three Mountain City. Jiang Wang patted Xingyang's shoulder. He spoke warmly. Winning first place in the Three Cities Dao discussion this time. I consider it as picking up a cheap bargain, and I feel ashamed in my heart. The reward of 50 Dao merit points. Wait until I return to the Dao Institute. I will go to the Dao Merit Hall to transfer it to Daoist friend Yang. Xingyong stammered in surprise. How can this be acceptable? Xiaoman threw a punch in the air. Her eyes shone brightly. We are definitely making friends with this person. Xiaoman gave a thumbs up. If you need our help with anything next time, just speak up. Jiang Wang happily accepted. All right. See you again. His group waved goodbye. 3 bells rang softly. Jiang Wang's group walked out of the manor. Zhan shouted from high up, Brother Jiang, Brother Ru Cheng, Brother Ling He, come help a brother out. He was tied to a tree branch. Get me down so I can go celebrate with you guys. Jiang Wang won the championship. Ling He calmly explained. Last night he covered his face and went to bang on Xiao Tianmian's door, resulting in him being caught on the spot. Jiang Wang casually added. Of all people to provoke, he went and provoked Xiao Tianmian. Zhan shouted indignantly. Who told him to say my image was poor, and kicked me out of the reception team? I am romantic and handsome. Clearly, he is targeting me. Isn't it just because I didn't listen to him and refused to cultivate the fire element? He grumbled, don't go, guys. Let me down first. Let me down. Xiao Tianmian is about to return. Ru Cheng walked away. We have something more important tonight. Going first, bye. Ling He turned to Jiang Wang. I'm going to prepare a gift for An. See you later tonight. He agreed, okay, big brother, don't be too wasteful either. I'll go check the food for tonight first. The shop owner waved his hand, rest assured, dear guest. Tonight the cakes will be delivered to your residence on time. Pezon wearing a hat. Goodbye, dear guest, take care. Jiang Wang smiled slightly, thinking. The second day after the Three Cities Dao discussion is also An's birthday. Perfect timing to celebrate together. Make it lively. I can also temporarily relax for a night. He walked through the market. Everything is prepared. Just waiting for An to finish school. Let's go, going to pick up An now. Jiang Wang's body mechanism screamed. His bones gradually ached. Jiang Wang frowned and held his back. The location of the heaven-reaching palace hurts again. Could it be because I frequently cultivate the 4 spirits? Body refining art? He was bumped into by Xiongwen. Jiang Wang's eyes widened in surprise. Xiongwen calmly apologized. So sorry for bumping into you. He clenched his hand and replied. No problem. Xiongwen spread his hand out. Jiang Wang began to stagger. He was held back by Xiongwen. What's the rush? He leaned close to Jiang Wang's ear. You look like that guy's junior brother, huh? Help me out a bit. Let me stay at your house for a few days, okay? Xiongwen gripped his shoulder tightly. With just one hand? He was able to seal the Dao essence in my meridians. This person's strength is at least above rank 6. Jiang Wang replied in confusion. But I am an inner sect disciple. Living in the Tao Institute's dormitory. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. He was filled with questions. Who exactly is he? If I resist, he will kill me very easily. Cannot act rashly. First, I must try to stall for time with him. Xiaowen gloomily evaluated, an inner institute disciple. Indeed, you have opened your meridians, but you haven't established your foundation yet. To be honest, this is a good start. You are a smart person. Surely you can think of a way to help me. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and suggested, a way, I probably have one. But let me think first. You have to give me some time. He speculated while sweating. Just now he said he is the junior brother of that guy. Cultivation. Is at least rank 6. Hiding his identity, who is he trying to avoid? Could it be that he is the heart-devouring human demon? Xiaowen coldly accepted, fine. But don't take too long. Because I don't have that much patience. Jiang Wang thought of a series of things. Does he dare to come to the Tao Institute to find the dean? Why not? The purpose of coming to the Tao Institute is too obvious. This bald guy isn't a fool either. Why not go to the city lord's manor to find the city lord? Even if everything goes smoothly. Ultimately, to catch the heart-devouring human demon, Wei Qiji, definitely won't care about my life or death. Take him to the punishment division? No, that would be too obvious. Then leave signs along the way? If he discovers them. If I don't go pick up Anan, will she be scared going home alone? Right, Anan's classmate named Qingzi. Beside her is also the butler surnamed Gue, who is unfathomably deep. Why not? No. That would be like dragging Anan into this. Calm down, calm down. For Anan, I must think of a way to restrain this rank 6 great demon. Currently, the remaining forces in Fenglin City are only. There's no time left. There's no time left. He hesitated then said, I remember now. I have an old friend. His clan left behind a courtyard house. No one has lived there for a long time, it's very quiet. No one will disturb us. Jiang Wang pointed the way, this direction. Not far from here. But his clan is quite powerful. If we are discovered, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Xiongwen asked, huh? How powerful? Jiang Wang looked over and replied. His clan is the Feng family, one of the 3 great local clans. They might have some extraordinary power. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. He demanded, lead the way. The moon gradually rose high. Jiang Wang frowned and spoke. There are many people now. It's best if we wait until the guard change to sneak in. So we won't alert others. Xiongwen immediately refused. No need. A person with a bun hair greeted, Steward Feng. You are back. Steward Feng replied, yes. I just went to the medicinal herb shop to get medicine for the master. He continued walking. Steward Feng sighed. Really? The master drinks tonic medicine like this every day. Can he really handle it? Jiang Wang admired. Hiding in the shadows to move. Truly a formidable Taoist art. Xiongwen tempted. Want to learn? Just listen to my orders. And I can help you. The guy wearing a hat whispered, the master won't find out, right? The girl replied warmly. Of course he won't find out. Are we going to the woodshed again this time? Xiongwen's shadow glided past. Jiang Wang pushed the door open. He stated firmly, this is the place. Xiongwen raised his hand, you've worked hard. Jiang Wang pointed up high. Although this place is well hidden, you must pay attention to 2 points. Especially the second point. First, 3 rooms ahead is a large kitchen. You can go get food at night. Xiongwen looked stern, what about the second point? Jiang Wang pointed in another direction. The second point is the Feng family guards. Every day at the hour of the dragon, 7 to 9 a.m., they will patrol and check there. Because in that secret chamber, a treasure is kept. That is enough to shock the world. Jiang Wang pointed and said. I heard it was left behind by the founding ancestor of the Zhuang state. He took his sword and leaped onto the roof. Purple energy from the East sword style, first form. The secret lies in speed. Jiang Wang staggered and scoffed, heart-devouring human demon. Today you must pay with your life here. Xiongwen frowned and shouted. Bastard. Stinking brat, you dare to play tricks on me? If I don't rip your heart out, I, Xiongwen, swear I will leave my life to you. He thought to himself, a little Taoist priest who hasn't even grown up yet. How can he have such fast swordsmanship? Jiao Wang pushed the door and entered, audacious. Who dares to trespass into the Feng family ancestral hall? The old man ordered loudly, state your name immediately. Xiongwen placed his hand on the old man's head. Are you deaf? That brat just said it. I am the heart-devouring human demon, Xiongwen. Jiao Wang threw the lantern down. He pointed his hand at Xiongwen. Secret Taoist art of the Feng family, heavenly rain arrow. Take this. He smirked. What does that mean? Xiongwen grabbed Zhao Wang's shirt, heart-seizing hand. He took Zhao Wang's heart. The old man fell to the ground with a thud. Zhao Wang spoke with difficulty, "Our Feng family." The old man wrote characters on the ground. Zhao Wang slammed his hand down. "Will not allow bullying." A crane flew up, raising its head high, spirit crane array. Jiang Wang turned and ran away. Hoping this array of the Feng family can trap him. Waiting for the dean and the city lord to arrive in time. He looked at the light in the sky. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. The Dao Institute sensed it this quickly? Wei was stood on a spear, gliding over. A massive explosion erupted. Zeho ran in. "Uncle, what happened?" Xiongwen grabbed the crane's neck. "The old man played a trick on me even before dying. So as a return gift, I will exterminate your whole family." Zeho was stunned. Heart-devouring human demon Xiongwen? Pingju stammered, Dad. Dad, what do we do?" Xiongwen's eyes widened, he jumped into the ground. Pingju shouted, "Where is he? Where is he? Quickly find him. Quickly go find him." Zeho hurriedly said, "Find what?" "Quickly go inform the Dao Institute and the Punishment Division. Tihi Ling, follow me back to pack our luggage immediately." The light from the sky shone down. Pingju admired. "So bright. Is it a shooting star?" A source of spiritual power descended heavily. The beam of light shone on Zeho. The light gradually faded. Pingju covered his eyes and called out, "Dad." A powerful force slammed into the ground. Wei Wu appeared in an instant. "As for this cat and mouse game, it's time to end it." He laughed in amusement and called out, "Xiongwen." Pingju turned his head in confusion. "Huh? Over here? Since when?" Xiongwen scoffed, "You? This mad dog sticking like a leech." Xiongwen executed a move. Soul-devouring blood flame, weeping azalea. Wei Wu gripped the spear tightly, mocking harshly. "Drop dead. Such a wonderful secret technique of the Blood River sect. Used by you, sounds like a rooster crowing." He swung the attack, river overturning stance. Xiongwen blocked it. He began to fight. Clinging like a leech, planning to stick to me forever. Right? Wei Wu's spear was surrounded by magic. He laughed boldly, "You are right. I just want to stick to you. Gradually dealing with you until you are clean." Xiongwen gritted his teeth. Thinking, this guy's strength has increased too fast. Almost increasing by a level every battle. "Do you really take me as a whetstone for your knife?" He opened his mouth to launch a move. Wei was slashed horizontally. Attacking again with these boring moves? Got anything newer? He rushed towards Wei Wu. "If you didn't have the extinction spear, would you be worthy of acting arrogant in front of me?" He kicked Xiongwen in the back. "If it weren't for the Blood River sect teaching you those moves, you would have died dozens of times under my hands already." He countered, "Scram. Stop talking about the Blood River sect. I have had nothing to do with that godforsaken place for a long time." Wei Wu covered his face. He raised the spear high, earth eruption stance. Wei Wu slammed it hard onto the ground. Zeho staggered and stammered, "The ancestral hall. Our family's ancestral hall." Pingju hugged him and ordered, "What ancestral hall anymore? Run quickly, Dad." The ancestral hall quickly exploded. Debris flew everywhere into the walls. Xiongwen stomped his foot on the ground, causing such a big commotion. "Are you trying to call people here?" Wei Wu pointed the spear back. "Don't be in a rush. I guarantee that no one else will intervene, including the city lord and the dean." Xiongwen raised his hand. "Do you think I'm stupid? Even if the Dao Institute and the city defense army don't act, the punishment division will have people arriving soon. But no need to care anymore. Within 10 moves, I will take your life. It won't be too late to leave after that." Wei Wu held out the spear. "Still have an ultimate move? Come on." Xiongwen grabbed it. Then he bent the spear. Xiongwen glided to the side. He held the spear tightly. Wei Wu flipped Xiongwen away. He flew backwards. Xiongwen caught the spear. He smiled triumphantly. "Now without the extinction spear. Let me see how you can be arrogant." Survival. Xiongwen's hand swelled up. He hurriedly let go of the spear. "Burned me to death." Wei Wu rushed up. "Spear here." He grabbed the spear. Wei Wu sneered, "Fool. Did you think the extinction spear accepts just anyone? Someone like you, fundamentally has no right to touch it." Xiongwen gritted his teeth. "Damn. Now, even with the power from burning 35 years of lifespan, I have no advantage left. Might as well run quickly. While still in the soul-burning state. Don't drag this out any longer." He cursed, "Not fighting anymore. It's true that I can't kill you. But if I want to leave, you can't keep me either. Wait until I gather all the human demons. I will return to bloodbath the entire Fenglin city." Wei Wu kept smiling. Xiongwen glared furiously. "Still laughing? Still looking down on me?" His eyes flashed. Xiongwen secretly realized. Something's wrong, he has help. Jiang Wang stabbed him. Purple energy from the East Sword style. Fifth form, the secret lies in the intent. Weiwa spoke with relief. Finally, the heart-devouring human demon has to fall. Before a brat. Who hasn't even established his foundation. Truly ridiculous. Pengju exclaimed in shock, it's him. Xiongwen gritted his teeth and turned back. How can this be? Haven't established the foundation. Has no Taoist arts, so I was completely unguarded. He shouted furiously, it's you. Xiongwen secretly realized. Since escaping death from my hands, he didn't run away immediately but was hiding here all along. Waiting for a chance to counterattack. A part inside. Jiang Wang throbbed. He widened his eyes. Xiongwen's body flashed. Jiang Wang asked himself in surprise. What is that? A beast appeared in his mind. Jiang Wang shut his eyes tight. Weiwei asked worriedly, hey junior brother. Are you okay? Xiongwen collapsed to the ground. Jiang Wang panted. No. I'm fine. He thought in panic, just now. Something on Xiongwen's body. Burrowed into my body? Jiang Wang turned to leave. I arbitrarily interfered in senior brother Zhu's battle. Please forgive me, senior brother. I will leave immediately. Weiwa called back, wait. Your spoils of war. Jiang Wang bowed and clasped his hands. It is all senior brother's credit. How dare junior brother claim it? Everything was arranged by senior brother Zhu. Junior brother bids farewell first. Peng yugrum bled angrili. Jiang Wang picked up a huge bargain again. Weiwa slung the spear over his shoulder. Hey, trouble you guys to bring the corpse intact back to the Dao Institute. And clean up this place while you're at it. Okay? Zeho and Pingju said in unison, of course, okay. Jiang Wang ran away hurriedly. He picked up a letter bag. Ru Cheng prepared this to help me. Jiang Wang pushed the door in. Ru Cheng teased An En. Look at brother Ru Cheng. Ling he was flustered. An En, don't cry, Jiang Wang will be back soon. The little girl cried loudly, I want brother. I want brother. Why hasn't brother returned yet? Everyone froze. I'm back. Jiang Wang was emotional, it feels so good to be alive. An En looked behind her. She ran towards Jiang Wang, brother. He smiled and hugged An En. It's okay now. Brother is back. The little girl felt aggrieved, and En thought brother didn't want An En anymore. Jiang Wang took out a rabbit wand. How could that be? Brother went to buy this for An En. Today you are 5 years old. Happy birthday, An En. As on comprendre. You're confused, little sister. It was out of respect for Xiao Iron Face that I rushed here like this. An En exclaimed happily, it's a Tonghulu. The rabbit is so cute. Jiang Wang held up 3 fingers. Ru Cheng grinned, regarding tonight's matter, Uncle Dang. You've worked hard. Uncle Dang spoke calmly. It wasn't hard. Talents appear in every generation. That extinction spear is very good. And Xiongwen is nothing to worry about. I just didn't expect that. In the end, young master, you made me risk my life to act. Just to go buy a Tonghulu stick for that little girl. Jiang Wang lifted An En up high. Ru Cheng smiled in thanks. Thank you, Uncle Dang. But look at this beautiful scene in front of us. Don't you think everything is worth it? Uncle Dang half closed his eyes. Worth it, very worth it. Deep affection, beautiful and warm. I just hope they won't be implicated. An En touched the flower on her head. Ru Cheng rolled his eyes at Uncle Dang. Uncle Dang, what do you mean? He replied, nothing. Uncle Dang continued, I just want to add one sentence. Once a person has a weakness, it's no different from voluntarily offering their vulnerability to others. I hope young master will be cautious in everything. Ru Cheng muttered, I know. Such a killjoy. The hanging lamp dimmed. Jiang Wang said goodbye to Ru Cheng's group. He led An into the room to sleep. Jiang Wang pulled the blanket over the little girl. Inside his body, he felt a slight throb. Jiang Wang put his hand behind his back. It's that cramping sensation from the heaven-reaching palace again. But it seems it doesn't hurt anymore. Let's meditate and check. He climbed the ladder step by step. Heaven-reaching palace. Jiang Wang gasped, so much Dao essence. After killing Xiongwen by overcoming the realm gap, the earthworm true spirit keeps spewing out Dao essence continuously. Without stopping, golden particles were swallowed into the gut. Jiang Wang looked at the object in the distance. Over there. Before Xiongwen died, that thing from his body burrowed into mine. It hovered above the lotus flower. Jiang Wang brought his face closer, a black beetle. And this white lotus too. Since when was it exactly planted? In my heaven-reaching palace? Did Master Dong do it? He wondered gloomily. What exactly is all this? Is this foreign object invading my body a blessing or a curse? The full moon shone down on Oxhead Mountain. A fearful voice rang out, this subordinate is incompetent. This subordinate deserves death. Miao Yu asked mockingly. The whole process was led by the nose by Wei Qiji. This failure is truly a heavy blow to our sect, don't you agree? The white bone emissary clenched the handkerchief. 20 Bone watched silently. Yang Lai placed his hand on the armrest. Number 69 cowed out on the floor. This subordinate is incompetent. This subordinate deserves death. Yang Lai asked grimly, so many believers died. Who can tell this seat where that underworld candle went? Number 69 replied trembling. Originally, we planted believers as spies in the city defense army, thinking victory was certain. Unexpectedly, that old fox Wei Qiuji had plotted for a long time. This subordinate deserves death. Only wanting to reclaim the underworld candle for the white bone Dao, so I acted rashly. Hope, elder sees my loyalty. And out of respect for the second elder, save. Yang Lai waved his hand. Number 69 exploded. Yang Lai thought that the white bone Dao's inheritance has been difficult until now. Most cultivation methods are incomplete. The nether candle is a treasure of our sect, containing the secrets of the inheritance, which can help this seat complete the lost cultivation methods. Yet you are also useless, missing the opportunity. This is the end for those who think themselves smart. The white bone emissary turned her head. I remember the saintess arranged a retreat path. Miao Yu retorted. Precisely because of that previous move by the emissary. So one could launch the subsequent attack. Yang Lai interrupted. Stop arguing. Wei Qiuji using the nether candle as bait to lure shows that he already knows that the white bone Dao is playing tricks behind his back. But he still doesn't fully understand what the nether candle means to us. He has killed many people, so he won't care too much about the nether candle anymore. He ordered. You must also find out whose hands the nether candle has fallen into. Besides, soon this seat will have a big operation in Yunshang. Jigua, the 12-faced bone, come help this seat. Yang Lai's hand suddenly dropped. The skeletal soldiers gradually disappeared. The white bone emissary laughed. Yun country again. The third elder used his body as a conduit to condense the illusion of the ghost gate. Could it be to let him go to Yun country? To take personal revenge? Miao Yu replied, who says it isn't? The great elder now seems to no longer care about finding the Dao Sun. The white bone emissary wondered, the Dao Sun is not here, so he temporarily assumes the authority of the Holy Master. If the Dao Sun appears, then he will truly just be the great elder. Tell me, what will he choose? Miao Yu felt a twinge of pain inside. She widened her eyes. My white bone seed has disappeared. The white bone emissary asked curiously. Who did you give the white bone seed to? Miao Yu said coldly. Do your own job well, stop meddling in other people's business. The white bone emissary chuckled. I'm just caring about you a little. Before the Dao Sun appears, in this white bone Dao, everyone has unfathomable intentions. He turned into a shadow and glided away. Only this emissary has purposes and interests similar to yours. At least for now, it is so. Miao Yu pondered in her mind. Could it be that person named Jiang Wang? Is he the Dao Sun? Really? No, it's still not certain. I must be careful, even more careful. At Tian Mian's residence. Teaching. In the Taoist art system circulated in the Dao Institute, Taoist arts are divided into 4 grades. 12 ranks of Taoist arts. Ding grade is the foundation in the Taoist art system. A low-ranked Taoist art, Ding grade mainly manifests in enhancement states. Taking the 5 elements Taoist arts as an example, there are respectively flame attachment, sharp edge, solid body, clear sight, and vitality. Flame attachment uses fire element source power to wrap around an object, and sharp edge uses metal element source power to strengthen weapons. Jiang Wang sank into thought. After losing the challenge match in the Blessed Land last night, I fell from the Sapphire Altar to the Heavenly Light Altar. Rank 25. Points. Winning merit points decreased by another 100. Only 1,650 points remaining. Plus 190 points. Left over after practicing the 4 spirits body refining art. In total, I currently have 1,840 points. Tian Mian continued. Solid body is using earth element source power to enhance physical defense. Clear sight uses water element source power to cleanse the mind and brighten the eyes. And vitality uses wood element source power to dispel fatigue and arouse vitality. Although Dao institutes have slight differences in a few specific Taoist spells, in general, they are the same. No. Jiang Wang recalled, as for that battle, I didn't even have time to draw my sword. Before being shot into a hedgehog, the power gap was too large, to the point I couldn't learn any experience. If every opponent is like that, I will fall out of the 36 blessed lands very quickly. He became gloomy. No, even the position of master of the 36 blessed lands, I won't be able to keep. That means the amount of Dao merit that I can receive in the future is already limited. Unless I can break through quickly and secure the position of Blessed Land Master. A hit landed on Jiang Wang's head. Tian Mian scolded in a low voice. Some people think that with a little achievement, they can be arrogant to the sky. He frowned and reminded. With your current meager strength, daring to participate in besieging the 6th-ranked Xiongwen is indeed braver and wiser than others. But the path of cultivation is still very long. Young people must look a bit further ahead. Jiang Wang looked dejected. Teacher is right. Tian Mian instructed. Tomorrow I will lecture on the specific application of the art of using stones in combat. Tonight you students go review first. Class dismissed. He immediately replied. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Wang's group walked out of the class. Ajan waved his hands and suggested. Tonight, come with me to cause a scene at his window. How about it? Doing it? Ling He raised his eyebrows and said. I roughly understand why you were targeted. Being too close to him is no different from a city gate catching fire. The fish in the moat also suffer. Jiang Wang understood and replied. Huang Ajan's debt was lumped together by Xiao Iron Face and recorded all on my head. Ajan proposed, I tell you, this time I have a plan. He replied, you just take your time planning. We have an appointment to eat with senior brother Li Jianqiu. It's almost time. Ajan hugged Ling He, let me go too. I know Jianqiu too. Remember that year? Ah Qiu was praised as a fire element genius. Ru Chang picked his ear. Ah, saying it first, split the bill evenly. He retorted, really, young Master Zhao? You even talk to me about things like this? Ru Chang retorted, you are definitely thick-skinned Ajan. Ling He asked curiously, third brother, then who will take care of Anan? Jiang Wang said. Tonight Anan went to play at a classmate's house. And even said to pick her up later. It was nearly night at a tavern. The whole group sat at the dining table. Ajan raised the gourd high and started the story. Let me tell everyone. After Lin Zhangren returned to Wangjiang City, he was very smug, and even boasted, in public at the reception banquet, that he was the champion of the 3 cities Dao discussion. Hearing that, Jiang Wang also added a sentence. Looking at Lin Zhangren's performance at the Dao discussion, 3 cities, he isn't that kind of person, so he probably wouldn't say such words. Immediately, Ajan retorted at the table with a drunken face. Who cares about him? Anyway, once this matter reaches senior brother Zhu's ears, it will become interesting. After senior brother Zhu heard this story, he took his spear and went alone immediately, rowing a boat down the Lulu River, following the Qing River towards Wangjiang City. It seems the 2 sides have already fought. Jianqiu raised his teacup and spoke calmly. Senior brother Zhu was just looking for an excuse to beat him up. So what if he said this or not? If senior brother has already set off, then just consider that he did say it. Ru Chang excitedly raised his hand and replied happily. That's right, teach that arrogant guy a lesson. Ajan, with his mind no longer sober, also chimed in. Senior brother Zhu is mighty. Jianqiu held the teacup tightly and became serious again. Back to the main topic. The purpose of this dinner is that I, Jianqiu, want to invite you guys to form a team. To do a mission. Senior brother Li wants to invite us to form a team? What mission? Jianqiu interlaced his fingers, looked at everyone, and replied in a low voice. Recently, 3 Mountain City has been severely ravaged by a ferocious beast. Yesterday the city lord posted a reward inviting experts to help them exterminate the beasts. This is the largest scale operation that 3 Mountain City has organized in recent years. As soon as his voice trailed off, the whole table suddenly sank into a strange silence. Ling He then spoke up, breaking the enveloping silence. The reward. We have also heard about the mission of 3 Mountain City. But this mission, for some reason, was not posted on the Dao Merit Board. Moreover, it was unilaterally announced by 3 Mountain City. In a certain sense, it is not supported by the Zhuang court. Jianqiu waited for him to finish before agreeing and explaining. Correct. The reward is not paid by the Zhuang court either, but by the city lord of 3 Mountain City, who emptied the manor's treasury to offer the reward. The rewards are mainly items, not Dao merit points. For example, Dharma artifacts, secret techniques, and Dao essence stones. Although item rewards are not as convenient as Dao merits, precisely because they are harder to calculate, their value is usually much higher than the rewards. In Dao merits in the Jianghu, Dharma artifacts are also divided into certain grades. High-grade Dharma artifacts, cultivation methods, Daoist arts, Dao essence stones. He poured himself a new cup of tea and then continued. Everyone knows 3 Mountain City is named after 3 mountains within the city's territory: Shubu, Yuhing, and Feilai. These 3 mountains are majestic, steep, and very famous. But at the same time, these 3 mountains are also the source of the Ferocious beasts raging in the area. 3 Mountain City. Jiang Wang raised his hand at this moment to speak. Sorry for interrupting, but Senior Brotherly, why don't you bring your current team to do this kind of mission? That requires this coordination, especially when the reward is so generous? Water from the tea pot kept dripping into the cup below. Jian Qiu answered him with a single sentence. They are all dead. Ajan, drunk and dazed, chimed in. So Jian Qiu's team, you aren't very lucky, are you? After his drunken remark, the atmosphere became even more eerie. Ling He turned to ask Jian Qiu, Senior Brotherly, this mission is not on the Dao Merit Board, so there is no grade classification. But judging by the reward, the difficulty is certainly no lower than rank 7. He savored the tea in his hand and replied. To be precise, this mission to clean up the beast's den overall has a difficulty of probably rank 6. As if afraid they wouldn't understand, Jian Qiu held out 3 fingers, then darkened his face and explained further. Among these 3 magnificent mountains, Shubu Peak was completely cleaned up. 2 years ago. 2 years later, 3 Mountain City must have accumulated enough forces, and this time their target is Yuhing Peak. But I don't want everyone to follow me to Yuhing Peak. Instead, we will continue to Shubu Peak. Although Shubu Peak was wiped clean, 2 years later, new ferocious beasts have appeared. Although they are just scattered and not large scale, our target is them. Therefore, the difficulty of the mission will be relatively much easier. His face was reflected in the teacup, along with very calm words. That's the situation. I've said all that needs to be said. Whether to go or not is up to you to decide. Not going won't affect our friendship. Ru Chang fanned himself, looking interested. Glancing at Jiang Wang, who was pondering. I have never been to 3 Mountain City, but I really want to go see it. If third brother goes, I want to go too. Jiang Wang pondered and calculated in his heart for a moment. Although we know Senior Brotherly, we aren't that close yet. Our impressions of each other are quite good, but speaking of friendship, it's not deep yet. If I refuse this time, it might create a distance. But for me personally, the returns this time are very large. Even, I might receive a high-grade magic sword, better than exchanging Dao Merit points on the Dao Merit Board. Moreover, in a few days, my foundation will be completed. Just in time. I need to do this mission to get used to Taoist arts. He looked at him falling into endless thoughts, then spoke up to ask. How is it, third brother? So third brother, didn't you previously want to contribute some effort to the plight of 3 Mountain City? Why? Finally, Jiang Wang gave his answer. I agree to participate, relying on Brother Li's strength. To be able to take us along is our luck. Jian Qiu, always appearing calm, praised him. Junior brother is being modest. Just relying on one sword strike to kill Xiongwen. You absolutely have strength. Moreover, the performance of slaying the vengeful ghost in Shaolin Town, everyone has seen with their own eyes. Ling He waited for him to finish. Before making a decision, I just opened my meridians. Not long ago. Still in the stage of accumulating Dao essence. To move to the foundation stage. So I won't participate. Staying here is also to take care of an N. So that you, third brother, don't have to worry. Ajan, despite being drunk, also expressed his desire to follow. I also want to go. Jian Qiu slapped the table, raised the teacup and shouted loudly. Alright, then Jian Qiu will use tea instead of wine. To toast you all a cup. 3 days later, we set off at the south gate. Teacups from all sides clinked together, accompanied by everyone's voices. Everything goes smoothly. Early the next morning, the sun was already high. A familiar pair of hands opened the wooden door, making a loud creaking sound. Zhang. Xiang looked at the person sitting outside and called out, Brother. Zhang Gu was leisurely reading a book. He turned to look at him and asked. Why did you come here? Is the Dao Institute so idle? He ran quickly to him, not forgetting to boast. Your younger brother, at the 3 cities Dao discussion, achieved the top rank for third-year students. Praise me quickly. Zhang Gu offered a bland congratulation. Zhang Xiang held out a bottle of pills in front of him. Because of that, brother. Look, I exchanged for another bottle of pulse-opening pills. Zhang Gu opened his eyes slightly then replied. Your quota was used up long ago. Last time. He picked up the book, pretending to read, and refused directly. A bottle of pills costs 1,500 Dao Merit points. 2 or 3,000 Dao Merits. Why do you have to waste it like that? Take it back quickly. I won't eat it. I already told you. Don't waste effort on a piece of trash like me. Hearing that, Zhang Xiang pursed his lips slightly. Then he rushed over to hug Zhang Gu and pleaded, Your little brother means well. Brother, try one more time. He whined. He smiled ingratiatingly, offering the pill bottle with both hands. This time use both pills. Maybe it will be effective. Xiaoju was scared away by the noise of the two. Zhang Ji's slender hand did not hesitate to push that chubby round face. He spoke warningly. You are not little anymore, so this trick is useless. Zhang Ge slightly lowered his eyes and said slowly. Your brother knows his limits. No matter how many pills I take. It's no different from falling into a bottomless abyss. Don't waste resources anymore. Zhang Xiang retorted in a small voice. My brother won't waste it. Zhang Ge lost patience and started chasing the guest away. My nap time is over. I won't see you out. Zhang Xiang panicked and asked a few questions in a row. Brother, why don't you try again? Have you forgotten? When we were young, we were passionate about Taoist arts. And even said we would enter the National Tao Institute together. He didn't want to continue the conversation. Stop making noise, go quickly. If you dare leave the pulse-opening pills behind, I dare to feed them to Xiaogan. Zhang Xiang felt aggrieved and called out softly, brother. He turned to leave, speaking reluctantly. If the City Tao Institute cannot help you open your meridians, I will go to the Prefecture Tao Institute. If the Prefecture Tao Institute has no way, I will go to the National Tao Institute. In short, I will not give up. And you, brother, cannot give up either. His eyebrows furrowed slightly when he received no response. Zhang Ge put the book over his face, as if he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, silence enveloped the space for a moment. Next time when I come back, I will definitely make brother change his mind. The moon outside has risen high. At Philadelphia Ma Lane, Jiang Wang's house. Jiang Wang is sitting in his room cultivating heaven-reaching palace. He looked at the thing in his hand, muttering curiously. I've studied it for a long time, but still don't understand what use this lotus and this black candle actually have. Jiang Wang stood in a different space. Starting to try to understand these two items, forget it. As long as it doesn't affect my cultivation, it's fine. Do the main task first. After killing Xiongwen last time, I received a large amount of Tao essence. The amount is enough for me to fill the chart. Circulation star complete. The glowing lotus floated in the air, along with a string like a snake. The string suddenly rushed forward, wrapping around the candle as if curious. Jiang Wang raised both hands to his head, starting to focus himself. Immediately after, his eyes opened wide with the appearance of a zone of light. Origin control art. In front of him, specks of light, unknown what they were flying chaotically in the space. Jiang Wang waved his hand, enter. Immediately, the light specks slammed into the ground upon command. Looking at the situation before his eyes, it made him think for a moment. The origin control art that Master Dong gave me actually doesn't help much. The light specks fell into the inflection points. The last one, sun-star position. A few seconds later, a bagua shape appeared from that spot. The space was filled with strange shapes, flying like stars. Below, the bagua shape was like an active formation. It started spinning at a faster speed, as if starting up. The speed of the bagua became even faster, dizzyingly so. Jiang Wang panted, exhausted. It spun. He stood looking up at the Tao vortex that had just been activated, forming the final Tao vortex. The worm from earlier appeared with an interested look. It jumped back and forth in the space happily. The initially dark space was now bright with golden light, looking extremely magnificent. The Tao vortex spun, self-generating Tao essence. Jiang Wang, sitting in cultivation, also sweated from the heat. He opened his eyes, his face calm without ripples. June 15th, opened pulse in front of Huanjin Temple. October 16th, completed foundation establishment at the house in Philadelphia Ma Lane. Took 4 months since that moment. Officially entered the transcendent realm. Jiang Wang, rank 9 wandering pulse realm. Scene shift, Jiang Wang with new power is frantically practicing martial arts. Ru Chang on this side struggled to withstand the attacks from him. Outside, the sun had risen high, very glaring. Ru Chang leaned on his sword, wiping sweat and panting, muttering, damn it. Couldn't attack at all. He sat down flat on the floor, speaking discontentedly. Not practicing anymore. Anyway, no matter how I practice, I can't win against third brother. Jiang Wang sat next to him, comforting his junior brother. Come on, come on. Young Master Zhao worked hard practicing with me. Third brother invites you to drink water. Ru Chang became even angrier after hearing that. After you established your foundation, using Taoist arts is already impressive. And you can even increase the sharpness of your sword. Then how can I fight you anymore? Jiang Wang offered a few cultivation ideas for him. Want to beat me? Then why haven't you opened pulse yet? Big brother is also preparing to establish his foundation. Moreover, the mission to eliminate beasts in 3 Mountain City the day after tomorrow. is not easy at all. Although your purple energy from the East Sword style is already very proficient, I think you should still open pulse first to be safe. How many merit points are you still missing? To exchange for a pulse opening pill? Ru Chang immediately rejected him. Forget about the pulse opening pill. But I noticed a magic sword, worth 500 merit points. I saved a bit myself, still missing a little. How about you contribute a bit for me? Heard that. Zhu Weiwa, in the mission to kill the heart-devouring demon, gained over 6,000 merit points. He surely shared quite a bit with you, right, third brother? Jiang Wang was drinking water, aren't you surprised? Turns out you brat are targeting my merit points? Indeed, senior brother Zhu was generous. He shared 500 merit points with Maine. Say it, how much more do you need? Ru Chang, with an unchanging expression, blurted out one sentence, 490 points. Hearing this, Jiang Wang sprayed out the water he just drank. You really are just missing a little. He looked at the scene and couldn't hold back, bursting into loud laughter. Look at you panic. I was just joking. Jiang Wang wiped his mouth and looked at Ru Chang quizzically. It's not that third brother can't bear to part with the merits. I am planning to use my rank, which has 100 merit points, to exchange for a pulse opening pill for an N. The remaining 300 points I'll give all to you. He immediately spoke up to explain. Don't, I was just joking with you. Actually, the elders at home already prepared a pulse opening pill for me. I'll go back to get it tonight. But if possible, N doesn't need to use the Tao Institute's pulse opening pill. Big brother is already old. He can't delay anymore, there's no other way. But N is still young. She can wait a bit longer. He didn't understand his hesitation and asked. Isn't opening meridians the sooner the better? Is there a problem with the Tao Institute's pulse opening pills? Ru Chang didn't think twice before answering him. That's not it. It's just that the pulse opening pills at the Tao Institute are all the lowest grade pulse opening pills. He sat on the spot and began to explain his point. You must know that the main ingredient of the pulse opening pill is refined from Tao veins, extracted from the bodies of beasts. Beasts have strong and weak ones, distinguished by high and low. So naturally, pulse opening pills also have good types and bad types. The gap in effectiveness is also huge. Many strong people also grew up in conditions that were the worst. It's just that cultivation later on will be a bit harder. Similarly, if the initial foundation is laid more firmly, the future path will be much smoother. Ordinary pulse opening pills, the ability to trigger potential is less than 60%. High-grade pulse opening pills, the ability to trigger potential is greater than 90%. He stated the reason he didn't want to open pulse right now. I treat An like my own little sister. I hope she can suffer less hardship in the future. It's a pity that, for now, I only have one high-grade pulse opening pill. Hearing this made Jiang Wang unable to help but think a little. In circumstances like in Fenglin City, pulse opening pills are something countless people fight for until their heads break. Just being able to use it is already difficult. Not to mention, just the knowledge Ru Chang has about the world of cultivation is not something ordinary people can know. Although Ru Chang always avoids talking about his background, and we brothers have never asked. Just like when I practiced the technique in the illusory realm of the void, they also never asked me. He looked at Ru Chang in front of him, surprised, thinking, just looking back, I suddenly feel the secret Ru Chang is hiding is even bigger than what I imagined. Ru Chang on this side was still muttering to himself. My family elder also said, the pulse opening pill you got from Zhuguang Lai is absolutely not ordinary. Therefore, your pulse opening was perfect, able to unlock 100% of your potential. He seemed to care a lot about this issue, so he clarified very seriously. Moreover, the higher grade the pulse opening pill, the Tao Vein True Spirit will provide amazing help to the host. Remember, Wang Chongxiang's Tao Vein True Spirit is wind breath. It is precisely that which makes his ability to control wind element Taoist arts far surpass cultivators of the same level. The words Ru Chang spoke caused Jiang Wang to fall into deep thought. Zhuguang Lai was famous for fire element Taoist arts, I guess. The pulse opening pill he carried on him must have been refined from a high-level beast with fire attributes. Third brother, try to think. What does the Tao Vein True Spirit in your heaven-reaching palace look like? In Jiang Wang's mind, the image of that goofy worm appeared. Can an earthworm be considered a high-level true spirit? Ru Chang rarely stammered. After hearing Jiang Wang's words, earthworm? Could it be that day Zhuguang Lai rushed out? So he took the wrong one? Time flew by until 2 days later. Jiang Wang's group was traveling together to the previously agreed place. Jian Qiu turned his head and said in a happy voice, Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully establishing your foundation. Jiang Wang waved his hand, replying shyly. What is there to congratulate about that? Senior brotherly is teasing me. Ajahn spoke up at the right moment, interjecting a sentence. Then I also congratulate junior brother Zhao on successfully opening Pulse. Do you need senior brother Ajahn, me, to teach you a few basic moves? This is an ultimate skill I am proud of, accumulated over many years and created by myself. Guarantee after you practice it, your power will increase greatly. Ru Cheng stood stunned, wondering. Self-created ultimate skill? He didn't mind explaining. Correct, I, Ajahn, created it myself. Flying ink mechanism, using yin to nourish yang. Remember to treat me to the 3 cents pavilion. Call out a few famous girls. And I will demonstrate for you to see. The more he listened, the less he could hold back. Kicking him straight on. Screw you, you vulgar Ajahn. Ajahn couldn't dodge, hurriedly speaking to reconcile. Hey, I was just joking with you. Hey. The group continued moving together. They reached a quiet tunnel amidst gloomy weather. Jian Qiu spoke up. Guiding everyone. Pass through the tunnel of this mountain. And ahead is the area of 3 Mountain City. Not long after, they arrived at a rocky outcrop. Observing the undulating scenery below. In another place, a loud scream rang out, breaking the silence. Xiaoyan screamed while running away from another person. The monster strength woman is about to kill someone. Xiaoman chased close behind, roaring in anger. Sun Xiaoban, you stand there. If I don't give you a beating today, then I, Sun Xiaoman, will be your younger sister. Xiaoyan quickly ran to tattle to City Lord Do. Mother. Look at that monster strength woman wanting to eat your son. She gently rubbed his face, comforting. Face rubbed all red. Makes mother heartbroken to death. City Lord Do turned to look at her daughter and asked. Are you bullying your brother again, Sun Xiaoman? City Lord of 3 Mountain City, Do Yumi. Xiaoman clenched her wrists, reasoning with her, mother. Oh no, City Lord is about to exterminate beasts. Do you still want to protect the common sun? Xiaoyan pointed his hand to badmouth the girl, mother. You don't know, sister said something about training, but used the hardest black iron needle to stab me. City Lord Do immediately condemned her daughter's action. What? Xiaoman. You treated Xiaoyao like that? Truly too cruel. Xiaoman couldn't take it anymore, she scowled and roared at the two of them. That old woman, what are you making a fuss about? Your son's skin is as hard as steel. The black iron needle stabbing him is no different from scratching an itch. The needle even bent, and his body doesn't even have a mark. City Lord Do didn't show weakness and retorted. How are you talking to me, huh? Old woman? Your mother. Here is still plenty charming. People wanting to pursue me. Have to line up from 3 Mountain City all the way to Xinn. Xiaoman immediately retorted to what she just said. Who wants to talk to you about this? In a few days, we have to go up Yuhing Peak to kill ferocious beasts. And look at your son's cowardly appearance. How to fight? I said at the beginning, father. Should have grafted that steel skin onto me, that would be right. City Lord Do was poked at the right spot, hurriedly speaking. Of course not. A daughter married off is no different from water splashed out. That steel skin, of course, must be left for our little treasure. Xiaoman put her hands on her hips, speaking with disdain. You are still valuing sons over daughters like that? I definitely won't get married. I want to stay and later become the City Lord of 3 Mountain City. Hearing that sentence, her blood boiled, denying. What nonsense are you saying? The City Lord position belongs to your brother, don't dream about it. Just 1 more year. You must go out to travel and learn from me. The outside world is very big. Anyway, listening to me is never wrong. Xiaoman coldly held her hand out to signal her to be quiet. All right. Don't talk about bias so righteously anymore. I don't covet your City Lord position. As long as you let him cooperate well in training, I am satisfied. Right when the atmosphere was tense, someone hurriedly ran over to report. Miss, Team 5 from Fenglin City has arrived. Jiang Wang and his group are also among them. As soon as Xiaoman heard this, her face brightened. Like the morning sun, Jiang Wang is here. Must treat him well. Immediately after, she threw a punch at Jiang Wang. I knew you would come. Righteous. Done. She gave a thumbs up pointing at Jiang Wang's group. And introduced. Mom, this is the Taoist friend from Fenglin City. That I admire very much. The top ranker of the first-year students who transferred Dao merits to us. That is Jiang Wang. He held his stomach and greeted City Lord Do. Greetings, City Lord. City Lord Do clasped her hands to welcome them. Thank you everyone for responding to this City Lord's call. The long journey must have been tiring. Etiquette cannot be discarded. She gestured to invite the group inside. Come, please sit first, don't be polite. Everyone had taken their positions. At this time, City Lord Do started the conversation. In this sweep, our main force has all focused on Yuhing Peak. But Shubu Peak has once again generated monsters. If not exterminated first, I'm afraid when we attack Yuhing Peak, they will take advantage of the gap to flood down and massacre the people, causing a great disaster. Fortunately, thanks to the Daoist friends coming to reinforce this favor, I, Do Yumi, will engrave in my heart. She was extremely happy. When mentioning the presence of Jian Qiu's group, Jian Qiu, this time, you being able to join the operation in Three Mountain City, I am truly very happy. Seeing your composed temperament, cultivation has become even more pure. Hearing this, Jian Qiu hurriedly replied modestly. City Lord Do praises too much. With you guarding Three Mountain City, it can turn danger into safety many times. Jian Qiu is just trying his best this trip. Right at this moment, Xiaomen glanced at Jiang Wang and asked, Jiang Wang, it seems you have established your foundation, right? He didn't hesitate to explain. Correct. To be honest, I also want to use this trip to get used to Daoist art combat. City Lord Do suddenly warned Jiang Wang a little. Daoist friend Jiang, being able to win the first place among first years. Strength is undoubted. But this City Lord still needs to remind everyone a bit. The monsters at Shubu Peak, although scattered and not systematic, but during this time, Lord-level beasts might have been born. Compared to ordinary beasts, Lord-level beasts are not only stronger, but also know how to use Daoist arts. But if you encounter the yin-yang two-headed eagle, you must retreat immediately. Jian Qiu frowned slightly, accepting her good intentions. Please rest assured, City Lord. Jian Qiu will definitely act cautiously. Make a comprehensive plan, leave no one behind, and bring everyone back safely. City Lord Do also didn't say much. I believe that you will definitely succeed. The rewards also lack no Dharma artifacts and cultivation methods. Choose whatever you want. Ajahn didn't know what he was calculating just now. Indeed, following along is beneficial. The sky outside is no longer early. Do. City Lord also quickly arranged accommodation for them. Alright then, this City Lord will quickly update the latest situation at Shu Bu Peak, then we'll tell Xingyong to lead everyone to the inn to rest. She and Jiang Wang's group greeted each other before leaving the manor. At this time, Xiaoyan spoke up to Badmouth behind her back. Xiao Man. Mom, look, sister said before she wouldn't get married. But turning around, she already has her eyes on Jiang Wang, staring constantly. The girl heard and wanted to rush up to beat him up. Damn fatty, is your skin itching? Jiang Wang is my good brother. Xiaoyan was scared by this aura. Mom, save me. City Lord Do reached out to stop the brawl. Enough, they haven't gone far yet. Don't be rude in front of others. Thinking for a while, she felt Xiaoyan was partly right. But Jiang Wang really has looks surpassing others, and is also righteous. An excellent choice for a son-in-law. Xiao Man was angry and speechless at this way of thinking. Mom. Her eyes were dreaming about another unrealistic thing. But Mom sees that child surnamed Zhao looks even more handsome. If only Mom could be 20 years younger, how good that would be. On this side, Ru Cheng didn't know why he felt a cold shiver, causing Jiang Wang to wonder. Wondering why fifth junior brother was shivering, he answered him. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit cold. At the manor, City Lord Dao held the chubby body of Tune An and said. But men shouldn't be too slender, it's useless. Must have some muscle. Just like our son, smiling with such chubby cheeks. How adorable. Tune Man felt that this pampering was too hard to understand. Doting mothers often harm their children. The next day, the rooster crowed, waking everyone from their sleep. A man leaning on a cane asked aloud. Little Lu, have you arrived at Basun City? He waved at Kim Thursday's group and instructed. If you have time, remember to come to my shop for a meal. I will cook for you personally. The delicious dishes that you like the most. Kim Thursday happily replied, okay, Mr. Truong. Kwang Bong couldn't help but wonder and asked Kim Thursday. Senior brother Lu. You seem very familiar with this place. He didn't hesitate and answered immediately. I used to live here for a while. Mr. Truong asked me to help find his family. The group continued moving while listening to Kim Thursday. But in reality, his son and the entire family were eaten by beasts. On the official road, not a single bone fragment was left. A tram heard this and hurriedly asked in surprise, what? Even the official road in Basun City isn't safe? How can the people here survive? Kwang Bong spoke up seriously. I heard senior brother Truong say. The array on the official road truly cannot stop. The beasts. Kim Thursday agreed. Then spoke of the purpose of the trip. Therefore, This time we came to solve the problem at its root. Exterminate the beasts. Return peace to the people of Ba Sun City. Let's go up the mountain. The scene shifts to another place, Thursday but peak. Kwang Bong's group was currently moving across a precarious cliff. Kwang Bong looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. To exterminate the beasts. The cultivators of Ba Sun City endured so much hardship. To be able to build this trail, cutting through the mountain on this dangerous cliff. Not far away were majestic bands of white clouds, but also the terror of many. How majestic and magical the scene is. But for those living here, who have to face the danger of beasts every day, the feeling must be completely different. Flesh of the dead stacked into steps, souls of the dead. Protecting the living strive to move forward. Finally able to climb this mountain, to wipe out the beasts. They continued moving. Kwang Bong seemed to realize something. He reached for his sword hilt. Senior brother Lo. Kim Thursday signaled him, let me. The path is narrow. Not convenient for group attacks. Also need to preserve the path. Right at this moment, a giant python rushed in. With its mouth wide open and sharp teeth. It rushed to attack Kim Thursday's group aggressively. Kim Thursday immediately countered with a familiar move. Twin Fire Blade. The aggressive python was taken down with just one hit, then caught fire and fell into the abyss. Kwang Bong was on guard, but had to exclaim in his heart. Too strong. This is senior brother Lee's true strength. I must say, if he went all out at the Three Cities tournament, he would surely have taken the championship. Kim Thursday withdrew his technique and explained in detail to everyone. This beast is called a rock python. Its external defense is extremely strong. But if attacked from the mouth into the stomach, it can be easily killed. Every beast has a weakness. The more you kill, the more your observation ability and judgment in actual combat will be improved. He turned and took the lead right after speaking. Let's keep going, up ahead. About halfway up the mountain is the beast's base territory. As Kim Thursday walked, he explained about the monsters here to his junior brothers. Wind butterfly is good at flying. Weakness in the neck. Ghostface spider has a weakness in the pattern under its belly. Crystal scorpion. The tail joint is easily severed. The fox is cunning but afraid of loud noises. Finally, he summarized with one sentence, in short. When encountering something hard to deal with, avoid direct collision. We support each other to deal with it. Kim Thursday didn't teach too deeply or impose heavily. The rest is for everyone to develop on their own. Kwang Bong was still alert and replied, understood. The deeper they went, the more beasts appeared. Kwang Bong's group rushed forward together, eliminating them one by one. Just then, a beast with a grotesque face appeared behind Kwang Bong's back. Newton almost instantly rushed to destroy it before it could ambush him. Third stance, speed lies in consistency. Kwang Bong didn't forget to say thank you. Thanks, Newton. He calmly replied. Last time you saved me at Tu Lam Town. This time consider it me paying you back. Newton turned to look at a tram and couldn't help shouting angrily, hey! Hong a tram, everyone is risking their lives to live. And you're still there holding in your pee? He suddenly smiled slyly, then unleashed a technique. Little true, it's understandable you don't understand. I don't blame you. Now I'll open your eyes to see how strong the fire genius a tram really is. One mutated flame blade. Mutated flame blade. A tram seemed very proud of this. Young Tan and Kwang Bong also turned their faces to look at that tiny flame. Too short. He ignored their words. Hand holding the gourd bottle. Drinking wine like water. Mountains need not be high. Having an immortal makes them spiritual. Don't look down on it being short. The explosive power is very strong. Then he sprayed a mouthful of wine onto the flame, creating a giant pillar of fire. Medium grade class B Dao art, drunken soft breath. Both Kwang Bong and Newton widened their eyes, unable to believe the truth before their eyes. He really is a fire genius. A tram, now completely drunk, smiled foolishly and slurred. Did you think? But for the next half hour I'll be drunk. Have to rely on you guys to protect me. After destroying all the beasts. Someone asked, Senior Brother Lo. The beasts on this side have surely been killed. Are we continuing deeper into the mountain? Kim Thursday replied with an affirmation. But I want to take everyone to visit a place first. Another person wondered. Visit? What beautiful scenery is there on this Kien but peak? Just when things seemed to have ended, Kim Thursday suddenly shouted a warning. Careful. Use Dao essence to protect your bodies. Hide behind my back. A large explosion suddenly occurred, shaking everything around. Thick dust covered the thing that just appeared. Kim Thursday still recognized what it was. Lord Class Beast. A bizarre beast appeared with round eyes, looking terrifying. Kwang Vong was a bit worried when seeing its full form. Two-headed bird monster. Could this be the yin yang twin-headed eagle that City Lord Dao mentioned? Kim Thursday quickly reassured him and everyone. No, although it has reached the Lord class, it is not yet the real yin yang twin-headed eagle. Newton heard this and couldn't help wondering. This yin yang twin-headed eagle beast type also has fakes? Kim Thursday immediately explained clearly to everyone. I have seen the real yin yang twin-headed eagle. That sinister, resentful, and chilling aura makes one unable to forget it for a lifetime. This one is likely in the transformation stage, before advancing. But its power is absolutely not to be underestimated. Kwang Vong seemed to catch the key point and asked. Evolution stage? Don't beasts lack intellect? They don't understand cultivation. So how can they evolve? Also, I've always wondered. Where do the newly appearing beasts actually come from? The monster started to create terrifying pressure. Kim Thursday got into attack stance and quickly answered him. Those questions remain a mystery to this day. Careful, it's about to cast a Dao art. From the two initial heads, the beast released two sources of energy, with different attributes. Scorching fist, cold breath. Kim Thursday quickly rushed up to keep the initiative. In the battle, slashing, he performed a series of maneuvers and moves. Skillfully. Stab. Kwang Vong saw the situation was under control, and had the thought of not wanting to be outdone. Great, senior brother took down one head. I can't lose either. Immediately after, he also started joining the battle with the beast. Flame bullet. But the move that was just fired didn't cause any impact on the beast. He was a bit stunned, not noticing behind his back. Vaguely thinking about the situation just now. Was my Dao art absorbed? Kim Thursday rushed over as fast as lightning to grab Kwang Vong, dodging that sneak attack. Careful, the beast is starting to change again. Yin Yang conversion. Kim Thursday then spoke up, explaining the details to Kwang Vong. This beast is hard to deal with. Because of its Yin Yang conversion ability, the Yang head rules fire, able to absorb fire attribute Dao arts. The Yin head rules water, able to absorb water attribute Dao arts. Furthermore, the two heads are linked. Absorption ability circulates back and forth. Not only can it heal its body, but it can also enhance the power of its Dao arts. He heard Kim Thursday's full words and replied. I've learned. The beast also seized the opportunity, starting to attack aggressively. Low-grade Class A Dao art, icicle breath. Both were forced to separate. To dodge this direct attack, Kim Thursday used fire power to counter the ice attack from the beast. He parried, while trying to distract the beast. To find its weakness, Kwang Vong quickly rushed in, stabbing the beast's head decisively. At this moment, the beast used Yin Yang conversion again. Kim Thursday gripped his sword tightly with a somber face. Kwang Vong felt a new surge of power that just appeared. Such a dense life aura. Newton, carrying a tram, also had to look back. The sword was slowly being drawn from its sheath. A slash from Kim Thursday was unleashed, carrying brilliant Dao flowers, making the beast freeze and take the hit. He stood proudly like a hero, amidst the fresh peach blossoms, and the fallen beast. Kwang Vong was concerned about something else. Senior brother Lu, why didn't you dodge just now? Is your arm okay? Kim Thursday calmly replied to him. I'm fine, it's not serious. I didn't dodge because. He looked up at the large stone slab, covered in carvings. Over time, I must preserve the last words of a deceased friend. Newton scanned through some of the content. Vin Tier 12, fought 100 battles. Invincible with hands clasped, leaving words for juniors to admire. No. Senior brother Lo. Who is this deceased friend of yours? Kim Thursday then spoke to explain. I told you guys already, right? My teammates are all dead. It was under his leadership that they died here. He also reread those last words, then spoke regretfully. He held on until the end to leave this message. Unfortunately, before he could even finish carving the words, he lost his life in the Siege of Beasts. Remains gone. The lines of words bearing the marks of time were still preserved. Imprinted on it stood out the two words, no son. Kim Thursday spoke thoughtfully as if recounting the past. Thinking about it, he was probably of the same generation as senior brother Truck. But his strength was far inferior. Liked to show off in front of others, boasting about achievements when entering and leaving the inner courtyard. I even looked down on him a bit. The more he spoke, the more nostalgic he became. But when the beast tide exploded, he led everyone to block the beasts, bravely moving forward. Tears had pooled in Kim Thursday's eyes. With a trembling voice. Only I ran away alone. He rushed up, carving decisive strokes. The rock in front was covered in dust after the sword strikes. Stone fragments fell to the ground like a rain shower. On the giant rock appeared another line of words. Kim Thursday stood against the light, hand still holding the sword, whispering to the senior brother of the past. No senior brother. The defeated dog. Look, Kim Thursday brings juniors here to admire. From one of Kim Thursday's arms wrapped in cloth. Like a tree stump beginning to bloom flowers. Over 700 days and nights of toil, I dared not forget. Everyone's will. I always carry on these shoulders. Today, Kim Thursday will rush to the mountain peak with you all. This Thursday but peak, wipe out the beasts. Kwang Bong heard it all and then spoke up to comfort him. Senior brother Lu, please restrain your grief. Since you returned here like this, surely they have forgiven you. He also replied softly. That's right, back then I was the youngest. They all took special care of me. Kim Thursday's face had tears flowing down it unknowingly since when. If they were still alive, they might even laugh at me. For such a small matter. That I still keep weighing on my heart. He began to smile, while crying with his wooden arm. But no matter what, I myself cannot forgive myself. His extremely sorrowful crying made Kwang Bong's group feel heartbroken too. It seemed crying was a way of expression. So Kim Thursday wanted to let everything out. After crying enough, he rushed up first, speaking loudly with spirit, go. Let's climb to the top together. The large stone full of traces again revealed new lines of words. Junior disciple Quan Tu Tien. A tram came to admire the heroic wind. Junior disciple Kwang Bong came to admire the heroic wind. A tram was still drunk, his words uncontrolled. Come at me, all of you. Kwang Bong, after moving for a while, suddenly questioned. Why is there not a single beast on this mountain peak? Far away, a few rocky outcrops stood out in the flat land. Flat. On a stone stele was carved the line. The one buried at this Thursday but peak is Tun Hon. Erected by his wife, surnamed me. Kim Thursday understood the situation and explained. Because the person buried in this tomb is the former city lord of Ba Sun City. Tun Hon. Although he has passed away, the remaining pressure at this tomb, to this day, still makes the newly born beasts terrified, avoiding and not daring to come close. He seemed to have investigated this place thoroughly, explaining to everyone, beasts running rampant was a problem that Ba Sun City had to face right from when the city was established. Tun Hon at that time, after accepting the position of city lord, devoted himself to building, while actively fostering talent. Finally, 2 years ago, he gathered a team 5, and launched a beast purging operation. Although it was assessed that this campaign was at the highest danger level. But before this purge began, no one could have imagined that just this one mountain concentrated so many beasts like that. Must have reached up to 10,000. While Team 5 at that time only had a few hundred people. No different from throwing a stone into the sea. At that time I ran away, my Team 5 sacrificed themselves completely. But from afar I still saw City Lord Tun, by himself, fighting from the foot of the mountain up to the peak. Right here where we are standing. He personally beheaded the Yin Yang, twin-headed eagle leader that led that beast tide. What happened back then is still deeply imprinted in Kim Thursday's heart. When the eagle's scream that lasted for that whole month suddenly fell silent. Everyone understood what had happened. Faith was thereby boosted. And they began a frenzied counterattack. Finally, this Thursday but mountain was cleansed. Tun Hon also fell, having exhausted all his strength. He was considered an inner manner expert. Yet at the moment of death, his 5 manners were dried up. And the entire heaven-reaching palace had collapsed into rubble. He stood amidst the snowy sky, exclaiming how majestic it was. City Lord Tun used his own body to prove that cultivation is not just for oneself, but also for the responsibility towards the nation. Leaves protecting tattered leaves, sheltering the weak. Just like that, the whole group bowed in respect before those heroes. Kwang Bong concluded on a matter. So, because of City Lord Tun, during the debate with the 3 cities, senior brother Lo didn't want to make a move on Tun Tu Nan. Kim Thursday didn't answer immediately, but asked him a question in return. Surely you have heard rumors about the Kon Bai Ko on Tun Tu Nan's body, right? Then he began to recount what he knew. This Kon Bai Ko Dao art is a permanently fixed, defensive Dao art. Its principle is that the caster will peel off their own skin, while in a conscious state, then inscribe Dao patterns, and cover the recipient with it. This Dao art is somewhat cruel in reality, precisely because the casting conditions are so harsh. The defensive ability of Kon Bai Ko is so astonishing. City Lord Tun, as a city lord, or as a father, he dedicated absolutely everything completely. Kwang Bong's group was stunned upon hearing this. Kim Thursday turned around to face his junior brothers and spoke up. To defeat Tun Tunan, one must use full strength to break the Kanbai Ko. But I dare not try for that result, nor dare to face it. Kwang Bong then replied. Senior brother is noble. Kim Thursday also clarified his intentions. I won't hide it from you guys. Tomorrow I am determined to go to Nakhon Peak. The warfare over there is even fiercer than here. You guys can return to Fonglam City first. Kwang Bong answered quickly without needing to think. I came here with you, senior brother. Naturally, I will go with you. Newton, what about you? Newton gave a thumbs up to signal. Since third brother is going, of course I'm going too. Anyway, no matter how dangerous, you're there to protect me. But then both of their gazes shot towards a tram behind them, pierced by the intense gazes of both of them, making him unable to refuse. Since we've come this far, if I don't go later on, what face will I have to drink with that Du Lao Ho? Kim Thursday reached up and removed the scarf he usually wore. Amidst the cold snowy sky, with teary eyes, he raised his hand high and shouted with spirit. Shout loudly. 10 people, one more cup of wine. From 10,000 miles away, coming to repay gratitude and grudges. Let's go to Nakhon Peak. At Nakhon Peak, a crowd had gathered and surrounded the place. Kwang Bong spoke up, Senior Brother Lo. Clearing Thursday but Peak was not just my effort alone. But why did you give the Dharma sword? That was the mission reward to me? Kim Thursday calmly replied. A Dharma sword of this rank is worth at least about 600 Dao points. Wait until we return. You just share 100 Dao points to each of us. That is enough. A tram looked around. Then reported, Senior Brother Tam Nam that also led a team here. Kwang Bong also looked over and thought to himself. Senior Brother Tam Nam that. Is that the senior brother ranked first? In the top 10 for Dao points? Phuong Hak Lin is also in his team. Not far away was Hak Lin standing leisurely in place. But Kwang Bong looked at the opponents around him. He couldn't help but assess the quality of each person. Furthermore, there are many outer realm cultivators from Trang State who also heeded the summons and came here to observe their beast-killing combat methods. Maybe they can comprehend something. His gaze fell on a girl walking alone nearby. That lady covering her face with white silk is likely a sect expert. Invited by City Lord Dao from the Cloud Top Country? Age is similar. But she is already a sect expert. While I have just firmly established my foundation. Kwang Bong, oh Kwang Bong. You must try much harder. City Lord Dao then spoke up to start the trip. Everyone has prepared everything properly. Just waiting for you, Tunan, to open the path. Go, don't lose face for your father. Tunan obeyed her and moved forward. Yes, mother. Walking a short distance, he turned his head and spoke fearfully. But I'm still a bit nervous. Tuman. Who knows since when had prepared a threat. Oh my goodness, I'm so impatient. So many people are looking. If you, little fatty Tun, won't go, let me go and see. I'll use the mountain shaking hammer to smash all these hateful rock bees. A hand grabbed the girl's hand to hold her back. City Lord Dao smiled kindly and comforted Tunan. Be good Tunan, it's okay. Mother will help you stop your sister. Wait until you succeed and return. Mother will make her obediently apologize to you. Just rest assured. You won't die, father is protecting you. Tuman spoke up in grievance. Mother. He was emboldened and became braver, moving forward. Yes, I have the protection of the Kanbai Ko. I, Tun Tunan, will absolutely not let Basun City lose face. Not afraid, nothing to be afraid of. He rushed up to gain momentum, then punched forward with great spirit. You stinking rock bees. If you have skill, come and sting me. 2 stone-like fists slammed into the ground. From the rock caves appeared hundreds of glowing eyes of the beasts. Kwang Bong. Hand holding the sword hilt, whole body in serious stance. At Thursday but Peak. We also hunted those rock bees. I didn't see them being that formidable. Why at this Nakhon Peak do we have to be so careful? Kim Thursday slowly explained this doubt. That's because the number of rock bees at Thursday but Peak was sporadic. Not creating any momentum. The most terrifying thing about rock bees does not lie in the strength of each individual, but lies in the fact that they gather in swarms and their attack posture covers the sky and earth. The bees from all directions started the attack aggressively. Tunan looked at the situation and trembled in fear. The killer rock bees tore at the clothes on his body. Don't. They even injected things into the fatty boy. Immediately, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The killer rock bees gathered in increasing numbers, with a gigantic quantity. Tunan was buried in the swarm of beasts, screaming and calling City Lord Dao miserably. Oh my god, it hurts so much. Mother, I'm dying of pain. Save me. Tunan observed from the side and asked for opinion. Mother, Tunan has attracted those rock bees to attack him. Let's rush up to support him. City Lord Dao disagreed with this plan. No. Although killer rock bees have low intellect, they are extremely sensitive to Dao essence. Now if one more person interferes, it will surely make them go crazy and chaotic. Must wait. Kim Thursday's group also stayed put. The veiled lady was quietly observing the situation. Not long after, the killer rock bees slowly fell to the ground one by one. Kwang Bong didn't understand and asked, Senior brother, that swarm of killer rock bees is dropping dead. Kim Thursday didn't answer but just said one sentence. This method is effective. The aggressive bees just now were called by a quite unique name. Killer rock bees. The strongest killing move of the killer rock bee comes from the stinger at their tail. When facing a strong enemy they cannot win against, they will unleash this move. But once they sting, they will certainly die. So every single rock bee can only use this move once. When unleashing this strike, the rock bee will drain its entire life energy, inject venom into the target's body to detonate, stimulating the target's meridians, trading life for life. Tunan is the one chosen to execute this method. Although Tun Tunan has the Khan by co-protection, the rock bee's attacks will not cause any fatal injury to him. But the energy when the stingers explode in the body, stimulating the meridians, still causes intense pain. That is not reduced even a bit. It can be said that right at this moment, Tun Tunan is experiencing suffering. Painful as 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. It's no exaggeration. Mother, let me come back, I beg you, it hurts so much. Save me please. City Lord Dao immediately got angry, shouting loudly for fear of the plan failing. Get back there. If you dare to retreat, then from now on you are not the son of Dao Noyatmi anymore. He was surrounded and stung by the bees, face covered in tears and snot, feeling incredibly aggrieved. But the swarm of killer rock bees just kept surrounding him without letting go, making the space filled only with painful cries. Tunan was engulfed by the bees. He screamed in hopelessness from too much pain. The video ends here. If you guys find it good, please hit the like button to support Gao. Thank you and goodbye everyone.